Good morning, everybody. We are back live from Albany, New York for day 3, games 12 through 19 at the Albany New Year's Scrabble tournament. My name is Will Anderson. I am joined by Grandmaster, US and UK champion Austin Shin on the coverage today. Austin, good morning. How are you doing?
I'm doing very good. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I'm very excited to dive into what promises to be a full day of excellent games. Austin and I are going to be guiding you through the action for the first 4 games today from the CSW division, the International Lexicon. Very, very exciting matchups. Our first matchup of the day, two somewhat underdog players, considering some of the incredible talent on display in this division. And the matchup is Jason Ubeka versus Sam Anico. But in the next game after that, we have what promises to be quite the matchup between Adam Logan and the top performing player so far through the first 2 days, Jason Keller, who has a 10-1 record, I believe. So pretty good matchups coming today. Austin, I'm definitely excited to cut my teeth into these first 2 matchups.
Yeah, definitely. We're seeing Jason Ubika and Semi Aniko. So, from what I can see on the scoreboard, Jason Ubika is a bit further behind right now. He's in 6th position. He's just outside of the placings. Semi Aniko is on 5 and 6. I believe both these players have not been on stream just yet. So we're going to try and put some new players on the stream right now. And we all know who Adam Logan is. He's one of the best players in the world. Obviously a former world champion and national champion here. He's currently in 5th place, so he's probably not doing it quite as well as probably what most people would think at this stage. But you can never count out Adam. He's always going to be there at the final stages. And he's one of the best players in the world. So we'll see some great Scrabble action very soon.
Yeah, I think technically we are barely at the halfway point of the tournament. So as long as Adam is kind of hanging around in the top of the pack, you can never count him out. We've got a ton of Scrabble left to play. I think the next game to be played is going to take us past the halfway point of the tournament. And there is a reason we play so many games at a Scrabble tournament, is to even out those crazy swings of luck and variance that happen. So fully expect Adam to be in the thick of things. If you're coming over from a new video I made, Adam is the star of that video. So we're going to get to watch him. And you have a cameo in that video as well, Austin. So perhaps,
Cool.
yes, as the commentator on the game that I featured. So I think our first matchup of the game between Jason and Sam is getting set to begin. You can see they're seated, having a little banter, getting ready to play. And it's at this point where, you're just looking to be in the mix. Like I said, Austin, anybody that's close to the top at this point can make a run towards the top of the standings.
Yeah, definitely. As we know, we saw. I'm going to tell you right now that Jason Keller's on 10-1, and you can see that Jason is 7-4, and you got Samuel who's at 5 and 6. But we know that both of these are actually very strong players. So, again, anyone that can make a run will always have a shot, and obviously, can make a shot towards the top 4. So, plenty of time to make it.
So we begin this round 12 matchup here with Jason going first. It looks like he's drawn a few too many vowels, but I think he should find himself able to play something here to start the game off. And it looks like he's quickly assembling, Austin, what I think is a pretty good play.
Yeah, I think so. You're looking to get rid of those A's and E's, and I think this is really the only, probably the highest scoring player that he's got. So he's giving 2 E's, which is it's not the greatest, but it's probably the best thing he can do right now. And looks like Samuel has not drawn too much better with what he's got. So interesting to see what he can do here.
2 kind of subpar racks. Jason with too many vowels. Samuel with too many duplicated letters that you don't love to see. That I-R-R combination is very unwieldy. So he's going to be looking to whatever he does here. It looks like he might be getting ready to play Uri to the E of Pian, if that's how he's set his tiles up here. Might have some higher scoring options than that, but frankly, that isn't even that bad, which tells you how subpar his rack actually is.
Yeah, I mean, this only scores 7 points. It looks like he's looking to put it on the board right now. Is he? He's grab. Oh, it looks like he's playing Pori, which actually is not a word. He's getting it mixed up with Pori with two I's,
Oh.
two O's, or Auri, Houra.
Oh,
So,
and I saw Jason's mouth just
oh,
say hold. I just saw him
oh yeah,
mouth that word. So he is going to challenge. You can see his
yeah,
clock under Jason's portrait was just neutralized, and both clocks neutralized. That means the players are going to get up and assess the validity of this word. And Austin, as you said, this word looks close to a couple other words in the dictionary, but this one happens to not be in there. So a tough start for Samuel. He's going to get this word challenged off.
yeah. Unfortunately, that's not the start that you would really want. And of course, he's going to get these tiles back as well. So he's still going to be stuck with some kind of bad tiles. But unseen to him, Jason doesn't have particularly good tiles still either, so he shouldn't really be too much further behind. Once this is coming off the board, as you can see there right now, that Samuel is taking his tiles off the board.
Yeah, there are challenges and there are challenges, right? There are some times where you make a play with pretty good letters that happens to be a phony word. Sometimes you can not be damaged that much by losing a challenge in those situations because you're pretty likely to have a good option on your next turn. But for Samuel here, his letters are so subpar that he's going to be forced into another really uninspiring situation on his next turn, though at least now he has hooks to vague that he can take advantage of.
Yeah, so vague was an option there. I mean, I was thinking maybe Give as well, which would have been
Mm.
a little bit better. At least we know that he might not. Well, actually, we didn't know. Well, we can see that he has a D, but Jason wouldn't know that. So the Give, we would make Give as well. But vague, we know that Simon just played an R, so that actually might have been. I'm not sure that's any good because he would have given him a place to play his R. But like he's playing Dow right now, which at least gives him a decent number of points on this turn. So yeah, I don't know. He played that very quickly though.
He did, and the big the downside of this play, there is no play for Sam that's going to score anything that high here, and he's going to pick it up because I think he was balking at the fact that he was keeping two eyes left over on his rack. I think he's likely, and there we do see him pick his play up of Dower and play the more obscure Rorid, which is going to score a couple more points, and it's going to use up one of those two eyes at a cost of leaving just two vowels on his rack. So there's pretty much almost no way in his shoes to avoid some kind of negative outcome of his play here. That in part that's because his rack was very weak. But I think maybe the best option for him there would have been Rudy, Rudi, with vagued. But then again, vagued is not really a very normal hook. He might not have known that to be a word there. So, in fact, playing Rorid in that spot instead of with the D as the hook suggests maybe he didn't know the D hook on vague. So, I don't know. Tough one, Austin. Sometimes there's just really no play that makes you feel very good.
Yeah, I mean, again, just having those letters back for a second time just means that he has to go through it again, keeping the U and the I. I mean, again, it looks like he's actually not drawn too badly on this one, but yeah, it was not an easy decision to make. But as we move on to Jason's rack, he's only 16 ahead with this turn in now. Just wondering what he can do.
Look at that! Look at what Samuel
Yeah,
has spelled out.
yeah, he found it too. Yeah, managed to draw into that.
Very, very impressive. So the question from here, though, is that N going to stay open? So you can see that Sam Anico has lined up the amazing possible bingo that does fit on this board of sub index through the N of Pian. Is Jason going to manage to block that? He does have some plays potentially, forming that Y. It looks like he may be getting set to play Yin on top of Pian, forming Ya. That would effectively block the bingo here. So, sub index would technically still be playable, but not as a bingo through IN, which dramatically decreases the value of that play. So, wow, just in the nick of time, Austin, he blocks it.
Yeah, definitely. Yin, yeah, only scores 22 points. He could have played Yike in that same spot, which would have scored a lot more. But yeah, it was a timely block, unbeknownst to him.
Yeah, there were definitely other spots on the board where he could have played there. There were some words through that first R of Rorid that might have been worthwhile to play, but sometimes you just have to. That is an underrated way that luck can manifest itself, as we see Sam play ducks on top of Yin, just played by Jason there. Nice re-overlap by him. But there are times, Austin, where you can make the wrong play, quote unquote, but be rewarded for it because your opponent just happened to have an amazing play in that spot.
Yeah, and that might actually be happening right now. In fact, Jason might feel a little bit ill with this next rack. He's got the word "stickens" on his rack here, which I would expect him to see. It's actually the only 7-letter word here, but I think he has maybe 2 spots for it. So underneath din, so dins, and then he has underneath rorit, the I and the D, which I think scores a little bit more. So 75 points underneath the I and the D, which is 5 points more than the other spot underneath din. So looks like there's just really 2 spaces for him to play there, and there's no 8-letter words either. So there's the only 2 playable bingo spots here.
It does seem like it's just a question of, is he going to see it? I fully expect him to. And now we get our confirmation that he has seen it. He puts his letters into order and he is making the best play here, the better of the 2 bingos, scoring 5 more points than it would hooking to Dins. Nicely done, nicely spotted by Jason. And you can see over on Sam's rack, he has Zimbies set up with the E. That isn't valid, but it suggests that he is for sure seeing the valid word Zimby, like zombie with an I. So that's going to play to the second S of Sickens for a very, very nice score for him to counteract that bingo.
Yeah, that's going to score 58 points with the Z on the double and then the second I on the double word square. So that's going to score almost as much as Sickens. The only main downside is it's going to open up the triple, the middle right triple with a Z in that nice juicy spot for Jason to hit. And I'm actually not even sure if he can use it.
Yeah, that's my immediate response was that somehow with that nice mix of consonants and vowels that Jason just drew after his bingo, he somehow does not have he doesn't have a very easy play through that Z, but it looks like he has 1 6-letter word through that Z, which would be a very difficult find. I'm not sure I would find this word, Austin, but there is 1 word that Jason will have through this Z. So This is not an everyday word by any stretch. It looks like Jason is holding this play as well. He's already won a challenge earlier in this game, and he's going to go ahead and challenge Zimbies as well. This time, the word is going to come back valid, meaning that Samuel is going to get an extra 5 points for his effort here.
Yeah, I'm sure that Jason knows Zimb because Z-I-M-B is also good. Z-I-M-B-I. I'm sure he is probably aware of it. It's just possible that he may not be sure if it takes an S. But yeah, because it scores 58, I'm sure it's definitely worth a challenge if he's not sure about it, and especially if he doesn't immediately see anything through this Z to hit the triple. And as you said, there's only one playable. Is it really just one playable move through the Z, which is not going to be easy to see. So he might be thinking that this could be a number of points going against him if he leaves this open next turn as well.
Yeah, I do expect that Jason will be able to at least play something parallel to the Z if he so chooses. Um, there are a couple different options here. The board, he's got weird letters, right? The D, F, M combinations, not really very wieldy. He has an M that would potentially play underneath the I and S of Rorid and Sickens if he can find something ending in M. Ism is a word, so that would be a nice spot. He's got overlaps on top of the X. You could easily see him play something with fun and something like foam going across, or things in that area, FOUD. And then of course playing alongside the Z has the potential to get him a bunch of points as well. As you can see that Samuel has drawn pretty well after his play of Zimbies, so perhaps a comeback in the offing here.
Yes, and you can see that Jason's playing Doff. You didn't see the six-letter word playing through the Z, which is Mazout. I don't know how you pronounce it.
Yeah,
Mazout.
Mazout, I guess it was shouted out in our YouTube chat here. Very nicely spotted. Failing that, this play looks pretty solid to me, Austin.
He can still play Mazout on the next turn, actually, if he ends up seeing it again.
Great point. That would be a very Galaxy Brain setup right there. I would be astonished to see that because, of course, it makes a lot of sense to play it now while you can. But we are going to see a bingo here almost certainly, as Samuel has set up Relents, which plays on top of Ducks, forming Run and X. So definitely a big swing here, as after that slow start for Samuel, he has battled his way back into the lead.
Yes, especially that last turn at this stage, not costing him just yet. But yeah, this bingo here opens up the S in a nice juicy spot, and as we know, Jason has some big tiles on his rack, so something like Grays or something, score an easy 39 points onto that S. And we said we could still play Mazu or Mazout for 51. But yeah, this definitely gives Jason a few more options in terms of scoring on the next turn. And Samuel has drawn the first blank, it looks like, from the bag as well after that bingo.
Yeah, very nice series of draws here. And ooh, that W. Not that, I don't know, the BP combination is already going to be kind of tricky. Also, the board is not incredibly conducive to bingos at this point. You can imagine that after Jason plays through the S of Relents, it actually looks like the area that you could play 7 and 8 letter words is quite restricted. You can feel a little bit with Relents. There's no hook to run to sort of allow you to play to that upper left part of the board. The V of Vager also cutting off a lot of space in tandem with the P of Payan. So the board is not great for playing bingos, but Sam is definitely going to be happy to have that blank in hand. And I'm curious, just Jason has a wealth of options here. If he plays something down to the S of Relents into that upper right corner, something like Grays, that is going to allow Sam to use the Z and play Zobo or something like that for a pretty solid score in response. So a lot hinging on this move for Jason here. As noted, he does have another shot at playing Mazout here, but that would be incredibly impressive to see played at any point of the game. I would expect him to play something like Grays, maybe Gutty through the T of Relents, but either way, that's going to give Sam an opportunity to hit that Z with an extension play and go up by even more.
Yep, exactly. And if Jason hasn't seen Mazout on the last two turns, it's almost certain that he probably won't see it here, which means that he's going to play through that S of Relents, or maybe through that T, as you said, with Gutty. And as you said, Samuel does have Zobo. He can also play, he also would leave something like WAP above Relents, the ELE, which would score a lot of points. So yeah, he's playing Grays here, keeping the U, scoring 39 here. So Samuel does have at least two good plays on the next two turns with what he has, and then keeping the blank as well.
Yeah, great point, Austin. There is that other really nice scoring spot, on top of relents, and this would be really interesting because you could have a two-turn sequence here. If so, it looks like Samuel's getting ready to play Wob. That is a perfectly solid play on top of relents. In this particular board position, it's very worth consideration to exchange that B out for the P on his rack. The reason being, by holding on to the B instead of the P, you would guarantee yourself at least a chance of playing Zobo for 45 on your next turn. So normally, for sure, playing the B over the P is the right choice. There was some merit to considering the other option here.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking too. And in this case, Jason doesn't. I mean, he could still play Mazout for a fourth time, but he has a much simpler zoom in that same spot now. And I'm wondering if he has any playable bingos here. But Zoom might still be better anyway because it scores 45 points and keeps the blank. Also puts the M on the nice triple word square, which would be easier, or it's going to score a lot of points if you can bingo down from the M on the next turn with the letters that he has left, getting another 80 points. So it'd be a nice kind of 1-2 punch, 45 points plus maybe another 80, which would be almost like 60 points each, basically average on those two turns. So that's probably the reason why if you play something like Zoom rather than any playable bingo here. I don't know if there are any playable bingos here.
So there are a couple. There are a couple. So a very tricky one from Jason's POV. If he's able to make his blank an F and hook onto IF on the board to make if and only if IFF, he could play Fumart. A very obscure word. But that, again, as you said, Austin, it's not even clear to me that that play is any better than just Zoom for the reasons that you stated. Placing that M out in space, if you can imagine the word Zoom on the board, that M is really useful to make high-scoring 8-letter bingos, which Jason has great chances of doing with that blank in hand. So Zoom looks like a perfectly solid play to me. Whether he saw Fumart or the other possible bingo here of Marabout through the B of Zimbies, I don't think that really matters because Zoom is a perfectly solid play for him.
Yeah, both bingos very difficult to see, and both of them will open up the T in the triple lanes. And yeah, it looks like Jason has picked out the V now. Doesn't really help him too much, I don't think. But yeah, it looks like Samuel is, what has he got lined up here? Oh, he's looking at Puja and Pow and Ob through that A of Grays to the top right.
That looks phenomenal for him. That looks great. If he's able to play that with, and he has both players doing okay on the clock, but Samuel doing really well on the clock with 18 minutes to go. He could be reaching that point, especially because we know as players, Austin, when you have that blank on your rack, that has a tendency to drain your time. You have to think of so many different combinations and what your blank can be, iterate through the entire alphabet. Sometimes you have to look through all different spots on the board. The blank, as valuable as it is, can sometimes be the fastest way for your clock to drain. So seeing Samuel, play Puja to that A of Grays and continue to push Jason lower on the clock is something that could pay dividends later in the game.
Yep, definitely. And we can also see that Jason picked out the other blank. But the thing is, interestingly, is that Puja will also block Jason's bingo through the R of Grays. He has a Voutra, Avoutrer onto that R of Grays, which is not the easiest one to find, but according to Ziziva, it is a top 5,000 bingo. So I'm sure that Jason would have studied it at the very least, or if you ever look at it on Aerolith or something, I'm sure he would find it straight away. But again, very difficult to see with a blank, and with a V and a U, you might not necessarily be thinking of playing or thinking about a bingo in this case. But Puja would block that bingo as well.
It's interesting because it looks like he Samuel has clearly seen Puja. He had it lined up on his rack. Now he's considering a different play, which is going to score way fewer if he's going to play Hole through the E of Sickens or something like that. He may be considering doing that to try to leave more of the board open because he has that blank. And sorry for my pronunciation, I'll just say Joel. Let me not pretend like I know
Holy,
the
what is that?
pronunciations of anything. But Jole to the E of Sickens would score 11 fewer points than Puja, but it would leave the R open of grays. Maybe he thinks he needs that on this tight board in order to get a bingo down with his blank. It would be a huge potential swing, Austin, as you mentioned, if Jason spots that tricky bingo on his rack.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like he's moving his tiles around again. But no, he's actually putting down Joel,
There we
which
go.
again he said 11 points less. And to me, the leave of OPE blank probably not as strong as EL blank, I guess. Maybe I should study my leaves a bit more, but I think that EL blank is probably stronger anyway. And even if it was around the same, I think that the 11-point difference here between Joel and Puja, I think I would just play Puja.
Yeah, just for the points. Consider also that, of course, with a blank in hand, Samuel wants to bingo, but he's also, kind of neck and neck here, right? Sacrificing too many points is not what you want either, because if neither player bingos for the rest of the game, which is very unlikely but not impossible, you still have to worry about how many points you're scoring, and sacrificing too many to go for that bingo can bite you as well. So it looks like he has quickly seen impotent. Samuel has drawn that to the M of Zoom. He'll be able to play impotent. I guess my question there is, that's a tricky word to know whether or not it takes an S, right? Which it does.
Oh,
Impotent, it feels like an adjective, but it actually happens to be a noun. So if Samuel goes ahead and plays impotent on his next turn, which it seems like he very likely will, as Jason misses a voutre, or whatever you would say. Again, I'm so sorry for my pronunciations, but this is going to create a potential enormous S hook if Jason is brave enough to use it. What do you think, Austin? Would you know the S hook on impotent?
well, I would not be 100% sure, and I'm sure a lot of people would not be 100% sure either, but he does have the probably safer play of Patentor onto the R of Grays, which at least
Oh,
wouldn't leave
yes.
an S hook, because playing Impotent and putting the S there is almost like a quackling nightmare where you'll just be hemorrhaging equity points every single move because you're not sure that it's a good word. And there's only one S left as well. We can see that both players have a blank. But he could play Impotent, and then now, if he does play that, then Jason would have something like Detours and Impotence as well. So it's going to be an interesting thing to see if Sam can actually find Patentor. I think that's really the play that's going to save him potential heartache, I guess.
For sure. Very big swing. And if he, as you say, if he misses it, it's going to hurt here. As long as Jason has the courage to try that S hook, which is not a given, I might add. But I think it says a lot about, we talk a lot about openness and closedness with respect to boards. Is this an open board? Is this a closed board? One good metric that you can see, as it looks like we are about to get some crazy content here, Austin. But just to finish my point, with such a good set of tiles as Samuel has, the fact that he only has 2 playable bingos on this move says a lot about the closedness of this board. There are so few tiles to play through, and what tiles there are very specific. The G and R of Grays are only terminal letters. You can't play through those letters. You have to end your word there, which is very difficult to do. So Impotent is the play, and now we get a really fun wait to see what Jason's going to do with this gigantic S hook here. Man,
All
this
right,
would be
let's
a
see.
gut check. I'm not sure. I like to think I would have the courage to play this, but I'm not positive.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that anyone would be playing this unless you would be sure of it, or if you need to play it to actually win the game. So this could actually end up staying there, unless someone is very far behind and has to play it.
Absolutely. You could see this being only a last resort when it is absolutely necessary, especially because Jason is, I think, pretty likely to see bingos to the R of grays at the top of the board, such as Outrider or Rotunder, something in that spot to the R at the top. You have to be really sure that impotent can pluralize with an S to get a potential zero score here as opposed to 70 odd points, which you're going to get by playing to the R of grays. So this is a brutal situation. The clock is ticking. I think he's still doing okay on the clock. We're a pretty solid distance through this game. But this is a move where I could see myself sitting there in agony for quite a while before I pull the trigger on a play.
Yep, and as I said, this is basically like a quackling nightmare here because you're just going to be losing lots of points every time you don't play it. But it looks like he's playing Detrusor onto the R of Grays, which again, if you take away Impotence, this is going to be one of the best players available. 70 points here, so it puts him back ahead by 14. And now I guess it really goes down to a race to the S, the final S that's in there with the chance of playing Impotence. But it's quite possible that both players may not play the S here. Looks like Jason's talking to someone on the side here. I'm not sure what's happening.
Yeah, not sure what's going on there. But just to make it absolutely clear, a player of Jason's caliber is definitely in this rack. He's definitely seeing detours, right? Like that is a possible play that he could have made, hooking impotence. The issue is not that Jason missed detours. It is completely that he was not sure of the S hook, which makes total sense to me. And it looks like Samuel is going to go ahead and challenge Detrusor as well. And that is going to get Jason an extra 5 points. So Samuel earlier in the game earned 5 points for Zimbies. And Jason's going to get that back right here with Detrusor. So we got to give him an extra 5 points on the scoreboard, which is not insignificant given how close the game is.
Yep, that now puts Jason up by 19 instead of 14. Just for additional thing here, Reductor would have been the highest scoring play at the top of the board there, putting the D on the triple letter square, extra
Yes.
4 points. But then again, quite possible that Samuel might not have challenged it, and then Jason would actually only be 18 ahead instead of 19 ahead. But in this turn, looks like Samuel has at least some options here at the top of the board. I think maybe Ceili, Ceili, and Id scoring 39 looks pretty good here. He's got other options like Illicit or Lectin if he wants to play slightly longer. And yeah, it really depends on what Jason might pick out here. There's not many playable spots or high scoring spots on the board now, so it might be a little bit of defense added to that. But you can see that Jason picked out 3 A's and 2 H's, which and it might not be that bad because he has the ish hook for IS underneath seconds, and he has the O of impotent on the right side with putting your H or the W there. So actually, in this case, having the H or the W here actually isn't too bad. And with the C of Ceili playing there, he also has the CH hook as well. So the H is actually pretty good.
The H does look like a really nice tile here, especially, if you can see the game unfold from here. Sam, without a bingo, he's going to play something like Illicit, like you described, Austin. Looks like he's going to have a wealth of options here. This late in the game, in Samuel's shoes, he's going to be looking to keep just the right combination of letters for next turn. So looking into the remaining tiles from his POV, you see it on the upper right of your screen. You can see that if he's able to play Illicit, leaving an N, or Ceili, however you would say that, leaving NT, those are both pretty good leaves because they're very unlikely to duplicate. In the case of the N, there's no more N's for him to draw. He can't draw a duplicated N, and there's only one more T he can draw. So either of those plays look quite good. Whereas normally you might be really eager to keep your E for next turn. There's certainly plays like Licit. You could hold off the E if you wanted to, but there's really no reason to hoard your E with so many more. There's 4 E's left to come in the bag, so you can worry a little less about needing to keep it for next turn with such good odds of redrawing one. So these little nuances between plays, should he play Chaley, should he play Illicit, Insight, Lectin, Licit? There's so many options up there, and finding just the right one could actually make a big difference.
Yeah, and to add even more variation is that we need to worry about the Q now, because there's actually no real good spaces for the Q. There's one Q and one U left. And maybe keeping an I in this situation might be good if a play with the QI becomes available. There isn't really a spot for it right now as it's. I mean, if you take away the D from Detrusa from the equation, there's not really many places with the Q. So if you play a longer word, you're more likely to pick out the Q, and maybe that might be something he's thinking of here, playing Klein. Again, clearing up the Q spot. There's no Q spots available now, and he keeps an eye on his rack.
That is really good analysis. I was not really thinking about that Q, and you can sort of quickly scan over the board and say to yourself, where would I play a Q? Where would I play the word chi if I had that word on my rack? And the answer is it's going to be pretty tough, if not impossible, to do so. So keeping the I in the chances of maybe you can figure out a way to play it. Maybe you can draw an A, and there you do see that
There
Q.
we go. Called it.
Wow. And okay, and we're going to see haha be played here. This word, I think, means some kind of a plant as opposed to just the laughter, which that you would think it would mean. But either way, that's a whopping 40 points in that spot. I wonder, though, is there any merit to trying to keep an H here with that other ish spot, right? Like you could potentially play wah, the crying sound, WAAH, and keep one of your 2 H's for next turn, potentially with a really big 1-2 punch there. And there we do see that last S if Jason needs it. So there's a lot going on here.
Wah would have been a good play here to block the, make it at least more difficult to play the impotence hook. But now he has the S. He's actually slightly ahead. The other thing with haha is that it would block off any potential players with cat onto the T of impotent. So I think Jason's taking a little bit of a gamble there, blocking that last spot for the Q, the easy spot for the Q. You basically really need a U now to be able to play something on there, or be sure of impotence. So I mean, I think he just took the points and ran with it basically. But yeah, we're now going to be seeing if he actually needs to play off the ass. And in all fairness, he might not need to with Sam now holding the Q. He's going to be in a bit of trouble here. But he does have QIT on his rack. He could go and fish for the U for Quirt onto Rorid. That might be another option that he has now. And he could try and play off OF and Klein or something and see if he can, or Clift even, something like that.
Clift is nice because it sets a it sets a QI spot. That could be interesting.
Yeah, so a few options here, but you're going to have to be kind of thinking a little bit further ahead in terms of how to get rid of the Q. And actually, as we can see from Sam's point of view, both of the remaining I's are on Jason's rack. So he's not going to be picking out an I anymore. So he's going to have to, I mean, he doesn't know that, but he's going to have to try and go for that U. I think Quirt might be the easiest thing to do, but playing Loft somewhere or Coft, maybe COFT. But I think he would probably go with Clift anyway, just based on what you can see. But he's doing Alv here. He's going to keep himself good on the scoreboard at least, and have 2 shots to try and pick up that U.
That would be, I mean, I wonder if it would be amazing if Samuel was confident this whole time in the S hook of impotent, and he was playing that, expecting that Jason would not be confident of it. That would be an incredible sort of stroke of aggression on his part to set up an S hook that he expects himself to be a favorite to use. Unfortunately, with Jason having that S, that hope is not going to be realized here. So I do think that your suggestion, Austin, of trying to snag that last U and go for a really big quirt play through that R of Rorid, the scary thing about that is that if he does play quirt, it kind of activates Jason's willingness to pluralize impotent, right? Like
Yeah.
if Samuel goes up by enough points, he almost forces Jason to try that S hook if he wants to win. So he needs to be kind of careful how much he goes up by. But either way, we can see that Samuel has not drawn the U that he needs just yet, but it's still lurking in the bag to give him some hope.
Yeah, definitely. And also the fact that Jason, I mean, unbeknownst to him, he can still see that the queue is still unchecked on his tile tracking sheet. He doesn't really have many places to play the queue either. He now has the queue of LOS, I guess, underneath of. But if that gets blocked, then he might need to play QIS at impotence there as well if he can't get
True.
rid of it.
Yeah, that S does really unlock a lot of opportunities for him to play the Q if he were to draw it, that you just wouldn't really have without that S in hand. So Samuel is, learning that lesson right now. Without the S, the Q is proving extremely difficult to actually play. A lot is hinging for him on drawing that last U. Whereas if Jason draws the Q, he's in much better shape with that S in hand. But I'm wondering, so I really feel like all the good plays here pluralize impotent, but I don't expect that we're going to see that from Jason. I don't think he's going to take that risk with such a close game, realizing that if he's wrong, taking a 0 score here would be about the worst that he can do. So I don't know. It would be very surprising to me to see him try this S hook now. But is there any feeling that maybe it is dire enough if he can't find a good scoring play otherwise that he's going to go for it here, just feeling himself to be in more trouble than he is?
So to me, I don't think he should because I think that the more tiles you play here, the more chance you're going to get the Q anyway. So he could play Wig, setting up the S for Swig, which is what he is doing right now, which actually also blocks the Quirt or Choir spot that Sam could have done in that same spot with Rorid. But it leaves Jason at least with a chance to actually just bingo and hopefully, well, he actually doesn't draw so well there because we can see there are lots of A's and E's left. So that doesn't really help him too much. But it gives him another way to potentially win the game. And Samuel can't really do anything there. And again, he can't get rid of the Q. So as it stands, it looks like he is basically stuck with it until something favorable happens on this board.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to see. I mean, I guess there is now there is a potential bailout, although it doesn't really excite me. But there are a couple of A's unseen to Samuel. We know that they're both on Jason's rack, but he could try to set himself up to play Cat and Twig. That's now possible with an A draw. Again, it's not actually possible in this situation. So, given that, it is very difficult to see how he's going to get that Q off his rack and onto the board.
Yeah, so the thing is that there's only 3 tiles left in the bag. And with, well, the thing that I could think of is to play something like Colt, C-O-L-T, and Oof, which does empty the bag, gives him as many shots as possible to pick up the S or the U. He can play Quit and Twig, or Quite even, which will score over 40 points, which, in this position would be potentially a game-winning play.
Beautiful suggestion. And we know if he does that and he plays Lot, that looks like a
You play
bit
Quite underneath
of
it.
That's
Wow,
amazing.
that's amazing. You could play quite underneath. Oh, you can't play quite underneath actually. Where there's no more
Oh, right,
vowels.
I see. Um, but oh
Quite,
man,
quite doesn't
so
work
he
either.
he hasn't he hasn't committed this play yet. This would be if he's able to see that Colt forming oof would be a bunch more points, which again, look at the score. He's trailing by 7. He needs every point he can get. Colt would score 18 points. Lot in this positioning would score only 9. So that really matters here. And it looks like he is switching his
Oh, here we go.
play over to get a
A lot of
bunch more
points.
points. And now it's not really clear to me what's going to happen when he draws that U from the bag.
Oh, wait, what's happening here? Because he could play Quilt through that L and making Lot as well if he plays Colt, which would score 31. That's another option that would be available if Quite and Twig get blocked.
Wow.
So this is
I
a difficult play here. This is very pivotal.
Yeah, it is pivotal. It's going to definitely set him up for a really nice play hooking Twig. I do think that Jason is going to sort of see that and block it. Um, if he can, and I'm not sure what the other backup plan is for the queue, but Samuel, again, he has not committed this play. You can see his timer still running. He may yet pick this up and try something else. But if I'm Jason, you got to
Oh,
do
he
some
made the play.
bookkeeping. Oh, he has made the play. He has made the play. So Lot is Sam's play. He draws into a U for his Q, and he sets up an endgame now. Let's see. It's a 2-point margin. So here is the situation where if Jason needs to pull out that S hook now, he can do it, right? He can decide that blocking Twig is not good enough, and he can try to hook impotence here if he thinks there's no other way to win. I think there's very likely to be ways that he can win by blocking the good Q spot, hooking Twig here. Um, but man, this is tricky. It's worth noting also that Jason has a really good scoring play that doesn't necessarily hook impotent and might even win the game. I'm not sure, but it would be Arene through the J and M of Zimbies, making jam, orb, lay, and that's it. The overlaps in that spot.
Wow.
That scores 35 points, leaving AIS. It's not
Yeah.
even clear that he would need the S hook on impotence after that to win the game after quite.
Wow. Yeah. So that's 35. Quite would be like 10 points more or so. 44, I think.
Yeah, let's play it
So,
out.
oh,
Oh,
is he
is he
counting?
getting it? Looks like he's found it. So if
Yeah.
he plays Arene and Sam responds with quite, all he has to do, he'll only be down by 11 points and he'll hold AIS. So he should pretty easily be able to score that number of points without needing to risk the impotence hook. So that is
Yeah.
pretty huge here. It looks like he
What
spotted it.
he looks like he's going to play Arena instead, which then means he doesn't have an outplay with Impotence because you have EIS instead of AIS.
Right,
So
but
that's the slight
that might
nuance
not
here.
even matter. That might not even
Yeah.
matter to him because he just isn't willing to try that in either case. So,
Yeah.
yeah,
I mean,
very
Samuel will keep
interesting.
CG. So any outplay for Jason in that spot would actually be enough.
Wow, great spot. Um, so it's ultimately that giant S hook is not going to be necessary for Jason, and it looks like he has spotted the play that's going to secure him a win without needing to risk it. Um, so wow, crazy end of this game down the stretch, Austin. I feel like if Samuel had gotten that U onto his rack, maybe one, certainly 2 turns earlier, but
Yeah.
a little bit earlier, we might be in a different situation here. But he had to struggle through that queue for so long. Without it, this kind of a case study in why tournament Scrabble players are so anti-Q, right? It's such a hindrance on so many different types of boards in a way that very few other tiles are so consistently. So if you're a newer Scrabble player and you're saying, well, the Q score is 10, it's got to be really good. Well, as you continue your journey into more and more experience as a Scrabble player, you're going to start to experience things like this where the Q just gets in the way and really costs you the game.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, sometimes like this, where I kind of mentioned it with the queue, when Klein was being played, I could see something happening at that point. There's like arenas being played. And yeah, I mean, even the slight nuance of playing Colt or Lot, that might have been a factor in this turn, because instead of being 11 points ahead after, well, I think after Quite, which is what Samuel would play next, um, Samuel would actually be 20 points ahead, keeping EG, and IES might not score quite enough points to win the game. So something like that, if he played Colt, might have changed the decision making of Arena on this turn. So even something it's just so close.
Yeah, so definitely the right play here by Samuel to play off his cue for 44 points. Well done by him to spot the possibility of being able to play his cue when it seemed kind of like a threat that maybe he wouldn't be able to at all. But he's only up by 11 points, and there are definitely simple outplays that Jason can make that will score more than that without needing to risk the hook. So very nicely done by Jason here. Of course, he's going to be disappointed to learn that Impotent does take an S, but frankly, in his shoes, I would have been mortified to try that hook unless I absolutely had to, and he showed that he did not have to in order to secure the win.
Yeah, and what you'll be at the end more mortified if you play it and it's not a word. You look like a
Absolutely.
fool.
Yes.
But yeah, Weir's has come down, the highest scoring outplay possible here. So that's 18 points. So it looks like,
18.
yeah, Jason wins by 13 points in the end.
Man, that was pretty impressive. What a game. And this, again, between two players who are not among the absolute top seeds in this field. For anybody coming over from my latest YouTube video, Adam Logan, the star of the show, the top seeded player in the field, is coming up next in our next game here. But this was an incredible game that just shows that the depth of this field is really impressive. So just want to do a little plug here. Again, the live stream here brought to you by Let's Play Scrabble. You can visit letsplayscrabble.com to learn more about the world of competitive Scrabble. And if you're enjoying this stream, which we certainly hope you are, want to see more coverage like this, one great way to support is to like this video and subscribe to this YouTube channel. Definitely trying to do some big things in the world of Scrabble here. A lot of us now, Austin, are doing a lot of great stuff. You yourself are streaming a lot on Twitch at your channel as well.
Yeah, so I stream every Tuesday and every Thursday night in the US. So it's on my Twitch channel, as you can see below, Ostinio9, so just twitch.tv/Ostinio9. And I play games against the bots on Wiggles.io. And I also do some anagram racing as well, so against the chat. So that's what I do at this moment in time. And I do lots of other stuff as well, playing other random games or against the viewers. So if you want to see more of that or want to be involved, then go ahead and follow my Twitch channel, and hope to see you there.
Yeah, and because Austin is too humble to do it himself, I'm going to say that Austin is potentially the only person in the world to hold United States, US, and UK championships in the world of Scrabble. So the privilege of getting to watch somebody like that play at such a stunningly high level with like just chatting with the viewers, not really, it's no sweat to Austin to play extremely well. It is quite a trip to watch him on Twitch, so definitely encourage a follow for him there. So again, though, our next round matchup is going to be between Adam Logan and Jason Keller, depending on Jason's result in his previous round. He may still be the top dog in the standings, but either way, that is really a marquee matchup. If you were sort of cherry picking which matchups you'd most like to see between the strongest, best players in the field, this would be right up there for me, Austin.
Yeah, definitely. Are they the two? Well, they're one of the two highest rated players in the division, and it actually does look like Jason Keller lost his game against Daniel Blake. So another Jason that we haven't mentioned yet today, Jason Brosma, is now into first position, 10-2. They're both 10-2 right now. There's about 85-point spread between them. And then you have Josh Castellano, 8-3, who has the game is not finished there. And then Matthew O'Connor, who's 8-4, who just won his last game. And then we have Adam Logan, who's also an 8-4, slightly lower spread, just being Terry Kang. So things are kind of getting closer and closer in the standings right now.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's still, like we were saying at the outset of the broadcast, we are just past the halfway point at this tournament. So from experience, Austin, you might have been playing, a full day yesterday, a half day on Friday. The fatigue is setting in, and yet you're only halfway through the event. So the players that can best manage that energy level are going to set themselves up very well. Ideally, if you can make it sort of a less taxing experience to play kind of a normal game of Scrabble, then you're going to get through these tournaments a little bit better off than if you're really putting a ton of mental effort into each and every game. In part, that's kind of why Scrabble players at this level are studying their words as prep for the tournament. You want to make it as easy as possible to do those sort of core tasks of the game of Scrabble, because you're going to have to play 20 plus games in a big regional event of this nature.
Yeah, definitely. Again, it's kind of the thing of like, if you can come up with the answers fastest, then you don't have to think for so long. But like, especially in the UK, there's actually some tournaments that were like 24-hour long tournaments. So basically from midday, from Saturday to midday on Sunday, which I've played in a few times. And you get like a round robin kind of tournament of like, so it's basically 27 games long, and you get after every 9 games, there's one break in between for an hour. You can just go lie down or something. So those are the kind of like, when you get really into it like that, then it's kind of like, okay, I have to really just conserve as much energy as possible, and then you're just seeing stars after a while if you're going too far into it.
That's
Yeah.
amazing to me. That
Yeah.
that much Scrabble in a day. I mean, I've played 10. I think the most I've ever played in a day is 10 games. And I think the sensation that best describes what that's like is it literally feels like my head, my brain is a degree or two warmer than usual. It feels like my head is overheated. Quite literally.
Yeah.
That's the sensation that I get in those
Now
scenarios.
that was
So
Alchemist Cup, right?
absolutely. Yeah, that
Yeah.
was halfway around the world too. So, yeah, so these things can be quite the test of stamina. Question in the chat: why are they using the Collins Lexicon? I think in the United States there is kind of a group of players, growing group of players. I would say still not the majority, but a bunch of players who do feel like playing with the world standard is important to them. For me personally, I do relish the idea of playing top players from the UK, from Australia, from Nigeria, from Thailand, Pakistan, Singapore, all these other places that do use the Collins standard. But at the same time, I do not have any problem going back using the North American Standard Dictionary as well. It's just it is what it is. It's one of these tricky situations that it's kind of intractable. But
Well, Will is one of the few people who can actually play between both dictionaries and have no problems whatsoever. So he's kind of the exception to to that. You can just switch between one and the other, even if it's like within the game. You can just move. He'll know which one's which is kind of superhuman to me. To me, I mean, like, how is that even possible? And especially with more dictionary changes coming up soon, that's going to be scrambling your brain even more. So yeah, I don't know how you're going to do that.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I still have that ability. We'll see when it starts to wane. But either way, it seems like our next game is set. And again, for those coming over from my channel, it'll be a familiar face in the form of Adam Logan, one of the truly best players in the world. And as I mentioned in my video, Adam is really one of the few players that has any argument, in my opinion, to be considered as the second best player in the world outside of Nigel Richards, who, of course, is our established top player in the world. Austin, I would probably vote for David Eldar as my second best player in the world, but Adam is right up there.
Yeah, definitely. He's definitely in there with the shout with the shout. Obviously players like him and Elder and Wellington, they're all one of the best players in the world and have consistently been winning tournaments or high level tournaments for a very long time. So they've definitely created a great resume amongst amongst them. But Adam's here competing right now, and he has a chance to win something else. Let's see if he can do it.
Yeah, I always get a feeling, both players really, this is not to sell Jason short. Jason is a phenomenal player in his own right. You can see he's doing extremely well in this tournament and has a very strong record in both domestic and international play. But Adam really is at that upper stratosphere. I really expect we're going to see an excellent game here as Jason starts off with Kobo. That seems like a reasonable choice. There was some possibility of maybe he could tack his S on and get a bunch more points by putting the K on the double letter score. But I think this is pretty reasonable. Looks very defensive, too, to avoid placing any vowels next to the double letter score. So I do like that for him here.
Yep, looks very good. He has the S as well, so can hook onto it. And yeah, Adam has the X, which is again for say the newer watches or more beginner watches is a reason why we don't put the vowels next to the double letter squares, because if you scooted it one to the left, one to the right, you'd have ox and could make a whole bunch of points, a 40-point play underneath. And this is why you play the consonants above or below the doubles if possible.
Yeah, that's kind of just best practice in general on your opening move. You can see that really the case in point is it's right here in this game, right? Putting an O under, or rather above, the double letter scores would really allow Adam to score way more points with his X. It's tiles like the X that cause you to be so risk averse by putting those vowels next to the scoring squares, because that 8-point value of the X just multiplies so much more when you can use it on a bonus square, which you cannot after Kobo.
Yep, exactly. And you can see that Adam is either considering between Orixa, which goes KO, OR, and so on, or you could play Ixora in the same spot as well. I guess they're really the only things are that you'd have to consider is maybe OX on the second O could give away Oxy. There's only 2 wides in the bag, so not really such a big problem. And putting the OR there would give away a whole bunch of other hooks potentially. But there's a lot of things that you can do underneath both of those words as well, which would rack up the scores from the K, the B, and the X. So really, depending on what he thinks is potentially best here. But I think it's going to be very close in terms of what he thinks is best here.
Yeah, it's a really good point. There's little tiny nuances, differences between the two anagrams, the same exact letters. Ixora, if you're familiar with the North American lexicon, that word might be familiar to you. Orixa, an anagram that is valid in the Collins lexicon. Adam is going to be evaluating those tiny, tiny nuances. I really feel like that's one of his, calling cards as a player, is that he is so attuned to even the most minute nuances between plays in a way that very, very few other players are.
Yeah, and Orixa are definitely more defensive, as Rob Rabinski in the chat has said. So the KO doesn't have a hook above it, and also BI only has the O available above it as well, when there's already been 3 O's, well, would be 3 O's on the board already, whereas KI would give away ski, and BO, you can have the O. I guess it's just the O again, really, in that spot. But it's a very slight nuance. There's not too much in it, but I think I would probably play Orixa here, just because it's a bit more, slightly more difficult to kind of overlap or underlap that word.
Also, if you really want to go super granular,
All right, go for it.
there's no way that Jason had a Y, because he would play bookie if he had a Y instead of Kobo for sure. So we
That is
know
true.
that three out of Jason's 7 tiles are not the Y, and you can see now that Orixa has been played, that Oxy spot is going to score quite well. So now Adam has slightly more chance of, maybe a tiny extra odds of drawing a Y before Jason. Again, these are the most minute possible details here. And I do think that the board control considerations that you mentioned, the difference between ski and not offering that hook, are more salient here. But either way, you could break down. It's hard enough to identify all of your options, to actually find the words on your rack. Picking between them is this whole other world, right? Like, I think most people assume that Scrabble consists primarily of finding the words that are available on your rack, but the nuances between picking between them go so deep, and really the combination of those things is what makes Scrabble so special. So
Exactly, yes. I mean, as these top players are here, they pretty much know every word in the dictionary. But there you can see that, for example, like right now, Jason has immediately spelled out cog, which would play above, but I would play a go underneath, which I think has scored around the same number of points. Um, and keeping a much better leave in terms of keeping the C in a better constant to vowel ratio instead of what he has now, because you would have seen, for example, in the last game at the end where Jason Obika had a lot of vowels and then he picked out the A and the E and then which would have added to all the vowels that he had. He could easily do that again here. And with a go, definitely much more defensive because there's no hooks for Oxo or, well, you can't put the S on Aura, I think. So it would leave his S as a much better leave here with Orixas. It would actually be a lot more useful. And then Adam actually can't really do anything.
yeah, whereas now he can just play AMA underneath, hooking Koa, Korm, and
Oh,
Obia.
yeah.
So a very, really helpful play. I think Adam is going to spot that relatively quickly. And that would get rid of 2 of his 3 A's, which is really the most pressing problem on his rack right now. So definitely like that play for him. I don't expect it will take him too much longer to identify it.
Yeah, I don't think so either. There's really not many. It doesn't have an ass, so it does kind of make things a lot easier to decide. It's either whether it's going to play Amma or Lama, I guess.
Yeah,
But
that's true. You have to worry, I
either way,
guess, about different hooks on Amma. I think he's likely to keep his L just because if Jason has to open the board in some way, having a more balanced leave would allow Adam to potentially pounce a little bit more effectively. For example, you could imagine after this,
oh
that is very surprising.
yeah,
That
that is surprising.
that's potentially a miss. I don't know. I mean, this is a more aggressive opening by far, but that's surprising. That doesn't jive with my general feeling of Adam's play style. I feel like normally he would play this a little more defensively, but maybe he's feeling sensitive to the fact that he doesn't actually have an S on his rack, and that keeping the board so tight without an S, maybe that is not what he wants, and wants to open it now while he has a decent opportunity to do so with a good bingo leave. I think that might have been a miss, Austin.
I think so too. And again, if you played Amma the other way, then the most difficult or the most dangerous hook would be the K, which is already on the board anyway. So yeah, this is a miss, and this actually gives away a lot of points. I know the X is already on the board, but you can always play something underlapping that with the S or the N for Koa or Koas or Cone, which would score, or even the P as well, Coap. But it looks like, yeah, Adam just drew the N to go underneath there, but I don't think that spot's gonna. It might even, well, it might stay there actually if he plays Save and Orixas, but yeah, that definitely is a bit of a miss for me.
So yeah, it looks like save is the play quickly for Jason
Hmm.
here. I didn't really have a chance to dive in and assess other options that he may have had, which I'm sure there were a bunch, right? I like at minimum, he could have played the same letters underneath Amma and
Yeah.
continuing to make a board that is extremely restricted and extremely good for his other S.
Yeah, he could
So
have.
I
Yeah, he could
think
have played. Yeah, vase or
that
vise.
looks,
Yeah.
yeah, VAES, either one of those underneath Amma looks just lethal to the board and would make a really difficult situation for Adam, again, not holding an S in hand. So
Yeah.
tough
Yeah.
one.
Again, yeah, I think it might have been played a little bit too fast. I think vase or vise slightly better. Vise obviously gives the I hook for Ivies as well, which maybe he might not want to do if he wants to do that, but he played Amma instead of Ami if maybe he thought might have had another I. So looks like Alan is being lined up here.
Yeah, that would be
Trying to
with
move
Cohen,
Amma.
as you noted, Austin, that N hook, which he was able to draw. So
Yeah, Tana is also, or Lana, I guess, also underneath Koa is also an option. But there's a lot of hooks that go and with Alan to hit that triple though. So it's a matter of figuring out what the most dangerous or least dangerous option is here.
yeah, it's a good point. And going back to that save move for Jason, if you are worried about the I hook on VIES for Ivies, you could, I mean, that's where playing VAES does a little bit better. There's no possible hook on that. And you still keep a pretty good bingo leave in SIE. So I'm liking that positionally for sure. It makes your other S really, really strong. That being said, still a solid scoring play for Jason here. The thing I worry about with save is that it takes so many hooks, not just
Yeah.
the obvious between R and D. It also takes a Y. And it's, there's a lot of possibilities there. Of course, Adam does not have any of those hooks. And it looks like he's, to your point, Austin, the hooks on Allen. It looks like he's getting ready to play Elaine. Oh, he's going even further. It looks like he's going to play Lanate.
Wow.
Okay. So no, so Adam is basically saying here, I don't really care about keeping a good bingo leave. It doesn't really matter to me yet because I don't have an S and I don't have any hooks to save. So there's really no point in keeping a good bingo leave. That being said, I don't know. That I guess that instinct kind of makes sense to me. What do you think, Austin?
Yeah, I mean, it does make sense. He's trying to go and delve into the bag here for the hooks for save, I guess, or maybe going for one of those S's, which probably not really going to achieve if he plays a shorter word. But I think he's just basically just going for it here, and he did pick out an R at the very least. So I do kind of understand that. I mean, if you're going to play something like Lana, I mean, do you just play the TE as well? I mean, you could. You can make an argument for doing that. Definitely possible. But yeah, I don't think it's a terrible play or a bad play. I think it's still pretty good.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think there's a lot of merit to this. It's easy. I mean, Lanate scores more points than any of the other options. It looks like Jason is going to exchange here. That's kind of surprising. He's got some good points on offer here if he wanted to play QIS. Couple other choices that he had. So I'm a little surprised to see the exchange, but I get it. He's trying to get a bingo with that S as soon as he can. And
Hmm.
boy, has he not done so, but Fledgy and saved is
Yeah.
potentially a really strong play for him if it stays open.
Yeah, it's likely that those spots might get used though, because there's not really. I mean, Adam can't really use the top part of the board, so he's going to have to play down from the A of Lanate, or maybe to the left of Lanate underneath it, or maybe Saver in some way. But yeah, very surprising play that Jason exchanged there. I felt like there were at least decent scoring plays, playable. I mean, you're keeping the E and the S, which is always good, but I feel like scoring some points in this case would have been slightly better here.
So yeah, you can see Jason has set up Fledgy, and I just don't really see any great candidate plays for Adam that are going to block that spot. And again, he has an R for Saver now, but I don't know if that's enough to get me to feel really good about small fishing plays. I just am not 100% sure what he should do. I mean, is he going to consider something like a tire and saver, even though that completely blows up the rack? That's pretty much his only defense against a play like Fledgy here. But I just wonder, I wouldn't really feel great about a short play keeping good bingo tiles here because the board is not really good for it, especially when you expect that Jason's going to use the save hook next turn. This is tough.
Yeah,
This is very, very positional.
it is. Yeah, and again, not having the ass or any hooks for Amma comes in with a bit of a problem for Adam here. And you can see he's not. I mean, generally, Adam is not a slow player, but he's already burned through 10 minutes of his time, and we haven't got through many moves yet. So this is definitely kind of a weird situation that I don't think many people would normally associate with Adam, is to play kind of slowly. He's kind of having to generate through a lot of different moves that are all kind of very similar, and it's taking him a bit more time to kind of pinpoint the best play here. But another option that he could play if he really wants to go for a bingo here is to play Ubit. So putting an I in between the I and the T of Orixas and Lanate, Obiit, keeps a tire, and he could actually bingo quite a fair number of times after that. But we know that Jason's going to play there in that spot.
Yeah, I mean, when Jason plays Fledgy in that spot, it's definitely possible that Adam will draw a 7-letter word ending in a vowel to respond, right? So if he draws an E, for example, Jason will play Fledgy, and then Adam could play Iterate or something like that. So it could be a decent exchange, although, again, pretty much any of Adam's bingos aren't going to score super well.
Cool.
Wow. Okay. So a much more aggressive. So Austin, you suggested playing that I in between Obi and the T on the board, but Adam has taken way fewer points in order to set up a much stronger bingo line. And he's drawn a U, which is very unfortunate. Not what he hopes to see here.
No, this is definitely not. This is not the one, really. But yeah, definitely a very good thinking here, because he knew that the save hook would probably get used or get blocked, so he needed another spot to open up with, which I think, I mean, if you kind of run it again, maybe 4 or 5 times, he would hit something. Just unfortunate to pick up the U here. But yeah, in terms of what he's got to do next, like, there's really not many places. You could play UT and Alt, for example. I mean, are there any other higher scoring plays available? Like, there's not really that much. You could play UT underneath the Y, but that opens up the triple.
That is scary. Yeah, very scary to play under there.
Yeah, so he might want to do UT and Alt here, or something like that, to at least open up another decent spot on the other side of the board.
Yep, that makes sense. And we've already seen that Adam is comfortable in this particular position, sacrificing some points in order to make a good bingo line. That being said, he now has one after his play of AI on the previous turn. He may be less inclined to sacrifice a bunch of points this turn with a good line already available that does not require an S, right? So AI, just for the record, it hooks an R. We know that word, air. We all breathe it. It also hooks a T and even an A on Adam's rack, and among other things, plenty of other things he can draw. It could hook a D, an M, L, so a ton of hooks there. The nice thing about it also is that it's not that easy to score in that spot. It's much easier to play a bingo than it is to score. So unless Jason bingos himself, Adam is pretty likely to still have that lane open. So I would be less inclined in Adam's shoes to sacrifice a ton of points here to set up a new lane. I might try to balance it a little bit, score a decent number of points. And maybe he's getting ready to play taut under Lanate. That seems like it scores decently, but it takes him a little bit further away from having a bingo here.
Yeah, it's definitely possible, but we're also thinking about what the next possible chances are or places that Jason could play. And I think underneath Lanate is really the main spot that he can really do anything, unless he has a bingo, of course. and you can see that he could have played whirl and all in that same spot. So that kind of makes things a little bit more difficult for Jason to at least score easy points in that spot. But he has maybe he has some other spaces, other things down there like whim underneath there as well. So he could just do that. I don't think he can do anything with alum though, but he has at least a way to get rid of those big tiles. Whilst Adam is still, unfortunately,
Well,
still got some bad.
he has erudite at least.
Oh yeah, he still can play something there. Okay. Oh, he has different. That's a good space. Okay, he's fine.
So this is going to show the value of Adam's play of AI, right? Because now he has 2 spots to play erudite, one underneath the F of Fledgy, making Fey, and then the other making AIT with AI there. So he has 2 different spots, one horizontal at the base of the board, one down on the right side of the board. He will be bingoing on his next turn, finally, and then from there, we'll just see what Adam is able to draw. As Whim looks like it's going to block one of the 2 spots and make Adam's life a little easier, at least as far as picking where he needs to play next turn.
Yeah, and as I said earlier, that Adam has already burned through almost 15 minutes of the time. Right, he's going to play this straight away. He has to, because there's no other option available.
Yeah, that's so funny because I'm talking up how fast of a player he is, and he normally is. Like in my experience, he plays lightning fast, but you can see it's Jason who is pushing Adam into an uncomfortable situation on his clock here. I'm not sure that Adam took 8 minutes or something on any of his moves as he did in a game against me, but that this is still a situation that Adam needs to manage that clock. That being said, I can't really think of anybody better suited to be able to do it than Adam. So we'll just have to see what he draws. Ooh, some good stuff coming out for him.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, Jason doesn't really have any vowels, so he can't really make use of that erudite spot or the triples at all. But yeah, only what he can do here, he doesn't have very many options whatsoever, unless he wants to burn off that ass. So I can see something like Balus, which is 20 points and whims. So just playing the B above Alu and then the S underneath it. Or you could play Sab as well, which scores slightly more with Kobos and Bait. Just to at least score some points on this turn, and hopefully he'll be able to pick out some of the vowels that are still lurking in the bag.
Yeah, for sure. Adam with that Z and S, I mean, those are very, very strong tiles. It seems certain that he's going to score something nice on his next turn, and he can certainly bank on either having a play in that upper right corner. I don't know how far he can extend to go down the tiles of erudite because the Z is going to be difficult to overlap there, but through the W of whim he could play Zowie for a very large score. So there's definitely going to be some stuff available for Adam to score very well and sort of surge into the lead here. And it looks like Jason may be exchanging again.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like he's really going to go for that bingo. I mean, that hook for Cog looks like it might stay open for a bit longer. And as you said, Zowie is an option, and maybe Suzine onto the top right triple is also an option. Jason looks like he's going to bingo on the next move, no matter what. So yeah, it looks like it's want to see a couple of at least high scoring what's here.
Maybe just Wiz is fine, because even though Wiz would score fewer points and leave 2 N's on Adam's rack, he wouldn't be using up an N. He also wouldn't be using up an N for Zowie either, and he keeps much better balance on his rack. The leave after Wiz in that lower left corner of Neons will actually become a bingo a fair amount of the time, especially if he's just able to pick like one. And he does end up playing Zowie. So he goes for the extra 9 points. Let's see if he can draw some vowels that will give him that flexibility after, as you said, Austin, Jason for sure is going to bingo next turn.
Yeah, interesting, because I know that Adam's playing a bit faster, and sometimes I've played him in the past where he goes like, I'm asking him like, what would you have done in this case? And sometimes he tells me, he told me once that he would like to keep some vowels as like insurance. So this actually kind of goes against completely what he just said there. he went with Zowie blowing all the vowels. He doesn't pick up any vowel. Oh, well, he only picked out an A. And Eductors has come down onto that E of Zowie for how much is that? 89 points. So Jason's going to go ahead by 20 now, and looks like Adam is going to struggle a little bit longer with what he has on his rack.
Yeah, another N coming onto Adam's rack when he already had two. That is not what he wanted to see. Additionally, only one vowel out of his four draws out of the bag after Zowie. So not the ideal draw for Adam. But the nice thing from his point of view is that even after Jason's 89-point bingo, he's still only down by 20 points, very much in this game. It feels like Jason has had the upper hand for most of this game, except the only saving grace, those two exchanges that Jason had, is really the only reason that this game is still kind of close. Otherwise, Jason's definitely had some of the bigger plays in this game.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, this is going to be a bit of a trouble for Adam here. He's going to play Nans on the right side of the board. So yeah, he's going to get rid of two of those N's that he has on his rack, and keep, I guess, say not optimal lead, but probably the best lead he can make. Maybe the equity play here, probably. Though he's getting rid of the S as well, which is interesting, because that S hook for Cog might actually be useful here. But it looks like Jason is going to play Juvie on
yeah,
EV.
That's going to be a big one. Juvie in that top corner, scoring 50 points with Adam not having such a great rejoinder. And yeah, that S, man, I get using it because it does score a bunch extra. And the reason that he's using it is not just for the points, it's because leaving 3 consonants on his rack it makes the S a little bit less useful compared to having vowels, right? So the idea of using that S is you get some more points and you get more cracks at potentially drawing vowels. At the same time, that cogs hook, in addition, I don't think I've mentioned the AMA also takes an S for Sama as well. So there's definitely, the S is so strong here because if you're able to draw something good, a bingo ending in S, it's going to play in 2 spots and be essentially impossible to block. So getting rid of it could come back to hurt Adam here.
Yes, definitely. And yeah, keeping the S is definitely a consideration, but I think he got rid of it just to try and go for more of those vowels. But yeah, here, not quite sure what's happening here. I think Juvie looks like the play, but we're just waiting to see if Jason is going to play it. Looks like he is now.
He is. That's a great play. Great play by Jason. Definitely the right play for him. And note, too, that Jason has the last S now. So he is in great position with that valuable tile. Adam used his S in an effort to draw more vowels, which looks like it did not succeed. Now he's in a really difficult situation. And not only that, it is worth noting that AMA takes a G hook. Gamma is a word. So that is pretty important for him in order to get a bingo down here. So maybe, just maybe, he can play off his Y and W somewhere and hope to draw an ING bingo hooking Gamma. That's definitely going to be his best hope here going forward.
Yeah, looks like he definitely has more options with that. And also, don't forget that there's extra hooks in Collins with the Z of Zowie. There's of course with the A, but you can also put the E and the O in that spot. So there's another bingo lane there available as well. But obviously, you would need some of those tiles to start with. He doesn't have any of them, but there's plenty of those available in the unseen pool.
Yeah. So this is going to be a tricky situation for Adam. He's looking at the scoreboard, getting a little bit further away. I don't really know that he has any other choice. I guess he could play I don't know if this makes any sense at all, but he could play Whiting, WYTING, and Gamma right now. Maybe he would do that to try to get his hands on the last S. We know that Jason has it, but Adam can't know that.
or blank.
I think he should for sure try to bingo with an ing word, but I don't really know what play looks great. Is it worth just plopping the W down? Probably not. That Y is going to get in the way a
Hmm.
lot.
Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, I mean, if you keep the Y or the W, I think you're going to be bingoing very often with a constant pickup. So I think you need to get rid of the Y and the W, and as you said, way or U onto that E or fledgy. Does open up the triple again. And we know that Jason has that. You can play Shine or something like that
Yeah,
to
Shine's going to
score a
hit
lot.
so hard.
And then Adam will be forced to go for the bingo anyway because he would be, well, he's 41 behind now, so he will probably be about 70 behind or maybe 80 behind after that exchange if that happens.
Yeah, that's going to be tough. So it looks like Adam, based on the way his tiles are set up, and you can see his clock
Yeah.
is really, this is totally contradicting my claims about Adam being lightning fast player. But I mean, I feel like Scrabble is like this, right? I mean, you can essentially, if Adam needed to play you or way through the E of Fledgy, immediately, he would have done it. I think he's just trying to evaluate even the most microscopic nuances of every option. So there are ways to play Scrabble where you can kind of gloss over all of that stuff. And I think Adam is tremendously good at that, but he is deciding to play in a much more deliberate way as he considers every last option on the board. Still, I will admit that this does fly in the face of what I think Adam to be, which is very, very fast as a player. But Austin, I think there's always an opportunity, even for fast players, to slow down and consider stuff as deeply as possible when the situation warrants.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, he's definitely he definitely has a lot of time on his clock most often. But again, when there's option where things like this, where lots of moves in one game, where things could open up something or things might not open up something, and you're getting rid of this tile instead of that tile, and there's just so few nuances. You're going to evaluate everything as deeply as possible. It will just burn more time and it looks like he's spent about 4 minutes on this move already. He's actually used about half of his time from the start of this move on this move alone, and there's still 19 tiles in the bag. He needs to just speed up a little bit here, I think, and save some time down the stretch because with the score so close, he might be in a very close end game as well, which would need even more time. Um, but yeah, he's got 4 minutes and 13 seconds left, and he drew an E and a blank.
Oh,
Wow, that's such a
okay.
perfect combination.
So here, when you say that, but actually, I think the perfect combination would
Oh,
have been for him to not draw the blank there. I actually feel like that hurts his winning chances to draw the blank for the reason being he was already so close to bingoing. And wow, that's really surprising by Jason. But I
wow, it's just an
admit
effort.
this does make sense for Jason to keep that S because it's so strong, but I worry that he's leaving some points on the board that he might regret. But either way, Neb makes some sense if that's what he's going to play. But to continue my point, because Adam was so close to bingoing with those nice tiles, I think the best thing for him would have been to draw an E and then some other letter that not the blank, bingo with gamma, and then draw the blank out of the bag. That was his best chance to win. As it is now, Jason's going to score a lot of points and then he's likely to score even an average score on his next turn is going to put him up by a lot again. So it's going to require a very good draw for Adam if he's going to keep pace in this game. Maybe Jason will draw the Q. Maybe Adam will draw perfectly, a perfect natural bingo that fits somewhere else on the board. But I actually feel like for me, of course, you're happy to see the blank. But in this particular case, if I'm Adam, I might not have wanted to see it. Does that make any sense, Austin?
It does make sense. I mean, at the same time, we're looking at it with the full view of both the racks. He might want to see the blank because at least that means that Jason doesn't have it. So in
True.
that, I mean, in a perfect world, yes, I would agree with what you say. And Jason just picked out probably unfavorably here with not many vowels, which actually okay, so it looks like Adam's playing integer onto
Oh,
the space
nice.
where Jason was going to play neb. I think maybe he would have been slightly worried about the S hook for neb and sneb as well, maybe giving away more things there. But integer doesn't open up too much. He's leaving the another space open for Amma, I guess, if there's anything with Llama. But now the scores are pretty much even, and Adam only has 3 minutes to go. And this also potentially gives the spot for the Q.
That's true. Yeah, this could be a spot for Chi. Of course, from Adam's POV, he can't know this. The Q does not have, he can't actually draw an I to pair it with. Oh, and there it
Yeah.
is, the last letter on his rack, the
Oh,
Q. Um, but I wonder, is there anything he can draw by just plopping the Q down? Probably not, because he doesn't, it would have to probably end in an L if it's going to play with Amma. Maybe there's some stuff with like the E of integer or some other letters of integer, but that Q was rough. If Jason happened to have that Q without an I, that could be another realistic pathway for Adam to win. That being said, a Q with an I would simply lead to Chi alongside integer for 40 odd points, and that would be very difficult for him to manage. So tough. I don't know. I mean, there were a lot of bingos available on the integer turn. I kind of like the general idea of integer not offering very easy counterplay to the triple by placing that I up there. It's very difficult to end 6-letter words in an I. So you avoid Jason being able to play something heavy to the triple word score in the center of the board. But maybe Adam did that on purpose in order to try and pluck Chi from the bag.
it's possible. And also that there were 12 tiles in the bag at that point. Is that right? So it's quite likely that he would have picked up the Q. Jason would have probably played the Q if he played Shine. So he's probably thinking that the Q is still in the bag. I need to give myself the best chance of at least playing the Q and not losing it, stuck with it by picking that right now. So we could play that now. And also another good thing is that it actually makes his decision very easy for this next turn and save more time for the end game. He can just play FQI. And again, don't forget, there is still another bingo lane next to the Z of Zowie. So he could play something there if he gets another shot at fishing again after the Q.
Very true. That's there, still lurking, and it's going to be very difficult to block that spot while not offering anything back in return. This actually is not the easiest move for Jason either. I feel like with only the one vowel, his scoring options are going to be hugely restricted. There are 5 tiles in the bag, so if he plays too many tiles, he has to worry a little bit about Adam having a good end game. And I think most of all, he has to worry hugely about drawing the Q. And I feel like Jason's going to see that if he holds on to his I, that will allow him to score extremely well with the Q alongside integer, as we've been talking about. But how do you even score any number of points here, Austin, without using that last vowel on his rack, which happens to
Yeah,
be the
it's,
final I?
yeah, it's basically impossible here. And especially you're 3 points behind. This is a close game here. He's looking at the pool, and it's actually, I mean, if you kind of take away the Q, it's actually not that bad. It's actually pretty good. Like he could potentially bingo again from Jason's point of view. And there's 6 tiles, 5 tiles in the bag now. So
Yep.
an option that was said in chat is fiber onto the E of integer, which doesn't score that much, keeps one in the bag. But another option here is to play filter, Filtre, onto that E of integer, scoring a lot more, 24 points. It does empty the bag, and it does score a lot more, though. It scores 24 points. Again, possible that Adam could have just picked up the Q right there and then, and you'd pick out some good tiles and probably just win that way. But crucially, the I of filter would actually put it next to another double letter square, and kind of makes it a little bit more difficult for Adam to play something. But he could just play something through the N of integer and block both of them at the same time.
That's true. Yeah, a play to that N of integer would block So the play we're discussing, a weird, archaic, I guess, spelling of filter, Filtre, into the blank E of integer. So that would have the merit of placing the F on the double letter score and the entire word on a double word score, scoring 24 points, which doesn't seem like it's that much, but on this board and with Jason's rack, it is among the highest scoring plays, potentially the second highest scoring play he has, as opposed to just if in the lower right corner with yin. That would score a few more points, but it would leave 5 consonants. So it would be really scary and also Adam would just be able to dump his cue and score a similar number of points and probably have a few draws that he can hit somewhere or other. But yeah, this is actually a very difficult decision for Jason. I wouldn't call it a lock that I'm not sure I would even see filter with that weird spelling into the E of integer here as a candidate option, let alone be able to evaluate it as my best option here. So he may have to settle for something like fiber, as was mentioned in chat. Maybe he'll even just go for the maximum number of points possible and play if in the lower corner. That feels scary, really scary to me, but it's 27 points, which you can't sneeze at here.
Would you even be more scared if you just play BI at the top?
Yes.
Just drop the cue and be like, "Yep, I'm just going to take this out. Like I know that you have the
Oh
cue."
man.
And then
Is
leave
there,
the tiles in the bag and just see what he does next.
you could, I mean, at some point with your clock dwindling, there are definitely situations where eventually you have to kind of make plays like that from time to time that you haven't evaluated every single nuance as deeply as possible, but you're just trying to make a play that at least wins some of the time, right? So,
Yeah, yeah,
uh,
exactly.
and looks like fib is potentially the play here.
Ooh.
Interesting idea. This is the rationale behind that makes some sense to me in the sense of it blocks a couple of the bingo lanes that are still left on the board. He may be a little worried about Adam bingoing to the Z of Zowie, as you've mentioned a couple times, Austin. It also blocks those outside chance of things hooking Amma to make Llama or something else. That might be what Jason's thinking here. It's interesting because that is potentially going to get reparalleled for a pretty big score, but Adam would not be able to use his cue while doing it.
Yeah, and both of the P's are still in the bag as well, which would go well with fib. But the problem with that is that Jason doesn't have any vowels to go with it, so he's going to have to pick up. Well, there's only A, E, E in the bag, as well as P, P, and I think that's actually all of those in the bag. So A, E, E, P, P are in the bag right now, which are actually very favorable for whoever picks them out. And they're both probably looking at each other like, like Spider-Man, kind of pointing at each other and be like, "Yeah, you've got that, and I don't."
Yeah, this is man, this is brutal. I would say in general that because Adam has that cue without a great way of getting rid of it outside of the eye of integer, it feels to me like Jason has a slight edge here. But again, now the clocks are getting even, and I think Adam is just really accurate when he needs to be at processing positions fast. I know he's spent a lot of time dwindling his clock down to 3 minutes and 25 seconds, but I actually like Adam's ability to solve endgames really, really fast if need be. Jason's certainly no slouch in the endgame, but very few people can rise to Adam's level in that regard. So it's hard for me to say who I think has the edge here. You see the scores are incredibly close. Do you have any instinct, Austin, on who you think is favored from here on out?
I mean, honestly, I don't really know either. Again, the clocks are now kind of even as well. Jason has now spent 9 minutes of his time on this turn alone, and they're both about even on the time. Looks like Fib has that been played? I think it looks like it's been played. So yeah, this
Adam,
leaves 2 piles in the bag.
instant
Thank you.
response.
Yep.
That makes a ton of sense. Of course, he's trying to block that big new. And Adam, also, let's keep in mind that Adam had seen Jason put Fib on the board, right? So he was already thinking about what would he do if Fib was Jason's play. So Jason put Fib on the board, picked it up, and then decided to play it again. But that was enough for Adam to quickly ascertain that he was going to make this play here and block the triple lane for Jason. Makes a
I
lot of
think
sense for Adam. And yeah, go ahead, Austin.
so. Yeah, I think crucially also Fib left 2 in the bag, and then QI now leaves 1 in the bag. So now Jason's kind of in a spot where he needs to potentially think for a bit longer, or make a rush play here with 1 in the bag, not knowing what to do next. So something like Frib would have left 1 in the bag, and then he wouldn't need to. He could just think of the end game. But it looks like Jason is going to pick up the E, which he would be very happy to see, rather than picking out any of the consonants that are left. So he at least has a shot here at winning this game.
He does, but I think the thing about the play he just made is that the ragey hook is going to be really useful
Oh,
for Adam if he's able to come up with a 2-turn sequence that
yeah.
uses that ragey hook. You know that Jason is not going to be able to go out with those 4 consonants and 1 vowel. So I think because Adam is going to get 2 moves here to Jason's 1, I think Adam is likely to squeak out this game on the basis of the ragey hook scoring just enough to bring him over the finish line. That's my instinct, Austin. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so too. So it's like Dollar and Raji is going to score pretty well, and then EE in the bottom right corner with Yen and EE there. It's going to be a good 2-hit combo, which is going to score just enough to overtake Jason. And again, if you played something like Frib, Jason might be able to go out with Lenti at the top of the board if you just got rid of that R, and then maybe
Oh,
game over potentially.
wow. So that extra
With
tile,
constant.
even
Yeah.
though Frib would not have scored as many points as Fib, potentially that endgame timing would work out better to leave 1 fewer tile in the bag and to ensure that he has a higher chance of going out on his first move of the endgame, which you can see he's not going to be able to do on this incredibly tight board. So Adam is doing that math right now. He's trying to figure out what is going to be the margin of the game if he plays Dolor first. I think the main thing, I'm sure he's identified the sequence of Dolor and then EE in the lower right, but I think he's just trying to figure out what is Jason's highest scoring play. Do I have to worry about him making a high scoring play that puts the game in jeopardy or out of reach? That's what I believe Adam is looking at right now. And the clock is ticking. I would hate to see him take a time penalty here with the game essentially won with a sequence that he has identified on his rack.
Yep, exactly. Just like the last game we saw with Jason playing Arena, Jason Ubika playing Arena, something similar like that. He might be looking all over the board to see if there's some kind of play that Jason Keller could make on this turn that's kind of hidden, so to speak, that scores a lot of points. He's just having a quick look. I'm sure he'll probably leave like 10, 15 seconds left on his time. Just to he's looking, he's like looking, he's like
Yeah, the
shiftily
clock
looking at his
is
clock as he
the
goes
clock is
on.
giving me some nerves right now. All right,
Exactly. He's gonna have to play something.
there he
There it is.
goes. He just okay, 10 seconds. I think that's probably enough for him to comfortably make his next play. But man, he's pushing it to the absolute limit right there. Yikes. So I think he's probably just evaluating trend. So trend would actually be a bit of a scary situation. So trend to the D of Dolor scoring 18 points, but actually Adam is going to get a very similar number of points for his outplay in the lower corner. So it's no worry. Trend is definitely Jason's best play, and Adam finishes the game off with a couple of seconds to spare. His only winning play was to play EE in that corner or with the Z on the other side of the board. And wow, that is one hell of a game. The final score, which is going to be updated momentarily for you all, 410 to Adam Logan to 404 for Jason Keller. That was pretty amazing, Austin. What a game.
Yep, definitely. Yeah, amazing game here. Again, we saw that Adam taking a lot of time at the start of this game, evaluating lots of different turns, while he's tried to sort out his rack. Coming from behind, and Jason was, bingoing with eductors, and yeah, managing to pull out the win there, Adam, there with even picking up the Q towards the end, but just about scoring enough with a kind of a vowels versus consonants duel at the end there. But yeah, I mean, it's possible that Frib could have been the play on this turn. Retrospectively, obviously, always to say that, but um, it was very close, very close, very close.
I think, I mean, with the benefit of hindsight, it's possible that the play we discussed of filter to the E of integer and just go
Yeah.
ahead, take that risk that Adam's drawn the Q and try to set up a more favorable scoring and end game situation for yourself. Maybe that ends up winning. Even then, that's going to be, I mean, just forcing Adam into a situation where his end game sequence has to involve a Q is going to be really annoying on that board. So yeah, that was one hell of a game as we are back in studio here, so to speak. And couldn't have been better timing either to watch Adam do his thing. Commiserations to Jason, who played very well and had some brutal positions to deal with. But man, that was, were there, how many bingos were even in this game, Austin? I think one per player. Erudite, erudite, integer,
Integer
and
firm.
eductors. That's it. So it just shows. It goes to show that Scrabble doesn't always have to be about the craziest, high flying words to be incredibly exciting.
Yep, and you can see it was very much a lot of moves, especially from Adam's side, were kind of all uh, kind of nuances, very 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 close decision making, and those kind of things can go 50-50 in a lot of ways. And as he made a lot of 50-50s in that game, it can go obviously either way. And yeah, and that's showing you exactly why Adam is one of the best players in the world, making crucial decisions at the right time and coming out on top when it was needed to do so.
Yeah, coming up with that endgame sequence under severe time pressure, that is very classic Adam. He is able to spot stuff like that incredibly fast, and to his credit, he did it here when he absolutely had to secure the win. So, very much hope you enjoyed that game. But again, that's only game two. There's six more games coming today. Austin and I will be here to guide you through the next two of those. If you enjoyed that matchup, remember, a great way to show your appreciation and to support our stream here, which is being operated by the team at letsplayscrabble.com. Drop us a like. Make sure that you subscribe to the channel. This is a growing channel providing content just like this, which I, for one, am really excited to see more and more of. So definitely show your appreciation if you're enjoying. And if you're curious about the world of competitive Scrabble, letsplayscrabble.com has lots of great information for you as well. So yeah, Austin himself, which I'll let you talk about again, is a content creator of his own. He has a Twitch channel. You see the link there. I said it before. It's actually kind of breathtaking to watch Austin play incredibly high level Scrabble at the pace that he does. Any extra words about your Twitch channel, Austin?
Yeah, just yeah. So I stream on Twitch every Tuesday and every Thursday night in the US, North America at a time. I play Scrabble against the bots. I create some predictions for you to get involved with, some anagramming things to get involved with, some other side games and things like that for you in the chat to get involved with as well. And there's also opportunities for you guys to play me as well. Sometimes with this lexicon that you're watching now, the CSW lexicon, or sometimes in NWO as well. So yeah, there's all those things available. All you have to do is just go to twitch.tv/Ostinio9 and just throw me a follow, and then you'll know when I'll be streaming next, which hopefully will be on Tuesday.
Not for the faint of heart to play Austin, but for those of you who are very brave, that is a lot of fun to do. So yeah, also thanks to anybody that has come over from my own YouTube video today, plugging the stream. I talked a bit about Adam, and we got to see Adam's incredible skill in action there. So I couldn't have scripted it better myself. But next game, I think what we're going to do is we're going to have a reprise of a player that we saw in our first game of the day. That's Jason Ubika, who came up with a really creative sequence to win that game against Samuel Aniko. And he's going to be playing one of the surprise leaders of the tournament so far, Jason Broersma, not one of the top seeds, but he is hanging up in that top group right now. So kudos to the Jason matchup that we're about to see. I'm sure it's going to be a good game. I feel like both of these players have a tendency to provide some really exciting games, aggressive play. So I'm excited to cut my teeth into that one, Austin.
Yeah, so with Jason Keller, we saw just losing. This now means that Jason Brosma is now alone at the top, 11-2. So he's obviously doing something right, and we're happy. We're going to be happy to watch him do his thing.
11-2 in this field. I have to
Yeah,
say,
amazing.
my personal experience at the Albany tournament, I've won a couple, but typically it's a horror show for me. So to go 11-2 in this field is very impressive. So kudos to Jason Broersma for hanging in there in that top group. But we just saw a couple other leaders in Jason Keller. We have a lot of Jasons apparently in our field here. I guess that's pretty par for the course for us in high level Scrabble. But yeah, Adam is certainly going to be in the mix. Other strong players, Matthew O'Connor, Josh Castellano, Ben Schoenbrunn in the field as well. So no shortage of really elite players competing at this event, and that is the case each year. But another plug, if we're still waiting, Austin, another extremely prestigious event that you are involved with is coming up very soon on the tournament calendar.
Yes, so the 12th Queen City Cup is happening in, well, what day is it today? Today is Sunday, so just under 2 weeks from now. I've lost track of time now. It's like Christmas and New Year time. Who knows what day it is anymore? But
Yes.
yeah, on the 13th to 15th of January is the Queen City Cup. So this is held in New Orleans, Louisiana. And it's one of the biggest, I guess, one of the biggest tournaments of the world, known tournaments in North America. And we have a CSW and NWL Open and Light divisions, guaranteed first place prize money for both open divisions of $2,500 US. Hopefully, it should be streamed somewhere online. Again, to be confirmed.
Working
Where
at
exactly.
it. Yeah.
But we'll see where that is. But yeah, a lot of the big players that you're seeing at this tournament would also be there. And there's going to be a bunch of others also that will be competing at that time as well. So 20 games over 3 days over Martin Luther King Jr. weekend. And yeah, we're waiting for everyone to turn up.
Yeah, it's January tends to be a pretty big month on the Scrabble calendar. You have your summer events that are huge in terms of the North American Championships, the World Championships this year were about the same time. Sometimes they change up. But yes, I'll reset the scores. It looks like we're about ready to launch into our next game. So let me go ahead and do that. But yeah, just also want to plug again that Let's Play Scrabble has a full year's worth of tournaments, and the next one on the calendar, Canadian Scrabble Classic, in March 1st through 3rd in Belleville, Ontario. Essentially, the best way to not miss any of that LPS Let's Play Scrabble content is to basically like and sub to this channel, and you're going to get those notifications when those streams go live. So there's a huge calendar of Let's Play Scrabble events as well. And I think the goal is to provide as much live streaming as possible. So I think we're ready to cut to our board, our battle of the Jasons, not Jason Keller, who we just saw, but Jason Broersma, who you can see in first place right now, 11-2, a sterling record and spread, as well as Jason Ubeka hanging tough. We saw him win a really exciting matchup in the first game of the day. I am excited for this one, Austin.
Yes, definitely. We're going to see how Jason Brosman's going to do on the stream today. Obviously, he's got a very good record right now with 11-2. So we're going to see if he can stay ahead of the pack by winning this game, or if he ends up losing this game, then he's going to send everyone else a little bit closer to the summit.
Yeah, I'm excited to see him in action because I know that his style of play is very entertaining. He is not afraid to take some risks. Clearly, those risks
Yep.
have been paying off, and it looks like they're ready to go with Broersma going first.
Yeah, we should be in for a good game, I think. So let's see what Jason Brosman's got on his rack to begin with.
And
Mm, yeah.
is drawn meh. Yeah, it's he'll have some decent plays, but the combination of the multiple I's and the B and the C together are not the best of friends. So I think normally I would be happy to see a play like cubed be possible as my first play for 26 points. The problem here, leaving two I's is not what you're after on that first play.
Yep, it definitely is the highest scoring play here, keeping two eyes. But having two eyes in your rack is never good because, especially if you pick out another one, you're kind of doomed. But another option that he could play, which scores a lot less, keeping a much better lead, is to play Booty or Booty, Budi, for 14, keeping CEI, which again is a little bit vowel heavy, but you can do a lot more with CEI the next turn with a lot of different draws.
Yeah, I agree with that as a decent option here. I just think you have so much downside risk of if you start off your game by scoring a very solid 26 points, but leaving those two eyes, if you draw even one more eye from the bag, it starts to get dicey for you pretty quickly. So it looks like Jason may be getting ready to play BD instead of Booty. Swapping that U would be a slight improvement, especially because, as we can see, the U is one of the few saving graces of the U is that it pairs very well with the Q, but Jason has that letter on his rack right now.
Yeah, and this actually sets up either way. It sets up quiche, Quiich. So Jason Bubika should be scoring quite well with that, but the E can go at the end of that as well, which Jason Brosman can counter with after that.
True, yeah. So this kind of most of us we think of the food of quiche having an e at the end. This is some kind of more archaic variation. Absolutely, Jason Ubika's best play here for 47 points. That Q and the H on the triple letter scores doing a lot of work there to get to that score. But Jason Broersma is definitely going to be hooking one of his two E's onto the end of this word and scoring quite well in the process, getting all those points back again.
Yep, and again, he has a lot of vowels, so he could play something like Uoi, Euoi,
Oh,
or
yes.
or something.
Our favorite cry of Bacchic
There
Frenzy.
it
Here
is.
it is. Oh,
Oh, but he's playing in the
no.
wrong place. Wrong
That's
place.
interesting. So, well, I mean, I agree that he might not be thinking about this E hook, but is there any chance, Austin, that he's doing this because he wants to hit something bigger there with his good CET leave? I think this has got to be a miss, but maybe there's some chance that he's trying to save it for later. Either way, this is a huge break for Jason Ubika because he's got an E that's going to look pretty nice if he wants to use it. Hooking quiche here. I'm not sure what I would make of this in Jason Ubika's shoes, right? Playing Uoi in that spot, is there any way that Jason is doing that on purpose? Is there any way that would you, in Jason Ubika's shoes, play something like Fanon here, parallel to Uoi, saving your E in the hopes that Jason misses the hook again?
It's definitely possible. I mean, Jason Brosman played it very quickly, so he may have just didn't see the E hook, and playing something like Fanon, making QIN, so EA, and OO, which are both only in columns, 36 points. I think it's one of the highest scoring players possible here, and you also get to keep the E, which hopefully Jason Brooksman might miss again. But if he takes a bit more time, he might end up seeing it this time.
Yeah, I would be very scared. I mean, it looks like Jason is getting ready to play Fanon, which in a vacuum, it's just a good play already, right? It scores quite well, leaves the, one vowel, one consonant, nicely balanced EP on your rack for next turn. But I think it gets an extra boost here in the sense of, is there any chance that Jason will miss that big hook again? And then I get a potentially devastating play there. Remember that 7-letter words seven-letter words containing an E do have a strong tendency for that E to be the sixth letter of the word. There's so many words that end in ES, ER, ED, all kinds of words like that. So if Jason's able to draw one, a play like that, hooking quiche, is going to score an absolute bomb worth of points.
Exactly, it is very, very dangerous to keep open. Again, the reason why that we think that Yue and quiche was a miss, you just can't leave that E there, especially with Yue being the first E played, and there's like 12 of them in the game. So very likely that this will get used at some point. But yeah, I think this really only leaves one place for him to play his move now. And let's just see if he ends up seeing it or not. Does he end up
It
seeing?
looks like he might be getting ready to play decency through the sea
Oh,
of quiche, which I think that would be the ultimate sign that he is just not thinking about that E hook here.
yeah, definitely. Yeah, you're just not seeing it. He's just not seeing the ego. Yeah.
And that happens, right? Like there are plenty
Yeah.
of instances of that. I can remember hooks that I've missed. The word vet, like veterinarian, VET. I once missed the O hook on that, veto, right? That it because it changes the words look so much that I've missed that before. I missed the U hook on praise to make upraise. There are plenty of hooks that you can just sort of miss by not taking that extra step to evaluate the word on the board and saying to yourself, well, wait a second, what letters can go in front or at the back of this word? And it looks like we're going to see that play out right here.
Yeah, decency. Again, if you don't see quiche with an e hook, again, ironically, decent move. It's very hard to parallel. You got the two letters above the Y, and then hitting the triple, which doesn't really give away too much. But yeah, this is a classic example. Just need to look at the board a little bit closer, and hopefully you get to see something else. But I mean, we'll just have to see if Jason Ubika ends up seeing quiche himself here.
I am going to pay extra attention. There are definitely good plays right here that Jason Ubika can make hooking quiche. Let's watch Jason Broersma's reaction and just see, are we going to see a face palm? Are we going to see, one of these, oh my God, I can't believe that type moments? Or, I mean, I have to assume that will be the case. But yeah, we've all been here. Let's not, dump on him too hard.
Yeah,
All of
definitely.
us have at one point or another missed one of those hooks where when you see it get played, you just hit your head. And as long as it doesn't leave too big of a bruise, you can keep on playing.
Yeah, we're all human at the end of the day, and yeah, these misses do happen. I mean, and for those people that are not necessarily expert players or Division 1 players, or even just if you're just playing recreationally, this happens a lot more often, especially at this level than you think. It does happen a lot, and we're seeing it right here. But here with Jason Ubika on turn, there's actually only one standout play here, hooking with the E, and it's to play Yappie, Yappie, for 46 points in quiche, scoring a lot more than anything else playable here. And he gets rid of a bunch of the tiles that kind of not so favorable, keeping an O, which is not the best, but it does score a lot of points, and all the other options keep potentially too many vowels, or keeps the Y and a lot of vowels and things like that.
Yeah, that's definitely the standout. But of course, with a word like that, the worry is certainly for me. I might see a word like that quickly, but I would struggle to remember its validity, right? Because yappy, Yappie, that is a little bit tricky to know whether it's valid. Yappy, that's more of a normal word, yapping, right? So
Yeah,
ultimately, he does make a different play. This is not quite as strong, but it is a much more findable and verifiable play of Peppo.
yeah.
If you know that word, you're not going to chicken out of it. And I'm not sure I've seen any kind of reaction from Broersma here. Maybe a little smirk, if anything, as he potentially realizes that he burnt through a couple of E's there with some better options.
Yeah, and Jason Mabika kept AIY, which is again very vowel heavy, but draws into three consonants plus another S. So he drew relatively favorably there. So that worked out pretty well for him. But with Jason Brosman on turn next, what can he do here? I guess he can actually. So Quiche does take a D hook. Again,
That's what I was gonna say. Is that here's
oh man,
another word knowledge check of quiche. That first variation, Quiich, without the e after it, I believe is a verb. So putting a d on the end of it would be valid. Again, that is not an everyday word. That's kind of a weird one that you might not know unless you've been studying the Scrabble dictionary carefully. But if he does know it, there's going to be some strong plays with that D there, such as Doit, who knows what else going across, and again, getting a boatload of points there.
yeah, and Doit and Quiche, it doesn't look like it scores much, but it actually scores 40 points. So it's actually very favorable to put the D there and then double your word, and you're going to get a lot, and then you're going to be able to keep the J potentially for something good for the next turn. Although there's not really plenty of places for it right now, but Doit will score a lot of points here.
Yeah, you can't, even if there's no wonderful place for the J staring at you in the face. Hard to turn down 40 points here. Again, though, it's not this hook, I think, would be much more reasonable to miss or to, chicken out of than the E hook originally was. I think that was simply a miss. That's kind of a normal food item that most of us are aware of. That just seemed like an oversight. The D here, that would be very impressive for Jason to, it would kind of be redemption for him if he's able to strike up the courage to hook this with a D.
Yeah, definitely. And the main scoring spot on this board is underneath the O. So if he plays something down there, this will kind of not only score well for him, but will limit the options for Ubika to play next. But it looks like Jason's kind of going for kind of more of a bingo-y leave here, playing Jeet for 22 points at the top of the board. If he can draw, again, a little bit more favorably here, he might draw into something. But Jason Ubika looks like he's either going to play underneath the O of Peppo or something more simple like BY and Decency, for example, something like that.
Yeah, that looks pretty good. If he wants to just keep a really nice flexible leave, keep in mind that ID in the center of the board, BD and the D of decency, would be a nice S hook, but that is a really impressive play, really pumping up the score quite a bit beyond our originally suggested play of just buy off of the Y of decency.
Yeah.
Ambry for 44 points, very, very nicely spotted, and that is going to kill the D hook on Quiche once and for all.
Yeah, and that now puts Jason Ubika up by 82 points, which means that, it kind of puts a bit of scoreboard pressure on Jason Brosma to get the next bingo down, otherwise he's in big trouble. So he drew the T and the W from the bag there, which isn't too good, I guess. And it looks like he's going to
Looks
give away
like a
another 5 more points
challenge.
here.
Yep, looks like a challenge, as Jason may not be 100% sure of Ambry, which that he could be forgiven that. It's a bit of an obscure one, but that is a valid word. It's going to come back good, and Jason gets an extra 5 points for his trouble for winning that challenge. So nicely, very nicely spotted. Something tells me, Austin, that Jason Broersma was not about to challenge the word BY off of decency.
I think
So
not.
Ubika making a play that is at least as good as that and getting 5 extra points in the bargain.
Yeah, so now Ubika is up by 87. Jason Brosma doesn't have too many options available. He does have Y, WAI underneath the AMB of Ambry, which scores 33 points. The leave of DOTT, again, not great, but the board is not that open right now. I mean, the best scoring places to actually bingo is probably underneath the P of Peppo, getting the double word square if you want to try and bingo. And keeping and playing Y down there kind of spreads out the lanes a little bit in terms of like you can bingo underneath id, you can bingo underneath the PE and then underneath PAW. So you're kind of spreading out the lanes a little bit, so you've got multiple spaces to bingo onto. But bingoing into DOTT is not going to be too easy. He's going to need some favorable vowels and maybe an S or something. Oh,
Oh,
whoa, what's happening here? So he's playing yawn,
he's
YAWD, not good in this dictionary either. So
and I
yeah,
think you can tell from Jason, look at that upward look there. He's definitely, I think I just saw him hold. You can see Jason hasn't drawn tiles yet. And now, with the slight delay in the rack camera, Jason is saying, I haven't seen this word before. And there's a good reason for that. It's not in the Scrabble dictionary.
yeah,
There are
yawn
words
is
that look like this, though, Austin.
yeah. There's like a billion words that look like that. So there's lots of hooks for YAW, which is not a D, and there's lots of other words which is something AWD. There's lots like a B, G, and all sorts of other things. So it looks very similar to this, but unfortunately this one not good. And Jason Ubika has relatively pretty good rack here, but I think he only has one bingo from when I actually just looked at it. So we'll see if Jason Ubika can kind of compound the misery and find the one bingo that he has on his rack.
Yeah, that's tough for Broersma for sure. He would have remained kind of in the hunt here had he played your suggested option of WAI under Ambry, making Oma and Bai. That scores quite well. Now, though, he's somewhat reliant on Ubika missing that bingo that you referred to. It has been mentioned in the YouTube chat, Cruzy,
Yeah,
which does play in a couple different spots, but probably most productively under the first P of Peppo. That would be very, very difficult for Broersma to come back from if Jason spots it. So he is somewhat reliant here on a miss by Jason. Doesn't look like it looks like his body language suggests that he's kind of looking, thinking. I'm not sure he's seen it yet.
yeah, it's not the easiest word to find, especially with the blank being a C, and then you're kind of looking for cruisy. But aside from that, like if you kind of hypothetically, for example, for now, just say that Jason doesn't see cruisy, then your options are very limited in terms of what to do next. So like something that would you could play is something like PIU, which ends up blocking a lot of lanes, keeping EIRS blank, which is only 6 points, but is I say almost guaranteed to bingo the next turn. Um, and with white AWD coming down and PIU on the board, there's no obvious inkling that he will actually that Jason Brosma will be able to counter with anything good there. So he might be kind of thinking of just playing PIU anyway, and then wouldn't be too sad about it in a way, if that kind of makes sense.
It does. It totally makes sense, and it is it's a good example of the sort of adage that sometimes the worst bingos to miss are the ones where you have all low point tiles. There are some situations where if you have a nice set of some good scoring tiles, some vowels, some low scoring tiles, the odds are if you can play something for like 30 points. Um, oh no. It looks like he may be getting ready to play a
Uh,
phony.
yeah, Europe is good, and Europus.
Okay. Oh, okay. So Europe is actually one of the more commonly seen six-letter words because it has four vowels and only two consonants, but it happens to be a plural already. Europe is the plural, as you said, Austin, of Europus. You can't put an S on it. I'm very curious to see whether Broersma will challenge this. it's quite important for him to challenge it here because the score is getting really far out of reach. So if he's at all unsure, I think he needs to challenge this. And we haven't seen Ubika draw tiles yet. I bet he will.
Ooh, yeah. I mean, he's definitely looking hard at it. I mean, you're 87 behind right now, plus however many points this is. You'd be about 150 behind on a board that's almost dead. So, I mean, even if you're like 1% not sure of this, then you need to just challenge this, I think.
Here it comes. It looks like he's going to neutralize that clock. And sure enough,
Yeah.
it looks like Jason Ubika is staring at it like, what? Am I crazy? But I think the nuance that he's not considering is that this 6 letter word, again, it's one that you see relatively often in high level Scrabble play because it's such a good bailout for those racks when you have I, U, and only one consonant, maybe the R, maybe the P. You want to look for that other one to play this word from those vowel heavy racks. But this word is already a plural. You cannot put an S on, and Jason is learning that the hard way right now. So that is exactly what Broersma needs to stay in
Yeah.
range in this game.
Exactly. And with the international lexicon being so large, sometimes you just assume everything just takes an S. So you might just be like, oh, European, okay, there's an S. On the board it goes. But yeah, fortunately for Jason Brosma, he gets another chance at this, and then we'll have to see if he ends up seeing why and playing for 33 points, where this game could potentially have been out of reach by now. So he's gonna get another shot potentially at this.
Saving grace, I suppose,
Yeah,
is it gives Jason Ubika a little bit more time to find the valid bingo of Cruzy, which I don't foresee getting. Well, certainly he has 2 spots for it that at least one of the 2 spots for that bingo will be available to him on his next turn if he does manage to see it. It is a bit of a tricky find, though. So if not, the nice thing for Jason is he should be able to score in the 20s or maybe in the 30s on this turn. And if Jason doesn't see that bingo that he has, he's likely going to be scoring a very low number of points on his next turn as well. So if Jason has a 2-turn sequence that ends up scoring 60 or 70 points, he's going to be right back into this game.
yeah, definitely. And I also do think that sometimes the pressure of the stream also might come into play here as well. I mean, these two players don't necessarily play on the stream all the time. I have to be honest with you. So it's quite possible that is also a slight factor here. You know, you're kind of in front of hundreds of people that are on this channel right now, and you're like, I just don't want to miss anything, or like, oh, something's here when it isn't here, or I'm missing the one play of Cruzy, and I have to play something that I think is right. So things like that do come into to play here as well. I mean, not every game is streamed, so this is definitely a bit more of a unique situation for both these players. But we see that Jason Brosma has played Woad, deciding to open up the board a little bit more, which scores, how much is that? That's 5, 8, 12, 19 points. And he did not draw favorably whatsoever there. Oh boy. Wow, yeah, not a good draw with multiple I's and a G, but we'll see if Jason Ubika manages to find Cruzy
Yeah.
this time around.
So I do think this likely constituted a miss of the play we've been suggesting, WAI under Ambry. However, I think this play has a really cool extra nuance and advantage for Jason, which is remember that he just saw all 7 of Jason
Yeah,
Ubika's tiles. So the nice thing about this play of Woad is that the W is very unlikely to give Jason anything good that he didn't have already. You can see the U on his rack, the WU combo is one of the worst in the game of Scrabble. Very few words contain both of those 2 letters. So the W doesn't give Jason anything. And best of all, Broersma knows that Ubika does not have a 5-letter word that will score very many points underneath that W of Woad. It's almost impossible for him to use that spot productively. So had Jason drawn a little bit better. Unfortunately, he left ITT and drew IIVG, not at all what he had hoped for. But had he gotten a more balanced draw, he could easily be looking at a very high scoring play underneath that W of Woad to the triple that he simply knows Ubica cannot use. So I like the logic behind that play, even if maybe it wasn't, strictly speaking, the most accurate.
Yeah, I think so too. And also, don't forget the play of Woad also potentially could give a Z spot for ZO. So this could be an easy way to kind of catch up if he manages to draw into something, and Jason Brugman kind of drew the complete opposite of that. But now that he has full knowledge, well, he did have full knowledge of his rack, and he knows what 6 tiles Jason Ubica is keeping on his rack now. He's going to be in a spot of bother now that Jason Ubica has picked out a very favorable N,
Yeah.
which should be able to maybe even 4-timer through this W as well.
Well, he could play Unwiser, leaving the blank, which is kind of that would be kind of funny to do
Unrights,
that.
I think, is the play here.
Oh, unrights is definitely better.
Yeah.
Okay, yes, given that he has unrights through that W. And
Oh, boy.
okay, a play of Vig here. Honestly, with 3 I's and 2 T's on your rack, there was nothing very good for Broersma there. I wonder about exchanging rather than this, but I guess the logic, of course, is he just knows, given Ubica's tiles, maybe he wants to block that lane that was just created rather than exchanging, and pray that it reduces Jason's score by enough to make it worthwhile. But actually, Broersma's draw was pretty good
Yeah.
in that situation.
Yeah. It does block one of the lanes, of course. Well, maybe potentially 2 of the lanes underneath PA as well. But a whole host of options available for Jason Ubica to play unrights for 90, which would put him up by 100 and 153, I think it is. And unrights actually does a good job of blocking off the board, because any hooks onto the P of Peepo would also be blocked with that S. So it kind of does everything you kind of want to do when you're that far ahead, is to block off every lane possible, almost every lane. But just does a good job of very defensively and scoring a lot of points at the same time. And we're barely like halfway through this game already.
Yeah, that's all excellent analysis. I think I worry, though, with such a huge number of possibilities on the board, unrights is definitely what's called for here for 90 points through that W. But I feel like there are so many other spots on the board that are open. You could see Ensure and Jeet, so already we're seeing Jason's lined that up. He may be getting ready to play in that upper right corner of the board, which would still be quite solid. There's nothing wrong with scoring 78 points here, but it does offer some lifeline to Jason to be able to work with that left side of the board a little bit better going forward. So I guess now would be called for the blank slip cam, because this could be an S, an R, or a D. So let's just see if we get that. Looks like it's going to be,
because the P was the phony.
Yes, right. Okay, we're getting some maintenance of the blank slip here, and we see it is going to be a D. Strictly speaking, it's probably a little better to make it an R. It makes it a little bit tougher, given that the only 2-letter word that you can play with an R is R-E, do, re, mi. And as opposed to the D, which can take da, D-E, D-I, D-O. So it's a little bit easier to overlap going down Ensure by making it an R. But again, this is a tiny, tiny little nuance. As Jason responds with tat-tati. I'm not sure how I would say that, but it is a valid word, Austin.
Yes, exactly. And this is the kind of the thing in terms of like finding insured or unrights, because unrights would block off most of the board, but Tati now leaves the board completely, well, it's not completely open, but it opens it much more open than it was before. And that, the E that where Tati is, you could have potentially played something with something ZE and would have got a bingo score there. But instead, Tati is being played, and Jason Broersma has picked up the other blank. So at least he's now feeling a little bit better about himself, that if he can land a bingo now, and if he can get the next bingo after that, he might actually have a shot. But yeah, it's still a little way back for him to come back. But there's still, I mean, in a way, there's still plenty of time.
There is, and it's also worth noting that there's other stuff that can really help Jason here. For example, if he bingos through the T or A of Tate, he could draw the Z and play on top of Woad now. The nice thing about
Yep.
that O of Woad, you can plop that Z down going across with anything ending in OZ, EZ, or AZ. All of those are going to score in the 70-point range. So very quickly, you could see the score gap narrow if Jason is able to bingo. And I think best of all for Broersma is that Ubika's rack is exactly what he's hoping for him to have, a rack of low point consonants that does not bingo. If Ubika is saddled with racks like that for a few turns in a row, that would give Broersma the opportunity to do that kind of 1-2 punch of a bingo with his blank and a big Z play. That gets him right back in the game.
Yeah, and I think a move like Teloy here, just parallel to Ensure, looks pretty good, keeping AL. He would see that there's still lots of S's, there's still the Z, there's still the blank, still lurking in the bag here. Teloy would also keep the A for Biga, the A hook at the bottom of the board. So it kind of takes out a few spots and just tries to kind of keep the score keep chugging along a little bit. But as long as he kind of stays 2 bingos ahead, then I think he should be in good shape, and hopefully he'll score enough anyway that even if Jason Broersma bingos twice, then he's still going to be far enough into the lead anyway.
Teloy looks very good. I would also be sorely tempted to play Oil here on top of Woad in the same spot that we were just talking about the Z's, simply because it blocks that Z spot now while you can with a pretty productive play that scores 20 points and leaves a very good bingo leave with some good spots available to play. So Teloy is the play for 26. I would be very tempted to play Oil here just to get rid of that Z spot now while I have a good play that does so. But either way, Jason Ubika is in excellent shape with the score pretty far in his favor here. But Broersma's got chances. I'm almost positive that we're going to see a bingo of some shape or form here. And then it's all about what he draws after.
Yeah, Oil looks very good actually. I was just looking at it and didn't realize it scored 20 points, which is actually only 6 points fewer than Teloy. With that in mind, maybe Oil was slightly more favorable. Just to, you're always looking at these situations, looking at how can I lose the game when I'm so far ahead. And a Z-bomb above the O of Woad would be one of those ways, or a very easy way to lose the game plus another bingo or two. So Oil looks pretty good there. But now, in terms of what Jason Broersma is going to do here, he does have a whole host of bingos available to him, and there's actually quite a number of them available through the A or the T of Tate. It really depends on which one he wants to go for, which ones he sees, and he wants to really keep that O open as well.
I think the annoying thing for Broersma here is that with the I, E, and S on his rack, he is going to be imagining that he has a bingo ending in the T of Tate there, right?
Yeah.
So he's going to want to try to play something like Clueyest or Welliest or something like that hits the triple word score. But as we know, sitting here in our quote unquote commentary booth, there is actually no play that does that. So he's likely to take at least a long look at, can I make a play that starts or ends in the T, preferably ends in the T in that middle of the board there that reaches a triple word score. And when he ultimately decides that he can't find one, the reason being there isn't one, he'll have to come up with something else.
Yeah, and I think he's already got that lined up on his rack. He's got the IES lined up, and I think he's looking at his score sheet and probably just like writing down every letter possible with that blank and see if there's anything that kind of speaks out to him with that kind of combination with those 4 tiles plus IEST. So he's gonna. I think we can envisage him taking a bit more time on this turn. But at the same time, you kind of also need to look at the board dynamic as well. So you can bingo through the A and the T of Tate. You can bingo onto the P of Peepo. but a bingo going down from the A and the T will block up that bingo lane onto the P. So he probably will be. So Jason Bressman will be looking to try and bingo upwards from the A and the T if possible, to keep as many lanes open so he can try and bingo again. So whatever he does here could have ramifications of what he does on his chances of actually coming back.
Yeah, all excellent points. I definitely worry that he's going to play something like Weldiest or Welliest, and it's going to get challenged because he really, a play like that would have a lot of the positional benefits that you describe, leaving the P of Peepo totally untouched. If you can make a play that extends upward into the board that ends with that T of Tate, that is so good to leave that lower part of the board untouched. It is suggested in the chat that maybe the best valid play that he has is to play Lewisite through the second T of Tate. That makes a lot of sense to me. It doesn't touch the bottom of the board. It even leaves the first T of Tate open, and it gives you a bunch of lanes in the top part of the board. Not the best lanes, but better than nothing, especially when you need to come back. And it's worth noting, too, that playing a valid word here is so important, with Ubika holding, once again, another really low tile, no bingo rack. It's going to be very difficult for him to score very many points. It's the exact type of rack that Jason could, if he plays a valid bingo and then picks the Z, it's going to be very, it's going to tighten this game up shockingly fast.
Yes, Lewisite is a very good option here. Another option that's also kind of very similar is Wellsite, using the other L as a blank, L as a blank in the same spot. But yeah, I think both of those. I think Lewisite probably slightly better in my opinion, just because you can bingo through the L, and there's more unique floaters because the two L's will kind of be in the floating spots next to the double word squares, I guess. But yeah, Lewisite looks slightly better to me. But yeah, I think he's just having to hope here that he can find something valid that scores well, keeps things open, and hopefully he can do something with the Z. But the problem is that with Lewisite or Wellsite, it actually does hinder that Z spot or ZO a little bit as well.
I'm getting worried that he's come back to this multiple times. I think he may be getting ready to play Muleyest, which I feel like
Ooh.
as a cat owner, you could easily imagine a cat being muley, but it is not in the Scrabble dictionary. And there's no way Ubika wouldn't challenge Muleyest. And here we go.
Uh-oh.
This looks like once we get
Well,
that, I'm going to
we need
guess.
the blank cam here.
I think Blank Cam is going to confirm that this is going to be an M. Newliest. Okay, all right.
Oh, okay.
That makes maybe a little more sense, given that newly is a valid word, and Jason instantly looks like he has instantly challenged this word. That's going to be a huge break for Jason Ubika, and tough one, a missed opportunity for Jason Broersma to fight his way back, maybe get into that 60, 70, 80 point range. And Ubika was not going to have a very high scoring play on his next move. Maybe Jason could have drawn the Z and really tightened this game up. As it is now, this might be the nail in his coffin.
Yeah, it's probably almost game over here. So yeah, I think Jason Ubika would be thinking of Newliest or new. Well, you would know Newly is good, but then Newlia is not a word either. So
there are words like that. There's plenty of words like that, like poorly and poorliest and poorlier, like that. Yeah. There's a lot of words that do that. So it's not a crazy try, in my opinion.
Definitely not a crazy try, but I think that Jason Ubika would be kind of looking through all the comparatives and being like, that doesn't look right to me. So that's why he, instead of holding, he kind of instantly challenged. I think that both of the players are kind of sharing a joke there. Potentially of playing another phony here, but we're going to see what Jason Ubika is going to do next. So is he going to try and block more lanes here, playing maybe above WE and playing, I don't know, something up there just to kind of almost not say paralleling Tate, but he could kind of play something above it to kind of block it up more. or is he just gonna just continue chugging along as he has already and be like, well, Jason Brosman hasn't managed to find a bingo in about 5 minutes with that rack. He's not gonna find something now, and you're just gonna just do what you normally do.
It's an interesting choice. I think for me, if I'm in Jason Ubika's shoes, I'm definitely taking this time to play something like Ariel, Areal, on top of Woad.
Oh yeah.
The thing I like about that is, even though I don't love leaving AO, the thing I like about it, it blocks a lot of the letters of Tate pretty solidly. Maybe there's some argument to be made for you just saw all of Broersma's tiles. You know he doesn't have the Z. Maybe you want to burn through some tiles to try to draw the Z yourself and hit that spot really hard. But I think, even though that's true, I think I would like to take out all the threats at once right now. So that would probably be my choice. And
Cool.
instead, Ubika makes a play that maybe he's making this play with a little bit of that logic in mind, blocking the T and A and second T of Tate. And oh boy,
What's happening here?
it looks like we're going to see another ambitious try here. Blank cam.
Weltiest.
Wealthiest. Okay, so this also is going to get challenged off. So unfortunately for Jason, he is. In this scenario,
Oh, look,
I think it makes sense to go for it. But yeah, sorry,
I don't
Austin.
think he was challenged.
Really? Wow, that's surprising. That's very, very surprising. So that is, especially in light of the previous play. But yeah, it looks like Ubika is going ahead and letting this stay on the board. I'm very surprised by that. I would probably just head back to the challenge computer again just to see at this point, but it stays on the board for 80 points, and you can see that Z is there in his rack with a big play that he's threatening there.
Yeah, and the only problem is that Jason Ubika has Rat Hole and PE
Oh,
here.
yes.
So
Yeah,
he
okay.
will stay ahead. And maybe that's part of the reason why he didn't challenge. He might have just been thinking, I'm going to bingo anyway. There's no point challenging. But, in the grand scheme of the tournament, I would just also add this as well, is that Jason Ubika is on 9 and 4. His spread is actually not 9-16. It's actually plus 92. So he's actually got a very, very low spread compared to everyone else who's actually about 900 or 600 or 1,000 or so. So to Jason Ubika at this stage, the spread doesn't really matter that much. He just needs to win all of his games. He is about 600 behind Adam Logan and about 1,000 behind Matt O'Connor and Josh Castellano. So he might be just thinking, just get over the line without any problems and we'll be okay.
Makes sense. That's definitely reasonable. Maybe he just believes that, because there is a word in Welty, you might think about those letters and say, oh yeah, there's something in there, but it's actually Wetley and not Welty. So sometimes you can make mistakes like that just because in your study you associate certain groups of letters with being valid, and then you only realize too late that it's actually not the combination that your opponent played, as another 7-letter word finds its way onto Ubika's rack. Not sure he'll have anywhere to play it, but definitely still looking pretty good for Ubika here, up by about 150 points.
Yep. Looks good for him right now. I guess he's just hoping that maybe Jason Brosman's going to open some kind of 9-timer lane as a kind of a Hail Mary at this stage. Although I don't think in this case he needs to. He can just play Saz, put himself within about a bingo behind. At least it kind of gives something for Jason Ubika to think about. Although he's leaving kind of not very good tiles left, but he has a bit of time to kind of groom that rack a little bit after Saz and maybe just hope that something might happen. You just never know.
Yeah, that's going to be a very solid play for him. It's his only play that gets the Z in the right spot, scoring 69 points. We're not on Twitch, sadly, but we're still enjoying that. But even then, he's going to have to, unfortunately, there are no I's coming in the bag from his POV to join the G and the N to make ING.
Mm.
Not that it's hard to even see. I mean, he needs some kind of miraculous play, probably from the W in the upper left corner. I guess the nice thing about that is if you're going to need a miraculous play, you might as well need it from a letter that scores quite well in the W, which is worth 4 points. It'll be an extra 12 if he's able to play an 8-letter word starting with W there. That's the kind of play that he would need to make some kind of miraculous comeback here. But it doesn't feel likely, but that does not mean it's impossible.
Yep, definitely. We've seen people come back from further behind with worse racks than this in Scrabble. Really, anything can happen. You can't let your guard down for any period of time, especially especially in a tournament like this where you're playing against very strong players. It does look like Jason Brosma has lined up Saz on this rack. I think he will be right in thinking that this is the best play here. He's probably just kind of mulling over the fact he's leaving kind of 4 not so good tiles with how the board is like right now. He's also considering Miz in the top right corner, but the thing is with Miz, it scores 27 fewer points, and with 27 fewer points, he will still need 2 bingos to win this game. And with 11 tiles in the bag, well, it'll be 9 after he plays Miz. That will almost be impossible.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, it's tough to suss out what gives you any kind of winning chances here. Whatever your chances are, they are very low. So you just need to consider, as you said before, with respect to Jason Ubeka, Austin, Jason Brosma may be interested in cutting the loss by as many points as he can. He may make that unfortunate calculation that I'm not going to win this game given the score right now, but I'm going to try to lose it by as small a number of points as possible, because that is the tiebreaker. You see on the record, 11-2 plus 937. That 937 is the cumulative margin of victory, and he wants to minimize the hit that he's going to take there. If he must lose this game, which it looks like he will, can I reduce the size of that loss?
Yeah, definitely. And his spread is actually pretty good. Jason Brosma it's lower than Josh Castellanos and Matt O'Connor's, but it's still higher than Jason Keller's and Adam Logan. So he doesn't want to really lose by too much here if he can help it. But yeah, we're gonna have to see what he just picked out all consonants, so something like mix would be best, I think, for him there, and he just has to kind of limit the damage in this situation. But with Jason Ubika here, with what he has, he's looking at the tiles in the bag now, and he might realize that there's only 3 vowels left compared to 12 consonants. So he might be looking at that and thinking, you know what, maybe I'm the favorite to bingo again if I can try and muster up some kind of opening. But it looks like he's actually going to play off 2 of those vowels. So maybe he didn't notice the vowel shortage in the bag, and he's keeping a U back. So he's opting to block the bingo lanes in the top left corner, which, I mean, in this case, it doesn't really matter too much anyway. He's going to be too far ahead anyway, but looks like he's just opting for a little defense here.
Yeah, just no reason to allow, even if he doesn't see anything concrete as a threat from that W, it does feel like that is pretty much the only way he could lose this game, is by giving up some kind of gigantic bingo from that W in the upper corner. So he plays the archaic done with the weird spelling there. It just blocks everything pretty conclusively. To your point, Austin, it looks like Jason has managed to draw pretty much all the vowels that at least two of the 3, which is a great draw given the scarcity of vowels that are available. And what it means is after Jason's next play, he's pretty likely to draw. I guess there is an E that he could draw, but that's it. He can't draw it. There's literally impossible for him to draw 2 vowels, and that should pretty much do it for him.
Yep, and Alex Things in the chat just said blocking the possible X bomb as well, which was just about to say. So OX could have been played next to the I and the E of wealthiest. So maybe that was another option that Jason Ubika had looked at his score sheet, and saw that maybe the X bomb could have been played there after the Z bomb has just been played. So a bit worried about both of those options with the X and the potential bingos. It kind of blocks up everything. And I can't fault that anyway as well, because I don't see how you could possibly lose after Dolan. So, yeah, I mean, I think it's, again, a good play anyway. But Mix has
Yep,
just been played too.
makes sense. We see Mix go down as predicted. The likelihood of Jason drawing consonants was quite high, and he has.
No E.
No E, it's still
Yep.
lurking there. So one of the, and I have to imagine that Jason Ubika will feel pretty comfortable emptying the bag here. Especially
Yep.
there is one little nuance of this board where if he sees it, he's going to score a boatload of points, and it is the obscure A hook on big in the lower right corner of the board. Biga is actually a valid word, and it's going to fit there, and very nicely spotted by Jason Ubeka. He plays fart. Get your
He did that for the stream.
definitely. Hope everybody's enjoying that. This word, oddly enough, not playable in the Merriam-Webster dictionary. It's too offensive, but we get to see it here. Nicely done. 49 points. And Austin, he kept two vowels on his rack when he had a chance to play more vowels there. So that looks like really good recognition on his part as well.
Yep, I think he noticed that now and realizing that he probably wouldn't be picking up the E, but he did anyway. And even if you do, then that's great, because now your opponent has no vowels, so it's a kind of a win-win situation for you. But yeah, it's a good recognition from Jason Ubika here, and now recognizing that Jason Brosma has no vowels, he can't really do anything. There's not really much he can do. He's going to be doing an out and forth situation or something, but it's really very few
Yeah.
options here. Apart from Nor
It's
and Knawe onto the or with Sazes, that's about as high scoring as I can probably think of right now.
Yeah, that's about it. It looks like he's okay. He's playing Gnawers instead. So
Okay.
I think probably slightly better to get rid of the K here while you have a chance to do so. But this is the right idea. Without any vowels, playing through the AWE is definitely the best way of getting some points. And that is what he's done here. Nicely spotted.
Yeah, that's looks very good to get rid of a bunch of tiles. Really seeing what Jason Ubik is going to do next. Um, yeah, you can't. I mean, you can
The
go out and through here. Yeah, so something like actually Uzo onto the ZO there, keeping leg, which actually be quite good here.
For sure. I do think that from Jason Ubika's perspective, he only has a minute on his clock, so maybe he's not going to think this through too much. But if his tracking is correct, he's going to see that Broersma has VKR, which is essentially a guarantee that he's going to have another turn to work with. So he can think about that if he wants to. But again, the clock is a little bit low. It's hard to do all those, calculations, iterating out everything when you only have you don't have much time to work with. So Uzo would be a great play for him here if he spots it, but it looks like he's getting ready to play glue somewhere. Glues and hooking into the S of NARS seems all right. Everything is going to win here just fine.
Yeah, I think everything is going to be fine. It's kind of all academic at this stage. Let's see what Jason's going to do next. He's probably, I mean, he's probably going to say in normal situations he's going to get V stuck, which is quite possible here. But Jason Ubik only has an O left, so it's not really going to happen.
Right.
But something like
Yeah.
Rock, yeah, ROK here onto the O of Rat Hole looks pretty good.
Seems like he's getting ready to do that, depending on where.
Yep.
Yep, that's where he's going. 12 points. That's the highest score that he has available. Back over to Jason, and he's got two places to get 11 points for his O. It's a little puzzle for you all in the chat. Two places and two places only. He's found one. Anybody see the other? So 11 points here for Jason Ubika, and he finishes with over an 100-point win here. and taking our current leader, our first place player, Jason Broersma, down a peg here. Jason definitely had some chances in this game. A couple errors for sure with the E hook on Quitch, and then trying to find a valid bingo late in the game. But that at that stage, things were already kind of out of hand.
Yes, yes, exactly. Yeah, once you miss that kind of thing, and then it kind of snowballed beyond that with technically three phonies. Two of them were challenged off, and yeah, it was kind of a long slog after that. After picking out some kind of unfavorable bad tiles to go with that.
Yeah, so that happens. Of course, Jason has to be able to shrug that off. He still was in first place, which means he is still right in the thick of things. Not sure if he'll remain in first place, but when you have a loss like this, where you can immediately know that you made some mistakes that might have hurt you in the game, that happens, right? Scrabble is hard to play really optimally each and every game. You have mistakes like this, it's very easy to make them. And I think the real measure of success, when you make them, how quickly can you bounce back, let them slide, fade into the past, and continue to play your best Scrabble going forward. So that's going to be Jason Broersma's challenge. But for Jason Ubika, a critical win for him, as he is firmly in position to go on a winning streak and upset some of the top players in the field. And there's still plenty of time for a winning streak on his part to vault him into the thick of things as well. He already really is. So
Yeah.
pretty exciting game. No shortage of drama in that one, Austin.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we saw a lot of cool moves and some lots of phonies, which is always funny to see.
Yes, exactly.
So we always sometimes always see like perfect play all this time. It's not always the case, as we say. And having some phonies in there kind of adds a little spice. So it's all good from uh, viewer's perspective. But Jason Brosman actually only 5 points spread ahead of Jason Keller at this stage. So it's very close to the top.
Yeah, every point matters when things are that close. So well done to Jason Keller. Clearly must have rebounded from that brutal loss that we saw. An amazing game between him and Adam in our second game of the day. Adam Logan, of course. For those coming over from my YouTube channel, it is appropriate that we got to see Adam Logan put forth a tactical masterclass today. But our next game, and the last game that Austin and I will be doing today, is definitely going to be a good one between two very well-matched Scrabble rivals. And I believe we're going to be seeing Ben Schoenbrunn versus Matthew O'Connor, two younger players who are very, very tactically sharp. I would be astonished if we don't get some good content out of this next game.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, both these players, I would say, probably on the faster side of things as well. So we'll see some fireworks, and we'll try and keep up as best as we can.
Two Word Cup champions, our
Yeah.
producer chimes in. Two players that have notched wins in some of the biggest tournaments that North American Scrabble has to offer. So it's going to be a great matchup. Again, that'll be the last match that Austin and I have for you today. But there are 4 more games coming this afternoon on the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel. So if you're enjoying that coverage, and I certainly hope that you are, consider dropping this video a like, and even more importantly, subscribing to this channel if you enjoy this content. A great way to support it and make sure you don't miss any future similar streams like this is to subscribe to this channel. We're going to take a short break as we get ready for our 4th match of the morning. Again, Ben Schoenbrunn versus Matthew O'Connor, two amazing players. But we'll take that quick break and come back with our next round at the Albany New Year's Scrabble Tournament. All right, everybody, welcome back. We've got our players in our seats for round 15, I believe it is, from the Albany New Year's Scrabble tournament. Austin and I have been here for the first 3 rounds of the day, and we've got a great matchup here between Ben Schoenbrunn, who must have fought his way back into contention with a strong morning. I know he had a tough days 1 and 2 against Matthew O'Connor, two of the strongest. I don't know if I want to say young players. They've been around in the scene for decades, but Austin, two excellent players for us to watch coming up next.
Yes, both of them very, very strong players in their own right. And yeah, they've won a lot of accolades. As we said, they both won the World Cup between them as well, each, I guess. And they're both very strong. Yeah, so there's nothing really much to say. They're both very strong players. You're going to see very good play from both of them. And I'm looking forward to seeing them both play.
Yeah, they're seated. We can cut straight to the board and
Yeah,
get
let's
ready for
go.
this action. Let's have a look at the records and standings here. So Ben, I know, was 4-7 coming into today. So clearly he's won his first 3 games of the day on a bit of a winning streak. Nobody would be surprised to see him reel off a huge number of wins. But it is Matthew to go first in this game. Matthew O'Connor is truly I was going to say one of the fastest and most creative players in the game. And right on cue, he exchanged what looked like 2 vowels, Austin.
Yes. Yeah, he didn't want to give away maybe a 4 point play with exposing a vowel next to the double. So that's quite possible what he did. I didn't actually see what tiles he actually had. But yeah, as you said, very quick players. And if he sees something very quickly, then he's going to do it. And he actually does draw into a bingo here.
So Ben, meanwhile, with those 6 consonants in the blank, he exchanges nearly equally fast. The moves are going to be coming quick with these two players. I feel like Ben Schoenbrunn is one of the few players who would not really be affected too much by Matthew's pace. Matthew O'Connor, truly a speed demon at the table. He processes positions incredibly fast, and he also plays in a very clever defensive style, denying his opponents opportunities. He's going to end up playing a bingo here from this rack. There's not a lot for him to think about here. And Ben is going to respond with both blanks. So we're almost, I would say, Austin, guaranteed we're going to see bingos on 2 consecutive turns here.
Yes, definitely. It's just a matter of which one. So it depends on what Matthew is going to play first. He's going to play Tartine. And there's going to be some 4-timers through that A for Ben to kind of play through here. Not sure which one would be best. Maybe like Moraines is something that I see straight away. But there's definitely a lot of options here if he wants to do that. So we'll see what Ben can muster up here.
Yeah, for sure. We are going to see a play through this A. The only question is how much time is he going to spend looking for just the right play through that A? There are so many that it's
Yeah.
oddly, coming up with just the best one, just to throw a few out would be Moraines, as you said, also Geranium, Urbanism, Oreganum, Coumarin. There are so many that ultimately I think the best thing he could do would not be to get wrapped up in evaluating each individual one, but just to find one that has some attributes that you like, that hits both double word scores, and move on.
Yeah, definitely. And I think you'll try and look for something that doesn't expose a vowel next to the triple letter squares, potentially giving away some kind of X bomb. So that's, I think, the main thing he's going to do. Another thing he might try to do is find a word that doesn't hook an S or something like that. But there are just so many different options here with 2 blanks. They're all going to be relatively closely matched in terms of like how you would evaluate them. So I feel like this is a very easy spot to kind of, I don't know, say be perfectionist, and just try and find the best one here. But in the grand scheme of things with this game, I think we should just try and find something that kind of checks that box in terms of not really putting a dangerous vowel next to the triple L square and move on.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because it's difficult to know which choices that you can make in a Scrabble game will be the ones that have serious reverberations on the rest of the game. I think most of us sitting here would say that the differences between Moraines and Mura Enid or any of these other plays that fit in this spot are so trivial. Like, could you imagine that the S. So Ben is going to designate that. Oh, wait a second. Okay.
Moraines.
Yes. 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 I got it. Yeah. So he's Moraines. I just thought he somehow messed up the designation, but he
Ah,
did not. But could you imagine a situation where that S of Moraines, the blank S, gives Matthew a bingo that he wouldn't have otherwise? Of course. Of course you could. But there's the probability space of all the different things that can branch out from each move is so complicated that you don't want to overthink it, as we see Matthew immediately dumping his two V's with Viva.
yep, it's a nice place for Moraines. Well, Moraines will give Viva, which is what he's got there. Yeah, and I think you mentioned earlier, Coumarins or whatever it was, wouldn't
Right.
have given away with the C starting that word, wouldn't give away something like this. So there are a few nuances with playing players like this, which would not give away things like Viva or something similar. Um, but again, you're just picking 7 random tiles out the bag, so it really could be anything that be on your opponent's rack here.
Yeah, you drive yourself crazy thinking about all the
Yeah,
different
definitely.
outcomes there. So we could just as easily imagine if he plays Kumarin through that A, maybe there's some. First of all, I think Kumarin hooks with an E. Does it? I don't actually remember. But whatever. It's not. It's pointless to get bogged down in it. There's definitely a million ways you could go, and good job to Ben for not spending overly much time finding an 82-point play through that A. And now the question is what to do from here. It's not going to be quite as easy. No bingos available. I think Ben is pretty likely to dismiss the possibility of bingos quickly with this rack. Not that there aren't 8-letter words with these letters, but they aren't available on this board. So I don't know, Austin. Maybe that. Oh, okay. I
Yeah,
wasn't
I think
fast
Rapid
enough.
is very strong. Yeah, it does score very well. Keeps again, the lead is not particularly great, but it is workable with another turn after this. Um, but yeah, I think this looks pretty good to me. There's not really many other places or moves that score anywhere near as well as this.
Yep, agreed. Covering up that V in the top part of the board is definitely the best way to get some points on this board, barring a bingo, which Ben doesn't have. And wow, look at these two players. First of all, we have to note the orientation of the tiles. For me, I'm a little bit type A about having my tiles in alphabetical order and oriented in the normal upright manner. So this is definitely going to be a challenging game for me. Not sure how you feel about it, Austin, but
You saying
both
this is not normal?
players. Yeah, not for me. It's not, but for these two players, the tiles are every which way. Hopefully, you guys can all read them. Remember, the number in the corner is a helpful guide to figure out are these tiles right side up or upside down. But yeah, we're going to be getting. It's just one of those games. Both of these players don't seem to care about holding their tiles in either upright in a readable format or in alphabetical order. So that's going to make it a little more challenging.
Well,
But what do we
next
think?
we should put the letters backwards instead of like you can't see the letters at all.
Yes. But a suggestion of maybe just playing jiggled through the eye of Tartine. That seems like a good way to get out of this consonant mess that Matthew is in. There are higher scoring plays available now through the eye of Viva. If you want to keep 3 consonants, you got some higher scoring plays there. Do you have any instinct on what you would do, Austin?
Um, Jiggled or even jigged looked pretty good to me. And yeah, I think something. Well, I mean, Matt kept 2 Gs in the last move. He could play Dwile, also keeping the 2 Gs, which I don't know if it's really going to be particularly great here. We're keeping GGJ. I think that's particularly great from my point of view. I personally probably would play something like Jiggled or Jigged here, just to try and rid of these kind of awkward consonants once and for all, and hopefully kind of work towards getting that next bingo. But you can see collectively with both these players, both of them have a lot of consonants between them. So it's going to take a little bit of time for both these players to kind of get to a stage where they can actually score a lot of points. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, both of them started out with bingos and then immediately ran into major issues. I guess Ben's rack, where he played Vapid, was relatively balanced. I think we both agree with the play of Vapid. It did leave 3 consonants and exposes him a little bit to draws like this, but I think that's just the risk you take.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to see players draw some vowels and draw some balanced racks. That time is not right now. So Matthew's taking a relatively long time for him, I would say. He's thinking about this pretty deeply, trying to figure out, is it worth? I think the interesting thing about a play like Dwile through the I of Viva, Dwile. That's an archaic word, of course, that we're not likely to see or know, but these players are likely to know it. And oh man, very interesting. So this is a totally different type of play. Very, very defensive play here by Matthew to cut the Tartines hook off. And make this board very inhospitable to the S now. Not terrible, but tougher.
Yeah, definitely makes it more difficult here. He does score 28 points with this turn. Does keep the 2 Gs and the W together as well. So it's going to take at least another turn to kind of get this rack under control. I think what he wanted to hope for was a drawing of the O, so he can draw into Glow and Joe or something like that. Unfortunately, he's drawn a lot more awkward consonants there. As we see, Ben has just exchanged 6 tiles, keeping the Z, which is always a very strong tile to keep. So he's going to do the immediate action of just getting rid of all those tiles that he doesn't want. But yeah, looking at the options that Matthew has, he actually does have a standout play here onto the S of Moraines, which is a blank, of course. He has Sky Glow.
That wow, who would have thought that Matthew has the possibility? It's not a bingo, but he has the possibility of playing a 7-letter word here from that rack. Look at Matthew's rack, and then if I told you in the chat he's got a 7-letter word, you would say hell no. But through that S on the board, as Austin alluded, he does have Sky Glow, and it looks like he will not see it. He's going to play Glow, not that much worse. The GKY combination is certainly not going to help you bingo too much, but it will help you score a lot of the time. You're going to be able to score decently. Sky Glow did look like a standout, but barring that very difficult find, I think this is okay.
Yeah, I think so. Main thing is that the K doesn't really go on this board too well as well. So keeping the K not so good. But yeah, I think Lowe still, as I said, he was probably hoping for the O to be able to play that, and he managed to do that. He still picks out more clunky consonants, so it's going to take a bit more time for him to groom that rack. Whereas Ben, who exchanged, drew some pretty good tiles to go with the Z. I wonder if he can actually cash in that Z for anything great or not, but something like Zein, Zein, keeping Gers, looks pretty good. If he feels a little bit more aggressive, he could play something like Res and JOR, which would set up Zigs as well for the next play. So that's could be something that he'd be thinking about. He's actually a little bit behind right now, so he could try to go a little bit more offensive with Res.
Yeah, those look like the 2 plays that he's likely going to be choosing between. I feel like in general, both of these players will be hesitant to place a Z in the triple lane and just create such an easy opportunity for your opponent. But oddly, it's possible that given Matthew and Ben's relative strength as 2 of the strongest players in North America, oddly, placing a Z in a triple lane actually in that particular spot normally you worry about plays like that because they make your opponent's plays so much easier. As soon as you put a Z in the triple lane, your opponent's going to look at it and say, all right, I got to find my play. If I have a play in this spot, it's going to be my best play. But when you're playing somebody that's really strong, you don't have to worry as much about giving your opponent super easy plays. And ultimately, it looks like Ben is going to play G's to avoid placing that Z in the lucrative spot for Matthew, as well as to avoid keeping a G for next turn the way Rez would in that spot. So this does have some merit to it. I think this makes a good deal of sense. I guess the only drawback is that it doesn't really set up his S in quite as good of a way. But then again, none of the other plays did either, so that's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, G kind of does a bit of both. Kind of scores well, and gets rid of the G. He looks like he's drawn into energies through the G of glow, but or scenaries. But Buggy is going to come down here. He could have played Bluggy for an extra 2 more points, getting rid of another consonant. But yeah, either way, it's still a very solid play here from Matt.
Yeah, I mean, buggy is certainly much more of a normal word than bluggy, the obscure variation that you allude to. Of course, if he had known that word, I think it's slightly better, and you can see why that is from his rack, right?
Yeah.
Imagine for a second that you could take that L in the middle of Matthew's rack and throw it onto the board for a couple more points, and you get one chance of drawing a vowel, right? That is what he could have avoided by playing that L. If he just would have one vowel on his next rack, his options would improve dramatically, especially now after this bingo by Ben. If Matthew had played that L and had an extra vowel on his rack, he might be looking at a huge play through the A of Senaries, but he's going to struggle to reach the triple word score at the base of the board because of that. But I really don't fault him for it, because bluggy, not only is it a weird word, the L also kind of works well with the KP combination too. So just one of those things where the tiniest little differences between plays can have those big impacts on the game.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, without a vowel, there's not many options available here. I mean, the first thing I saw was crib onto the I of Viva. It's really the main open vowel that actually hits some kind of big square, which keeps KLPS, which isn't too bad. But yeah, he's not going to reach the triple at the bottom middle of the board. Whereas Ben will actually get Axone for about 60 points next. But still, yeah, I mean, you can only do what you can do right now. And yeah, he's just going to have to try and play as many consonants as possible here. I don't think it's worth an exchange, at least.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with having consonants on your rack, is usually you're going to be able to find a way to score something decent, even if you are sort of struggling with that imbalance. Vowels are much more annoying because when you have too many vowels, it's difficult to even score anything. But here, at least he could play something like crib in the upper left corner of the board through the I of Viva. That would score 20 points. That's not nothing. It leaves somewhat synergistic consonants for next turn. The thing that's obviously Matthew can't know this, but if Matthew plays anywhere that isn't through the A of Senaries, Ben is going to respond immediately with a big X play, and it looks like he is going to go ahead and play and block the potential Axone through that A of Senaries. So, well, a timely play by Matthew to save himself some grief.
Yeah, I mean, his leave is not the worst if he can draw at least 2 more vowels. So he's thinking of that, and then this would also set up the S hook for Pack. So I think that's kind of what he's thinking about, although he's only drawn 1 vowel, and it was an I, and he picked out another W and R, so not great on that front. But I like the idea here, and it definitely has saved him, at least on the short term, that Axone is not playable. And we'll have to see what Ben is going to play next. What can he even do?
Well, he's got that X. That's certainly the focal point of his rack. He's going to be looking to deploy that for as many points as he can. He has a couple places to play. If you are a North American player, this word's going to look weird to you, but a very commonly seen word in the Collins Dictionary, Zoana, Xoana. He has a couple places to play that. A bit more dangerous but high scoring would be underneath the E and S of Cenaries. You could see EX and SO, but he's going to play in a safer way, which I fully endorse. I don't think it's worth putting a letter in the triple lane, especially putting a vowel in the triple lane in the form of the A after you've seen your opponent, Matthew, just play 3 consonants. I don't think I want to put a vowel in the triple lane after a play like that.
Yeah, again, this is kind of doing a little bit of inference here in terms of what you think your opponent has just played and what you think they may be keeping. I'm sure Ben would be thinking that, if he had something like an E, he would probably play Packer or Pact or something. So putting an A in that spot on that double letter square in a big 9-timer space is looking very dangerous and scary. So yeah, I definitely agree with playing Zoana in the place that he played right now.
Yeah, looks wise given Matthew's previous play, which of course at this level, that was the subject for those of you coming over from my YouTube channel. That's sort of the subject of my video, is that every play that your opponent makes is kind of a clue. It's a clue that you can use to inform your next decisions. So in that situation, Ben had 2 opportunities to play the X, which were very similar. And I have to assume that Matthew's previous play was what tipped the scales for him to sacrifice 5 points here and play this in a less dangerous way. Admittedly, playing Zoana in the spot where Ben played it did also have the advantage of keeping a consonant on his rack, as opposed to the other spot would have left just 2 vowels. So that's worth consideration too. But using those clues that your opponents leave behind, especially really good opponents, is a really, I think, a really fun part of high level Scrabble.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of another layer to the puzzle that that you're kind of looking at right now. And yeah, this is it's a bit of a weird spot for Matthew here. I think he's going to have to get. I mean, he could also play. He could get rid of this S here and play Bowers, Bowrs, leaving the sole vowel that he has on his rack. At least that way, he's guaranteed at least one vowel. Which he hasn't always been guaranteed any vowels in this game so far. So that's a decent high scoring option available for him. He could also play a swirl, just going down from the S, keeping BRS, which is also a very strong leave. So those are the options are available, and then he keeps his S for packs as well. If he can draw some vowels finally, then he could bingo with the S hook with packs.
Yeah, I mean, part of the idea behind Pack, and okay, he does decide to play that S. So this makes sense to me. This is by far a higher score than some of the other options that do not use the S. Of course, Matthew is a little bit brokenhearted to part with that S after part of his reason of playing Pack in that spot was to make a really nice S hook with an S in hand. He had an S, and after Pack, it just becomes so strong. But Matthew changing gears quickly and realizing that he really doesn't have a good way of scoring points effectively if he doesn't burn his S with that archaic Bowers play. So very nicely done, and very nicely done to Ben as well, as he plops down his ET to extend Pack to Packet. And that looks really nice. A huge number of points, and it takes out some of the hooking possibility of, especially if Ben thinks that Matthew might have another S. That looks like a great way to neutralize it and score a bunch of points.
Yeah, I think it's a very strong play here. There's definitely by far the highest scoring play possible. He had kept the Q, but he can get rid of it the next turn. He actually now has Cat, QAT, with the T of Mirth now coming down and keeping cones, which looks very strong with the E and the T at the bottom of the board as possible floating tiles. So I think Bennett is going to be pretty happy with this, how these moves have just panned out here. So I kind of expect him to play. I guess I expect him to play cat pretty quickly, and that's just something that was much better than that. But I don't see anything. So there we go. Cat comes down, 32 points, puts him up by about 51, 52. And yeah, does Matt have a bingo? That's the question now.
Yeah, he's close. That F and the Y combination together, even though you have the IFY suffix, that's kind of a marginal suffix, as it looks like Ben is right on the verge of a bingo of his own in a couple different spots on the board.
Yep,
So Ben
he
may be
does.
on the verge of pulling away here. But as you said, Austin, Matthew's close, but not quite there to a bingo. The nice thing in his shoes is he should be able to score quite well while also leaving himself good bingo tiles. So maybe things are not hopeless for him, but certainly it's going to get tougher next turn as Ben has a couple different ways of bingoing on totally different parts of the board. So a player of his caliber will not be missing those options.
Yep, definitely. Yeah, Matt is going to be looking to get rid of the F and the Y here, try and get that bingo as soon as possible. I mean, he's 52 behind. He does need to get the next bingo, and as we can see, Ben is going to get the next bingo. He does have Senesio underneath the I and the D of Vapid, which does take an S, I believe. So that does kind of create another juicy lane down from that double. It's going to feel one short of the double word square. And he has two bingos onto the T of packet. He has Ice Stone or Seicento, which neither of them will hit the triple, but bingo's a bingo. He's gonna get overhead by about 100 in the spot, but it looks like Matt is gonna go with Faye, which looks like the kind of equity play here. Also setting up his R hook for Ryu, so it's kind of a nice play there.
Yep, agreed. It's a nice way to score a bunch of points while not really eliminating your odds of playing a bingo in that spot due to the Ryu hook that Austin you alluded to there. But it just makes Ben's decision much easier. He simply has to pick now between Seicento and Ice Stone, the two bingos through that T at the base of the board. He's going to be looking at the unseen tiles. He's going to say, are there any threats that I need to worry about? Parallel plays that play on top of one of those two words, but not the other. And really, most of the scary tiles are already on the board. All of the highest scoring tiles are out there already, so he doesn't have to worry too much. And down comes Ice Stone, which is going to make things very difficult on Matthew here.
Yep, and all the S's and blanks are now on the board as well. So is that right? All the S's? Maybe
One more
S
S.
left?
Yeah,
One more
one
S
more
left.
S.
Okay, but there's
It
no
could be
real
on
place to
Ben's.
play the F anyway.
It could be about to be on Ben's rack too. So
That's true. That's true.
let's
But
see.
yeah, he's now up by about 83, which is not insurmountable. But Matthew does have Lunia, but doesn't play anywhere. Oh, but Ben has now got some pretty bad tiles, so it might not be quite all over yet.
Terrible. That's a horrible draw for him. Exactly what Matthew needs is for Ben to have some kind of an awful draw, which that has worked out that way. The thing that I'm most worried about from Matthew's point of view is that this board is now very difficult in terms of where are you actually going to bingo here. The bottom of the board after Ice Stone is very much obstructed. It's going to be difficult to play a bingo hooking onto the Q to make chi. That's going to be a very, very specific spot that should be tough to, maybe there's some way of doing that he can fish into. But really, the only realistic lane that he currently has is the R hook onto U for Ryu. And now he's going to play Rio. Looks like he is doing this in order to try to draw that last S. Ewer would pluralize with Ewers if he were to draw that last S in a way that's kind of annoying for Ben to block, actually. So this looks reasonable. Scoring well, staying in range, trying to get that S.
Yeah, I mean, Matthew is a poker player, so he might be trying to feign a little bit of a bluff here, saying to Ben, I have the ass. Now it's time for you to try and do something about it. But Ben does have options blocking at least the potential I ending bingo with a hull or a hold. Looks like he's gone for a hold, which is I think slightly better anyway, scoring a little bit more and unduplicating those O's. Scores pretty well here. He's not going to worry about the S hook because it's going to open up the top right triple if a bingo goes there. But yeah, I think there's a good chance that Ben could pick out the S with his draw here.
Yeah, which would be kind of funny, right? Like he's at least taken a moment to look at Matthew's previous play and say, "Oh, there it is,
There
right
it is.
away."
Oh, there you are.
So he's probably like, "Oh, wow, how nice of you to set up an S hook for me." But yeah, at this point, seeing that S is essentially tantamount to victory here, but he does have to just make absolutely sure he's not missing some other clever plan. Matthew is very resourceful in that way. He's going to find tricky options in a variety of places. And is he okay? He's going to use his F in the good spot with 5 tiles in the bag. He plays 3 here to keep things at least a little bit complicated for Ben. And again, from Matthew's POV, he could still draw that S. That would help him a lot. But without it, as we see that he's not going to get it, Ben already has it. Things are going to be tough.
Yep, I mean, there is still a bingo lane through that R of Moraines as well. It has to be very specific with that R in 5th position. So that is still, it is still possible, but very difficult to hit, and it doesn't score very much. And then obviously opens up another triple square on the left side of the board. But yeah, I mean, to be honest, with if you play forward, I think it pretty much resigns you to losing this game. I think it just means that you're just going to try and reduce the spread as much as possible. And you can see that Matthew's spread is very high anyway, so he's probably just trying to preserve that at this stage and probably not go too kind of gung ho with trying to win this game. And he obviously doesn't have the ass, so he's probably thinking that Ben probably has it now. By now, there's only 2 tiles in the bag, and if he doesn't have it now, he's going to get it on the next turn. But yeah, I mean, I don't know if Ben's going to try and do something crazy here, or if he's just going to try and just take the equity play and just win the game outright like that.
Yeah, it would be tempting to try to plop that H down somewhere and just, I mean, with that leave that Ben would have if he plays his H, he wouldn't be emptying the bag. And there are at least a couple things that he can draw that would play, such as outlies and ewers that would force Matthew to have to block it. I think he's probably up by enough points to withstand doing that. But I think he's, as we know, he's home free no matter what. But in his shoes, he needs to be thinking about what are the disaster scenarios that could potentially happen if I empty the bag. Can he bingo, for example, through that first R of Moraines? Maybe, just maybe, there's an 8-letter word in there, which if I don't score enough, I could lose to a play in there. So there are certainly a handful of considerations that Ben has to be processing here just to make absolutely sure. And it looks like he's deciding to play through that R, reasoning that that really is pretty much the last thing that Matthew can have. I'm not sure if I see any actual threats, but there might be some in this pool.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. Just making sure of this. Definitely bingo through the H is much more difficult than the R. Another option that I thought about, there's only 2 tiles in the bag. He could have played Eel, EEL, leaving one short of the triple there. And then he could have picked out a 50-50 chance of heinous. There's still an N and an E left of the bag. So he could, if he was feeling a little bit more punchy with spread, but I know his spread is not particularly great anyway, he could have potentially tried to do that.
True. I think, in our privileged position here, seeing
Yeah.
both sets of tiles, we know that Ben did not really have to think very hard at all. But when you're sitting in that seat, you do need to be thinking about every last thing that can happen to the best of your ability, because if you don't, every now and then you're going to have a game like this where you feel is completely in hand, and then you end up losing and you say to yourself, how did that just happen? So Anyway, looks like a play by Matthew. It seems like he's probably trying to block Ben's outplay of I guess, the plural of Lennis. And
Yeah.
oh,
Oh, he
what's
has senile.
this? Oh,
Yes,
senile in
senile.
that spot. Okay, so there was no point in that block by Matthew, I don't think. Maybe there was some better option. Let's see. What do we think he should have played? Looks like tilth
Yeah,
for
Tilth would have
Matthew
been that play
to
there. Yeah.
the H of Howry. Either way, Ben goes out with a very nice overlapping play of senile, and the final score 459 to 369 in Ben Schoenbrun's favor. So a fourth straight win for Ben here. Nicely done as he looks to resuscitate his hopes. That was a pretty interesting game. Some tricky decisions earlier on in the game when both players were slogging, Austin.
Yeah, there was a few interesting spots for both players, especially being so constant heavy early on, which kind of took up most of the time of the game. Actually, both these players, finishing with quite a lot of time left on their clock. But a lot of the other moves after that, I think, kind of lended to themselves a bit more. But yeah, very well played from actually both sides, to be honest with you. But yeah, this actually does a good job for Ben, who technically is currently before this game was 5 wins behind the leaders. But between the top 6 players, there's actually only 1 win between them all. But there's a bit of a gap between the top 6 and everyone else. So Ben is going to try and narrow that gap, and he's definitely one of the players who can definitely do that. He's definitely strong enough to do that.
Yeah, he's done it before. Started a tournament not to his normal standard, but then reeled off a boatload of wins to find his way towards the top. Nobody would be surprised if that were to happen. So, Austin, that does it for our block this morning of games. It's been a lot of fun. We got to see a whole bunch of different players show their stuff. I had a lot of fun. These games were all pretty impressive. Any thoughts before we do a couple plugs and head off to lunch?
Sure. Yeah, I think it was a very entertaining session, morning session here. See a lot of very great plays. We saw some very difficult decisions. We saw Adam Logan taking a long time, which doesn't always happen. We saw a lot of phonies as well too. So we got a bit of everything. So yeah, hope you guys are around to join. I think starting in over an hour from now for the afternoon session.
Yeah, players are going to go on lunch break. We've got a couple of games. It seems like, I believe, they're going to be former games that I played, including potentially the one that some of you have seen snippets of on YouTube today on my channel. You might get to watch that whole thing of Adam Logan working his magic against me. So that's going to come up during the lunch break, but just want to quickly do another plug for the team at letsplayscrabble.com behind the scenes, working incredibly hard to produce this stream and to sort of organize the entire tournament and run the tournament. Amazing job to the masterminds of Let's Play Scrabble, Josh Greenway and Kieran O'Connor. Best way to show your appreciation for them is to just drop a like on this video, but even more importantly, subscribing to their YouTube channel as they continue to bring great live streaming content like this, which I'm just happy to do. Austin and I are just happy to chip in, do our part to help with that effort. Definitely want to note that for those of you that are saying, how can I get involved in Tournament Scrabble? Let'sPlayScrabble.com has some great resources, lots of tournaments hosted by that same team over the course of a year. Next one coming up in early March in Ontario, the Canadian Scrabble Classic. I'm sure that will have live streaming as well. Yeah, I guess last but not least, will be my co-commentator, Austin Shin, on his Twitch channel. Twice a week, I believe, Austin, you said, doing gameplay, extremely high-level gameplay, playing viewers, playing the top Scrabble AI bots out there. Definitely, if you want to support our other content creators, if anybody's coming from my YouTube channel, Austin is a great candidate for that over on his Twitch channel. So with that, I think it's time to eat lunch. But we are far from done today. We've got a whole different set of games. Robin Pollock Daniel and Jared Cappel will have the call this afternoon from the NWL division, North American Lexicon. And with that, I think that's going to be it. Austin, was a pleasure, of course. And any final words before we cut to break?
Hope you guys enjoy the stream for the rest of the day and tomorrow as well. So it's always a pleasure to be co-commentating alongside you, Will. And yeah, I hope you guys stick around for more.
All right. Thanks, everybody. Lunch break. Back in a bit.
We've got two of the best players, not only in North America, but in the entire planet. We have Will Anderson, who is obviously Wonder of 15. He is a, all-round good guy and former national champion. And he is going to be playing against former world champion Adam Logan, who we saw on the stream earlier today. So we're kind of expecting some pretty much perfect play, really. These two are one of the best players around.
Yeah, this is as good as it gets. These are formidable opponents. There's almost a bit of a case of a Spider-Man pointing at Spider-Man kind of experience, because they both have sublime word knowledge and process things extremely quickly.
So yeah, we're expecting a very interesting and a very high quality game between both players.
And
interesting
again, the Z foiling an initial rack.
Okay, so number of words that will get the Z on the double letter square here, but which one is best? So there's zebra, Zerda, or Xander. I think Xander is probably the worst one out of those, keeping the B. So maybe zebra, I guess. I mean, he's got that lined up right now, and he's not taking too long to play it. And zebra obviously takes an S on the end, and then you can also put another S on the end of that. So zebras is good as well.
Did you always say zebra, or I was expecting a zebra there? But is this a sign of your assimilation to America? Or?
Yeah, I've had to adjust my Z sounding words to zebra, not zebra, or say the word say Z instead of Z. I've had to adjust, otherwise people will not know what I'm talking about. So, okay, looks like there was maybe a slight problem with the board or something, but I think they fixed it now, and it now definitely is on Will's turn. So what can Will play here?
He could play Jam for 35. He could play Job for 28. What is he? Yeah, for people who are newer to the game, those high point tiles, you want to get them out of your way. ES, there really is. These guys are going to be thinking about bingoing early and often, and all the high point tiles they're just going to chuck out of the way whenever they can to maximize their chances of bingoing. So I would expect Jam to go down 35 points. EGOS, while the G is on its own, it's not the most wonderful letter. EGOS is a fine, promising bingo leave. Bingo being where you play all 7 tiles, get that 50-point bonus, and Will sets himself up nicely.
Yeah, I mean, you can put G underneath the ZA as well. So actually, a lot of those letters that he has kind of goes underneath ZA and EM. So you can do EM, EME, or EMO, or EMS. So actually, it's pretty flexible the way that he played it. And obviously, the G and the O are his worst tiles currently. As he puts more tiles on his rack, he actually ends up picking another O and E, actually. So he will end up probably trying to play underneath that. And with the Z and the J kind of there, and you can kind of play underneath both of those tiles, you're going to rack up the score pretty quickly if your opponent doesn't go there, and still get rid of kind of your worst tiles. But yeah, Jam looked like a very solid play on this case.
And Adam reflexively orders his letters into alphabetical order. You might wonder, why do we all do that? A lot of people study the words that way. They study bingos that way, where you'll see all 7 letters in alphabetical order. We call that an alphagram. And then they just, that's the most comfortable. Once you've studied a few thousands of hours. That's just how you're used to seeing and processing the letters. So, oh, nice find here. He plays Zaidi, which I believe is an ant or an aunt. I would say ant myself. Maybe Austin would say
I would say
aunt.
aunt. Yeah, I would say the other way.
Uh,
30.
yeah. Oh no, 36 points is about as good as he was going to do out of that unpromising combo. So well done.
Yeah, just a thing in the chat is that the scores are actually currently the other way around. Okay, we've just fixed it now. So, yep, Adam does have 88 points to Will's 35. There's no floating N on the board for Osteogen. So it doesn't look like he's actually going to be able to bingo here. He's going to look to get rid of the G and the O, and one of the O and E maybe alongside it. So he could play something above the E, B, and the R of zebra, and playing Go, G-O-E or G-O-O. Again, neither of them score particularly well, but leaves the optimal letters on your rack for a bingo on the next turn, and a good balance between score or what available scores you can actually get with this turn and the letters you're keeping.
Yeah, and a classic a classic newcomer mistake here would be to play your S immediately and try to get 30 points for hooking zebras. But the S is so valuable for bingos where you use all your letters that what you're going to see experts do a lot of the time is just hold on to the S unless they have a really solid scoring play. So yes, he could maybe play Stooge and score 25 points immediately, but that S is worth at least you can think of it as being worth 10 points or something like that right now.
Yeah, it's definitely not a tile that you want to be playing off in a hurry for cheap points, so to speak. Similar with a blank, but to a greater degree. But it looks like Will is opting to play Goo and keeping 2 E's on his rack. 18 points that will score, so he moves up to 53 as we see Adam holding the word thunder on his rack, which plays underneath the R and the A of zebra. And that would score 73 points. Only problem with that is that it will put the E and the R, well, the E actually, just below the double letter square, which would give easy access to the triple word square on the middle right of the board. Although he could also just play Thunder and Tor, so above the OR of Goo and Zebra, which would not open up any triple. That is also an option for him, although it scores 7 fewer points. So definitely something to consider as well. And the third playable bingo he can play is actually just putting AT in Thunder, or underneath the A on Zebra. So there's only 3 different possible ways he can play Thunder here. There's no way, I mean, he's obviously got it spelled out in his rack, so he's going to quickly compute all the different possible ways of playing this bingo and see which he thinks is best overall.
Yeah, so you might be asking, well, why wouldn't he just take the points? Can it possibly be worth it to play Thunder for 66 instead of 73? But the answer is yes. I would play Thunder and Tor myself. Putting that E underneath the double letter score that goes to the triple word score, super dangerous. One of the most dangerous openings you can possibly create. I would say that's a 10 points worth of danger, just in terms of, although the Z is gone, so the absolute worst case scenario is not going to happen. But I would play Thunder and Tor all day. Wouldn't even think about taking the 7 extra points. Let's see what Adam thinks of that. Maybe I'm being too risk averse. We will see what another expert thinks.
Asking me about.
Yeah, actually, yeah. What would you do? What would you do, Austin?
I'm not. I'm generally a person that will score more points, but I think if you play Thunder below the R and the A, you probably. You're trying to avoid an H or a W or an F. There's quite a number of tiles that can go there, and that's just that one spot. Like the other 4 letters or even longer than that could actually have other big point tiles. You could probably easily give away up to 40, 50 points. But again, the what we said earlier about inference, we're trying to make a guess on what your opponent is keeping. And with
Great
Will
point.
playing Goo, you're probably expecting that he's holding maybe 4 good, decent tiles, and the chance of him picking 3 or any kind of high scoring tile that would go above the E with 3 tiles when he just played Goo, probably quite low. Or he would just play a bingo. So, and then that would be open for him to kind of play next time. So maybe in this situation, just based on what he played on Goo, maybe I would play Thunder where Adam played, but it's definitely a situational thing here.
Yeah, you've convinced me, actually. I think you're 100% right. I hadn't thought about that factor, but Goo does signal other low point tiles. So, right, the risk of a giant play at overlapping Thunder was lower. So that was really well identified.
So Will just played Overstrome, which can be spelled without that first O. 59 points. We call it a baby bingo when it's a bingo that doesn't really score very much. And this is pretty much as low as, almost as low as an 8-letter bingo can really score. It's only 59 points. But again, nothing to stick your nose up at, really. It's still a lot of points in the grand scheme of things. Adam has drawn some big tiles. You could play something like Batik, Batik, just to the right of the ONE of Overstrome. That would score a number of points. There's probably something better that you can probably play there. But I believe Overstrome also does take an S, so that is also a danger. And with the T of Overstrome there, it kind of blocks that E of Thunder to play across to that triple. So it kind of does a little bit of defensive work as well.
Why are we devaluing babies in society? Baby bingos should be our most precious bingos.
That is true. We should be valuing that more, especially you and me, at least.
Especially if our significant others are watching.
Alex said in the chat, I thought baby bingos are high prog bingos. Is that how you defined it, or am I getting it?
Oh, have we found another US UK divergence? Fascinating. This is not one I was aware of.
I don't know. Maybe I have been misinterpreting this the whole time.
Wow, you really learn things as a commentator. Especially when people get the chance to tell you that you're mistaken about things.
Okay, so he has played Batik. He could have also played something like Bandit or Bankit, so Bankit, but that opens up a 9-timer lane. So maybe he didn't want to do that. And ND is a pretty good combination of tiles there. Although the ND of Thunder is currently floating right now, which probably doesn't go too well with the letters he has, but probably the best he can do out of the situation currently. Although Will does have a bingo. He drew straight into another bingo. So maybe something like Padrone and OBE potentially, unless there are 4-timers through that D of Thunder.
He also has Pomander double through the D for 90, but I think he's gonna dial up the style meter, if only because that way he gets to make a cool video about it later. I think he's gonna put a little bit of time right now. You see his facial reaction. He's like, do I really have to go through all 26 letters of the alphabet to find something that scores 100 points? Yes, you do, Will. Entertain us.
Find it. Come on. It's got to be a content.
I haven't found it, so it's a race between me and Will. I mean, he could also just play Persona, which is, that would be like 90 plus, making oboe and nan and eta. But dude, I want to see 4 overlaps minimum here.
And there actually is just one word that does that. There's one word. Adam has just got it in the chat. It's Repo Man, making oboe, nam, eta, and in. which gets 90 points, which is actually the highest scoring bingo alongside any of the 4 timers he's about to play. So Dog Napper is an option, and Jesse said about Pomander through the other D of Thunder, and Expander as well, using the blank as an X. All those 4 words with Reprimand are 90 points.
I actually don't like this play very much. I'm really surprised he wouldn't take the chance to block the right side. I know it's 90 points, but I'm sure he saw something like Persona. I guess it's a volatile board and there are many places to play, but to me, the right side of the board feels like something I would have tried to cover up. So I'm intrigued by his logic here.
Yes, Adam D is saying you can spell Dognapper with 1P. That is true. You can also spell like Kidnapper with 1P, and I think Catnapper also. You can do those with 1P as well. It's a bit of a strange kind of words and doesn't kind of look right, so to speak. But yeah, I definitely would have played on the right side of the board just for a bit more defense. And it's actually, again, we just said that Reaper Man scores exactly the same number of points. And again, if he doesn't see that, he'd have Persona for 89, which is actually just 1 point fewer. I think it's probably worth blocking. Also, Dognapper opens another triple from the A of Dognapper as well, which is another volatile spot. And again, what we kind of mentioned earlier about, if one player kind of draws a lot of the good tiles, so to speak. I know so far Will has bingo twice in a row. It looks like he's going to bingo again. He's got the other blank. Although the scores are actually still very close, but it definitely helps to draw well. And so far, Will is doing just that.
The universe has told Will, no, try again. Seriously, find an overlap. I double dare you. So we'll see if you can turn on the style and find something that overlaps all the letters in batik. But yeah, aping is going down from Adam here. Makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of promise to that rack. You almost want to keep the ing if you can, maybe, but it was hard to see how to do that and score points. So aping 33 points makes a lot of sense, and keeping an S as well has a fair chance of bingoing himself in response.
Exactly. It actually ends up blocking Adonai's and Batik's for Will as well. That would have scored probably another 90 points or so. I'm sure he can still score a lot here, but on a static evaluation, according to the engine, aping is the best play, one of the highest scoring players he could have played. You could also have played something like Lisp as well and Batik's if you wanted to block that very volatile S spot. But again, aping keeping the S is very strong.
Yeah, Will has at least a 3 overlap word that I see now. Also on the right, he can play Codena, with making the blank a C. That's a variant spelling of codeine that exists in the dictionary for God knows what reason. But then it would overlap and make OB, OBI, non, and ETA again, and be another 90-point-ish option. So knowing Will, he's going to see that that's a possibility.
Yes. And actually, Codina is the only 3-tile underlap here, scoring 86 points, and he has found it. Again, we're just seeing just Scrabble at its highest level played right now. There's really no missteps so far at all. Every single move is scoring very well and pretty much at the top of the evaluation for every single move. So we have not really had to sweat too much here as commentators, but these guys are absolutely crushing it with the word finding on display right now.
Yeah, you saw a quick shake of the head from Adam as that second blank went down, which is an interesting signal. I actually find that Adam can get quite frustrated when his opponents get fortunate against him. So it was interesting to see that. Let's see if it influences his decision making and response at all. What do you think he should do here, Austin? He's not in bad shape, but he is trailing, and his tiles don't do that much of anything at
Yeah,
first glance.
yeah. I mean, he has the S, and there's still two S's on scene. And for once, both of these blanks are actually already played and not staying till the end of the game. So he could cash in that X right now with XI and aping. That scores 36. He's currently down by 46, despite being out bingoed, so to speak, 3-1 so far. So even if he plays that, he's only 10 behind, still very close. And he has the X. If he plays XI and draws into an E or an A, he could have Vise or Visa and Batiks. He can score another 40, mid 40s there as well. Another other players that he could potentially consider here are things like Vild, Vild, next to the O and E of Oestron, just to the left of it, would score 21. Or even further, if he wants to play something like Livid and Do on that same O, opening up the triple for 23, keeping SX. That is technically another option, but I think XI here scores way more than anything else. And that's probably what I would do, just because it scores so well.
Yeah, whenever you have a power tile, you always have to think about whether you can create any or whether you can set up any opportunities for yourself or create a high scoring play. It's kind of hard to see uh, anything particularly brilliant for Adam. He could play something like Glid for 6 points on the bottom row, which would set up XI for 53. That's not a good option, but it's kind of to illustrate just how you should always, when you have a power tile, you should always find your best setup as a just in case, because the reality is that these setup plays are often coming on boards where there are many other alternatives. So your opponent often would have to spend a lot of effort to block them. It may not be worth it to block at all. And a lot of times it can make your X or whatever power tile you have much more valuable. So you should always find, if you have time, your best setup. I don't see anything all that brilliant for Adam here.
Well, what about Livid through that D of Thunder? What about that? That sets up the X that way. It does a slightly better job of Glid, and with the Li there, you're just hoping to pick out an A or an E, and you've set yourself up for another 50 odd point play. And it's actually a bit more, say, disguised, because you could easily, Will might end up thinking, okay, he's stuck on a bunch of I's and V's. They're playing Livid for 18 onto that D of Thunder, setting up that first I with XI that he is already, the X is already holding, could be a potential option here, which would net him, if it actually works out, about 70 points in total with those two moves, which could be more fruitful than this XI here of 36 and hoping to pick out an A or an E that's currently in the bag with just two tiles that he'll be grabbing from the bag after XI. What do you think of Livid?
I like Livid. That's the thing about finding these setups, is that it doesn't happen that frequently, and we're kind of not as trained to do it as finding bingo plays. So
Exactly.
it's often kind of challenging or kind of an outside the box exercise to track it down as an option. But I'm going to grab my dime and invoke Nigel Richards. He's famous for his setups and sort of kind of showing the world that setups are worth investing in the highest levels of Scrabble. He once had a game against me where he made 3 setups of 3 separate power tiles, I believe each of which he cashed in, which was quite the painful thing to experience. So I think Livid is, the thing I like about Livid is that it's not really, you're not creating a spot that Will can do that much about. Like, it would cost Will something to block it. And I really don't think XI, it's hard to see what DILSV is ever going to turn into. So I think I would, if I had the presence of mind to think of Livid, I think I would play it. Good find.
Thanks. Yeah. I could definitely claim that one, and not look at the engine for that, because the engine is not particularly great at like finding or coming up with options to set up plays. Um, Although Livid is still, well, actually with 18 points, is not really an option on the analyzer as it stands. But I think if you're 46 behind right now, you kind of really want to try and get as close to even in the next two moves, especially with the board now. Even though despite four bingos already being played, the board is not that open, and even if you play Livid, it kind of blocks it even more. You really only have the spots through the N and the G of aping to kind of get a bingo down, or maybe the N and D of Thunder, but those would not be available if you play Livid. So yeah, I mean, you really want to try and cash in these big tiles, try and get to almost even, and try and get rid of those bad tiles as quickly as possible, and hope to bingo sooner rather than later at this level.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of pushback in chat. A lot of people want to just go with XI right away and take the points. But to me, it's all about what is your path to victory. You should always know that at basically all points in the game. And yeah, if Adam decides that XI followed by potentially drawing Visa or Viz is enough to potentially draw him level with Will, then he'll go down that path. Visa would actually be 45, and so I don't mind it as a try. I think taking the points for XI or playing Livid, or I think Livid has a bit more upside, especially because with Livid, you're keeping NS, which is a pretty good. You're keeping NSX, so you can play off the X and whatever bad tiles come in, and still have it. You could actually still bingo through the G at the bottom of the board, or the N. It kind of leaves that area more open. So while talking, I have convinced myself again that Livid is best.
Yeah, another thing to consider also is that if Livid comes down and you can't play next to that eye, where is your opponent going to go? Especially if they don't have an S for Batiks. And one of the main places to score points is actually next to Eta. So it turns out that Will might end up playing something like Gull, Gull, which actually ends up blocking that spot anyway. So you might want to try and carve out another spot for yourself, like Livid, that is not going to get blocked with for your potential play of Vise or something like that. But as we see in the chat, using so much time is what Jason Drake has said in the chat. Adam must have burnt a good 7 or 8 minutes on this turn, and he ends up with playing XI in the end. And yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised that Will is not like playing a move like straight away here. I mean, he's also had a good 8 minutes to think of something, and I don't think he would have actually played through the ing of aping anyway. So we'd like to have seen him play a little bit faster, just to keep things ticking along on Adam's time.
Yeah, but he has to consider the fact that XI to him probably looks like a Q setup. Although it would confuse me a little bit why Adam took so much time, but he could easily think that Adam has Chin and Chi for 63, or QIN and QI if you don't want the Pinyin pronunciation. But so he has to think about, he's thinking about blocking. He set up long line on his rack to go through the IN and block. I actually think the fact that Adam took 8 minutes would suggest that he doesn't have the Q, because it would have been such a commandingly good play that he just would have done it immediately. But that Will may not be thinking that way.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, someone like Adam will generate these options so quickly. It would almost be, I would expect Adam to see a XI and QI combination within like a minute, and actually would have executed the move. So I don't know if he's maybe thinking that Adam might be holding the eye and trying to draw into a queue, or maybe he's already holding the queue but doesn't have an eye, something like that. Maybe it's like an almost setup, so to speak, is what he's trying to banking on. And with XI, as I said, Adam is only 10 points behind. Something like QI in that spot would score 63 and put Will back in the hole, basically, despite having 3 bingos to Adam's 1. But again, making inference on what XI is, and also thinking about how long he took, I don't think he could, and he doesn't. I don't think he needs to play long line here. He's keeping
No,
a
I think
U.
it would be a major mistake, actually. I think he has to be careful of overcorrecting, because another downside of long line is that it leaves a U. If he plays Gull
Yeah,
right here in Geta, he keeps ENO. Like these kind of small margins and leaves like can really magnify. So I think he's actually over respecting Adam here, and the potential lead he could have, and it's going to cost him big time. He's going to find out real quick that he did not read this position correctly.
exactly. Divest has come down, so he's kind of so Adam is kind of distracted Will here by playing something like XI, almost like a fake out almost, and playing long line, and Divest scores 54 points, which puts him kind of into the lead now. Actually, he's actually ahead by 22. So he's up to let's see, he's up to 332 to Will's 310, and yeah, I mean, what can we say about that? This is the level that we're watching right now, and yeah, I mean, it's incredible. You gotta think of these things, the psychology of the players as well, and minor things like this can swing a game. But Will has Yutch. Why? I think that's good, right? Yucch.
I would pronounce it yuck,
Yuck, yuck. But how do you
because
pronounce
it's
it?
onomatopoeia. Sorry.
Yuck. And that was go with yo. I mean, sorry, ho onto the first O of Oestrone. And he has no vowel to go underneath the L of long line in the bottom corner to hit the triple, so he can't do anything with that. And in the end, actually, after playing Divest, Adam actually does pick out QI, pick up the Q. So,
The long con.
exactly, the fake out actually did end up being something, but long line came out anyway. But yeah, I think Yuch probably best. I mean, I don't know if he's wondering about opening up the board, but Adam just plays 6 tiles. He's basically got almost a random rack here. So I think you're going to take the points and get rid of your bad tiles.
Well, more to the point, he's now losing, so he can't afford to say like, "Oh, I'm going to keep the board tight," because it's
Yeah,
the game is totally up for the taking, and if he's overly conservative, then he's just not going to win.
exactly. It's going to backfire pretty heavily if he's too much on the defensive side here. But yeah, I still think that's probably the best play. And you can see the tiles left on the screen right now, the bottom of the screen, underneath the board. So yeah, kind of an assortment of tiles still. Nothing is not too bingo-y and not too dangerous. I mean, not too too scary in that sense, but there's still a number of big tiles and things to kind of avoid. There's still 21 tiles in the bag still. We're getting closer to the end of the game here, and both players kind of running down the clock a little bit. And Will has put Yuch on his rack now. I think he's thinking about it. It's actually upwards of 40 points as well, so it scores very well, keeping EM. He's thinking of Chime. Maybe as a slightly more defensive play, making Yo, ME, and me and S. But
Wow.
CU is not a good leave whatsoever. But yeah,
He's got to do it. He did the head shake, so you can tell he's scared of what Adam could have here, but he did it.
And fortunately, with that U of Yuck in that spot, Adam cannot play any QU big plays through the triple letter square there. It kind of stops that.
But he
Unless
can
like
do. It does set up the W for in front of Ho, so Adam can actually do something like wield right now
yes,
or wild, and that's keeping QSU. We know we say like don't keep the Q, but if you got QU and an S, all of a sudden you're threatening some big scoring plays. So I like something like wield or wild here.
yeah, and also don't forget that with the I placement of wield or wild, you're actually setting up a very good spot with the Q if you can't, or you want to keep the S and the U for a later turn. So it's got added bonus there with getting almost a guaranteed 31 points. Because it's very unlikely your opponent will probably go there. With actually looking at what tiles are left, only the H and the M would go as the biggest tiles available left now. Are the ones that will go to the left of an I if Wield was played. So it wouldn't score that much. You're definitely going to use the H or the M, probably to use the triple or play underneath long line, something like that. Um, so it's unlikely something will get played there. And even HM can go above Goo as well, the two O's. So something like that will probably be a bit more juicy and it won't actually end up blocking that QI spot.
Yeah, he could also do something like Quill, and that's if he's really
Yeah.
scared of big plays on the bottom left of the board. He could do that, and then he saves the W for the Who spot. So I could see that being defensible. I think I would still do Wield, though. I just like the upside of drawing into a big potential Q play. You could also draw Quasi and Oestrones for
Oh yeah.
46, and he's done it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. And you can also draw, a bunch of words to the Y of Yuch as well. There's still three E's and three R's I'm seeing to him. Like query could be an option as well. So those things are available to him. So the Q is actually quite powerful here, especially with the
Or
letters that.
you could just draw a bingo and draw squares out of the bag. I mean, that's we
Well,
didn't discuss that option.
ooh, there we go. There's a space for it now.
Yeah, I was about to say I don't know where squares is
Yeah.
going, but I know now.
Wow, that should be pretty much an instant play, I think. There, with squares, unless there's anything that we're missing.
Fireworks incoming.
Yeah, here
Shots
we go.
fired.
Wow. Again, just illustrating how quickly the games at this level can change. Will coming with three bingos back to back early on in this game, but is still pegged back with some very high scoring plays from Adam, and then hit with another big play of squares underneath the one spot that Will had just played. So this firmly puts Adam in the driving seat now.
And the bag is there one tile in the bag?
One in the bag, yeah. One in the bag.
Oh man, we're in for another treat here. Well, he's down 50, but he Adam was nice enough to leave one tile in the bag, so that means Will's going to get one last chance to try to improve his rack and see if he can steal the game. That would be a huge swing if he can pull it off. I don't know what he can do yet, but let's dig into it.
So interestingly, the F is actually still the last tile in the bag. And as we're looking at it, Adam has no real big scoring plays without that F. So will be able to score pretty well, probably in the next two turns, despite a 50-point deficit.
Will isn't that far away from Waftier or Wafture, Wafture.
Yeah.
I wonder he could just play off an E at the bottom left for 2 points. He could play EL and try to set those up. The problem is that Adam can probably just block with impunity, but it may not be especially easy for him to block. So I wonder that I wonder if there's probably something better than that, but that's a try that comes to mind.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And the only problem really is that there's actually no real easy place to bingo other than that. He needs to kind of
Right.
carve out some kind of um, you know, say unblockable place, but it's not really going to be possible with one tile. And also, Will would know. I'm sorry, Adam will know what Will would be holding on the final rack. So I don't expect that those kind of things will work against someone like Adam, and especially with the board shaped as it is, there's no real place um, to go elsewhere with any kind of bingo. So it's probably not going to work in this case. So that in mind, he might just want to try and score as many points as possible here. Um, so even if he does something like, I don't know, EW in that same spot and try and hit some kind of big outplay, I mean, I don't know if he's going to try and think that maybe the F is still in the bag. If he can get 20, 22 points here, maybe another 40 points the next turn, you can at least get close. But yeah, I think 50 points is a little bit too far, too much of a deficit at this stage to really realistically come back with any kind of victory here.
He grabbed the E. I will point out, so it's at least
He's thinking of
crossed
it.
his mind.
Thinking of it.
Yeah. The chat also informs me that wafty is not a word. I don't know where the hell that came from, guys. Sorry. When you do enough streaming like this, your brain starts to turn to mush. So bear with me. Not as cool a play as I thought it was. But wafter is a
After's still good.
is a
Yeah.
that's a word, folks. I didn't
But
make
at the
that
same
one up.
time, yeah, it's a 1 in 8 chance, and even then, it will probably get blocked. And don't forget that these guys are playing. They're playing against. They're all rivals in this tournament right now. You don't want to be giving too many extra points of spread away to these players. So maybe he could be. I mean, Will could be contemplating just trying to lose by as few points as possible and protect his spread. As you can see, both players' spread are within 100 of each other. So it could all come down to that at the end of the tournament on Tuesday. But yeah, Will's got about 3.5 minutes to think about what are his best ways to win. He's lined up 2. Maybe he wants to try and double the F. So he's playing. I think he's going to try and play 2 just above long line, the L and the O, putting the T in that triple lane. Hopefully he can cash in that F. If there's any word ending with FT and hitting the triple on the next turn potentially. But I feel like U might be best because I don't think Adam really has any good maybe 6-letter plays with any of the 8 tiles that are left from his point of view. I need to run it through Ziziva, but I don't see anything too great with that.
Yeah, I would fish. I know you were saying like it's a long tournament. You want to hold on to your spread. We've even talked earlier on the stream about how 10 points of spread one way or the other can make a difference, but you never know what people are going to do. Like they don't necessarily have perfect information either about like they can screw up the tracking or not know what letters your opponent has. You don't want to you want to give yourself a chance, so I'm not certain what the best way is of doing that, but I would be pretty surprised if Will just throws in the towel and takes 30 points here. But then again, that is what he has lined up on his rack, so he's free to immediately prove me wrong. But it's like if you don't give yourself a chance, your opponent certainly isn't going to. But if you do give yourself a chance, then your opponent at least has to
think about it.
get something right. You don't want to over assume your opponent's competence.
That is true. I don't know. I mean, again, that's kind of also the way that tournaments run. Obviously the tiebreakers are the number of wins, and then it's down to spread. But it looks like Will is playing free, keeping TAW. He'll actually end up picking an F for Waft. And he can play Waft and Watt, WHOT, which would score another 30 points. So he might be trying to outrun Adam here, which is an interesting play. I wonder how much is free. Free is 35, so he's only 15 points behind and threatening a play that will score 30 into the last move.
Yeah, but Quail or anything from the queue here is gonna. It appears that Adam's rack has disappeared into the void, but I assure you that he's got a U, and any kind of. Actually, that's Adam's sleeve that we're looking at.
It is, yeah. His arm's in the way currently.
And yeah, so any kind of queue play is gonna get the job done.
Yeah,
but,
I think so too.
Yeah, this is an interesting point. If the A was in the bag, then Tawa would have fit at the bottom left for 34 points as an outplay.
Yes.
So Will probably thought his way through this and saw that it could conceivably pose some issues, but the problem then is Adam would have had Quaif or
exactly
Quaff for 36 if he had the F. So he's kind of, I think Will knows he's always going to lose. That's kind of part of the appeal of the fishing. I'll stop talking about this, I promise, but part of the appeal of threatening wafture somewhere is that in that scenario, Adam doesn't have the U for QU plays, so he's actually like he might have trouble blocking and then scoring enough conceivably. But that ship has sailed. We're looking at a scenario where Adam Logan probably gonna stitch this one up, and he's just thinking through the best way to maximize that spread and push his tiebreaker to the max.
Yes, exactly. And Quoit, basically what we're looking at here is Quoit coming down to the queue of squares, and then Waft and Watt for Will on the right side of the board, top right side of the board, which will end up being a let's see, it's a 7-point win for Adam in the end. So he still needs to find those players. I mean, I'm pretty sure he's going to have no real problem doing it. But anything with that queue up there, I think is going to get rid of as many tiles as possible and score maximum number of points that he can get with the tiles he has.
Can he play Oculi first through the sea to block Waft? And then go out himself first next turn? Or are there multiple places for Waft? I only see the one.
Actually, something like that would be best. So he could play something like Saito, and then set up Quail on the next turn, and that would actually block Waft. That's the only place he can go out. So Saito would be fine. Also Chow as well. CIAO in that spot with a C of yuck. Would also set up Quilt. Yuck, yeah. That would also set up Quilt as an outplay as well. So yeah, maybe Adam will try and block the one and only outplay. I mean, it should be a bit easier to figure out, but maybe he is just going to take the win here and not sweat about it and play extra moves, which is definitely
very defensible. Yeah.
Reasonable thing to do. Again, as I keep saying, any winning play is the best play, and Hale does that. But it does give away around probably about 15 points of spread if that really matters to him. But again, the win is most important here.
He's probably not going to lose any sleep over that one.
I don't think so either. Unless he loses the tournament by about 15 points of spread to Will. But yeah, Waft is the only outplay here. 30 points. And yeah, that should be a 470 to 463 game. We've watched another close game between two very, very strong players.
I'm Matt Canick, and I'll be joined by Shauna Bossy on the stream this afternoon. We feature first place Thomas against Will Anderson. So I know Will's got a lot of fans in the chat, and Thomas is a great dude. Him and his twin brother Charles are always fierce opponents. So looking forward to what they have to bring for y'all. All right, so Will to go first in this game, and he's drawn CEJLNTU. What are you thinking for this play?
It's a bit of an awkward rack because it seems like you would have a few things that are close to words, but you don't have any letters on the board to work with. So I think it's a little tricky for an opening turn. Maybe you play short and just play something like Jut.
Yeah, I'm drawn more to JUN as opposed to JUT, as it doesn't take the additional hooks. It's a slightly more defensive version of Jut. Jut does take the back E. So Jun, and that is what Will's going to do here. Spend a little bit of time, make sure he doesn't, miss a cool setup or anything like that. But Jun for 20 makes a ton of sense. And Thomas to respond, hasn't drawn a great rack, close to Woogles, woogles.io, where we host online Scrabble now, built by several top-tier Scrabble players, including Cesar Del Solar, Jesse Day, Conrad Bassett Bouchard on that team. But no Woogles, alas, and he'll have to make some other less fun play instead.
This is an interesting turn. I mean, he's lined up WoW on his rack, but doesn't go anywhere useful. So this play of Flog that he's lined up now looks appealing. Hoping that you can just do something better with the W's on the following turn. The idea of uncoupling those and playing WOG is a potential way to go, keeping FLOW. I might do that just because I think a combination of FLOW will flow. There's a lot of other words that could gives you some flexibility whereas if you keep both W's and you draw one bad tile with it, all of a sudden you might be looking at a really awful rack. So I kind of like the idea of WOG in this instance.
Yeah, I think that's a good analysis. One thing to consider is if he underlaps the J with an O, he's almost certainly going to hold on to a W this turn, and that'll give him potential options for JOW plays underneath. Of course, a lot to be decided yet. JO has many other back hooks, and Jun has none, so that's the only real logical play for Will to make plays as well. But yeah, no real way to unclutter this whole rack at once, as it's just so ugly. But GOWF is a good columns 4 that plays as well, either with GU or UG on top or underneath. Lots of good options here. Nothing seems to stand out, although Quackle most prefers what Sean recommended, WOG, making JO and UG. Thomas instead electing to play Galf, I guess playing off one additional tile. Not a big difference in score there, but sacrificing 3 points, it looks like, to get rid of one of those Fs and get a little bit closer to bingo range a little bit faster.
Yeah, and I can think that's a pretty sound play in and of itself. One of the things that's nice about Gauf is you're just taking, instead of keeping more than one heavy tile, you're giving that possibility of drawing to a bingo rack, even though it's not that likely. But with what he picked up, you can kind of see that it's not outside of the realm of possibility that with the right additional letter that you'd be in a bingo prone range. So certainly a reasonable approach to unload those three consonants.
Yeah, both reasonable options. And if I know anything about the Reinke's games, I know Thomas and Charles both bingo on me like 3 or 4 times every time we play. They are bingo machines, anagram machines, and it makes a little bit of sense then for them to try to get in bingo range as fast as possible. Get rid of that F and keep your lower point tiles. So Will now to play BCEILLT is his rack. And Thomas's play was relatively nice because of the defense that it sets up. And Will, without that UGA or an H to underlap UG, not a ton of options for him here. The double L's especially confounding this rack. So he's going to go ahead and play Flick here, FLIC. And I'm just not really seeing any other options for him. Flit in the same spot is just a worse version. Clift is another potential option, but that only scores 10. And it sets up the S hook and also the Collins only Y back hook of Clifty. So you can't make those plays. And Flick, just in the absence of any other play that makes sense, is sort of what Will's forced to do here.
Yeah, I think it was a little bit of a lack of synergy in those letters. You don't really, even though they were mostly all common letters, especially on this board, there wasn't a way to play off both L's or something like that in a useful way. So along with one of the consonants that you wanted to unload. So I think Flick is a good play, and he kept a nice leave there that hopefully will pay off in the following
So,
turn.
not to interrupt you, but Thomas has a filthy play. He does have a bingo on this rack, and it is not a 7, and it is not an 8 either. He has a bizarre looking 9 through the NO. And I'll give it a quick pause as somebody I'm sure is about to spoil this in chat. But it is nice.
Wow. Okay, I'm looking for it. Here's my process for looking for bingos, and maybe I don't think this is going to be fruitful in this case because nothing's jumping out at me. But I would look at the suffixes with WARD, thinking that those make some nice long words. He had kind of arranged his rack in the form of loan word, which doesn't play, and I'm not sure that would have been one of the options. But through a 9, you've got the NO. So you also think of like non, potentially a prefix with non, and then trying to come up with something. But after doing that, I'm still coming up empty. So I'm very interested to hear what this word is.
Yeah, the chat has spoiled it finally. The word is nano world, NANOWORLD. That's pretty incredible. I sincerely doubt Thomas will find this word. As far as I know, he's not one of those players who studies 9s. And in the absence of finding that disgusting word, we're left with a lot of unexciting options. I think crowd is a pretty standard play. ALN is a decent leave, score some points. And it is not very defensive, but you almost have to open up the board at this point. Otherwise, you're stuck playing something like LOW on top of Jun or some other words similar to that. So crowd, score the points. Yeah, you open the board, but I feel like Thomas is a better open board player as well. And so, maybe that's something you need to do here.
Yeah, that's a pretty incredible 9 to for anyone to find. I know that Tesla can be extended to nano Tesla, but I had never looked up the nano words in the other direction to say that I knew nano world. So definitely for anyone who knew that, kudos to you. And I think crowd was a very sound play for cleaning up the rack and scoring some points. Of course, it keeps the board wide open, and now Will is trying to figure out what is the right play. I don't. These tiles look somewhat bingo prone, but I don't see one immediately. Is there something in there? Otherwise, I would just play bathed.
Yeah, there are no bingos available to him. Bathed down to the D or beathed, Beathed is another option if you want to score 3 additional points. Blod is another option for him as well. Holds the more stable ET, although like with bathed, does sacrifice 3 points. So that's what Will's going to elect to play, and that's a crucial play because Thomas has flaming with no spot, but it takes the sneaky back hook of an O. Flaming O or flamingo, which does fit on this board.
Right, that's a good point. And that's interesting because I saw flaming immediately, and flamingo didn't. The bell didn't go off, even though normally that's one of the things. Most notable thing about the word flaming is that it has that hook. So let's see if Thomas. There's a challenge going on. It appears.
Yes, and we'll take a quick moment to cover how Collins versus NWL, they handle challenges a little bit differently. In the Collins division at this tournament, they're playing 5-point challenge. If you were joining us for NWL and need a brief description of how that works, Thomas will not lose his turn if Blod is a valid word. Instead, he will just give Will 5 additional points. So that's what's going to happen here. I mentioned that BEATHED gives an additional 3 points, but apparently Blod actually outscores it if you assume you're going to draw the challenge. And maybe that's part of the reason Will elected to make this play. Maybe he knows Thomas and Charles have a long background as NWL players, and he will pick up a nickel here. So nice decision by Will. And Collins, though, if you're even remotely unsure of a word, go ahead and throw a challenge at it. It's only 5 points, and if it is no good, you'll gain an additional turn out of it. So reasonable decision by Thomas, and he learned a new word today, as I expect many of us watching this also did. He's still sitting on Flamingo, though, and we'll see if he finds it. I feel like if he finds it, it's something he's got to play pretty quick. There are no other reasonable bingo lines on this board, but maybe you're not looking at the O. This is one that I feel like is easy to miss just given the shape of the board. You're not even thinking about a bingo. So we'll see if he's able to find it. I expect him to. And yes, here it's coming right now. Flamingo. So that is the only available bingo for him, and one of the only reasonable plays that scores even more than 20. So a big find for Thomas, an important find for Thomas, and he will jump ahead of Will with that play.
And I don't expect it to be a big issue right now, the way the board is shaped, but I think typically you're going to ask the question with any of the words that end with O, the nouns, does it go S or only ES or both? And that is a question that could come up in this on this board. It's not very likely to, but that's something that I'd be wondering with that double word score there.
Thomas has picked up Dariel as his 7-tile draw, and it actually fits right alongside Flamingo with 4 overlaps. So Will's decision here, unbeknownst to him, is going to be.
I don't think it quite fits there.
Oh, that's OL. I'm sorry. Yeah. No, that's not a Collins too.
It's close on either side, but not quite.
Yeah, not quite there. FI or OL. So not quite going to go there. Apologies for misleading y'all. And Will actually still with an interesting decision here. What's he going to do? Bet is going to play right there as he's setting it down. His highest scoring option that makes sense to do holds GRST, which is maybe not quite as strong as you'd like to hold, but you're not scoring a reasonable amount of points out of this rack unless you make exactly that play. So I think a no-brainer decision by Will, and he just pounds out that turn.
It's a good play with demonstrating some nice vision to look in between those spaces and not get overly focused on just playing as many tiles as possible and that kind of thing, because one option would have been to burn the S and just try to blow up the rack with Bergs or something like that. But I think this was a good patient play. Unfortunately, the draw did not go in his favor.
Absolutely, yeah. You hope to draw something better than NPV into GRST. So tough break for Will there, but the game is early, and Will's a great player who has every opportunity to work his way out of this. Thomas now has a choice to make a philosophical decision about what he wants to do with this game. He is ahead, but not by much. 11-point lead, and it's his turn. He can play something like AWOL, AWOL, forming GAE. But that is going to open the board rather aggressively and set up the back hook of an S, which he does not have. He can also play something like DOL to the L and flick, holding AEILR, which is quite bingo prone, but can be trouble for you if you don't draw that bingo, if you end up picking 2 vowels. Especially in CSW, you don't want to get stuck with all 1-pointers that don't bingo, because your opponent is going to hit you hard with a lot of points over and over. He's got some other options, maybe to keep things more closed or maybe to make more aggressive fishes. Someone might consider just dropping an O in this situation. He can also front hook bet to make a bet. So there's a lot of stuff for him to think about here, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see him take significant time on this turn. Sean, are you familiar with Thomas's game? Do you have a guess as to how he'll approach this rack?
I'm not familiar with Thomas's game. However, looking at it, the options are not overly great anywhere on the board. I would say, my instinct might be to play DO, forming of. He's playing in the same spot, but it looks like he's chosen to play more tiles and play Dolia, which is, a great way to get some additional points. I would have played short with DO, knowing that both W's are gone, so WOF would not have played. And then, the DO creates that front hook of the A, which he was holding. So I would have probably played DO and kept LAIRE, but he's decided to play a little bit more in interest of scoring, which will create some options, and I'm sure Will be relieved to see the vowel that's available to him to actually try to get back into a balanced rack.
For sure, yeah. Will with the decision now. Vogue, Prong are both options that make sense there if he wants to play off more or fewer tiles. I think part of the reason Thomas elected to play longer out of that rack is because he understands how important S's are right now with the UGS hook as well as the FLIC hook. Also, two unseen blanks. So, right now, with the goods still in the bag, he wanted to go digging for them, and he indeed did find them. EIRRU blank blank is his rack now. So huge pull into ER. Never thrilled to draw IU together, but if they come with two blanks, we're not going to complain about that, right?
That's the thing, right? I thought to myself, well, playing 5 tiles, he'd have a better chance of bingoing with some bingo prone tiles, but he went for a turnover, and in this case, it's going to be basically an unstoppable bingo, probably a modest bingo. But that being said, a bingo nonetheless, and that will be important to take a commanding lead at this stage of the game. And if Will isn't able to draw some decent tiles on his next turn, he may find himself in a pretty big hole in not much time.
Yeah, I mean, Thomas has the goods to pull ahead in this game, especially as Will is really fighting through some terrible racks. So Vogue or GOV, its anagram, look like they're likely to come down. Both of those words take an S, which Will has, but they don't set it up very nicely. So maybe some thought going into playing something longer like Pong or Prong to set up the S.
And one of the things that happens once you have 2 blanks on your rack is that you realize you have multiple choices for bingos, and then in order to maximize your score, you start looking in the places where there are big tiles on the board or opportunities to make multiple words. So you end up at least investigating a little bit the most difficult lanes on the board to see if that's a possibility. Now that Will's dropped Gov, he's sort of telegraphing that he's getting closer to a bingo, putting only 2 tiles down. So I think for Thomas, a consideration is not just what bingo to play, but where to place it so that you're not opening up the board so much to make it really easy for a comeback bingo. Although, fortunately for Will, he's also drawn a perfect couple of the best vowels you could ask for. So it looks like we're going to see a couple of bingos in succession.
Yeah, very likely bingo bango about to happen here. I'm not seeing a reasonable way for Thomas to block the available bingos. He's going to end up probably dropping something like furries with flicks. You could play something like curries as well, but curries would take the front S hook, though it would give back fewer overlaps. So a decision for Thomas to make here. Which bingo am I going to play and where am I going to play it? He no longer has to look for disgusting overlaps along Dolia, as that spot was taken out, but definitely wants to take his time and make sure he makes a reasonable bingo out of a rack full of goodies.
Yeah, there are
Chat
definitely
pointing out that BET in Collins does take a front Y BET, and that could be a very large spot for scoring opportunities shortly. So Y is actually going to be an important tile in this game for that spot if the board does get closed after these bingos.
That's a good reminder. And I think since we're going to be seeing 7 fresh tiles come onto both of these players' racks in a moment, then there's a good chance that a Y will come out and be maybe used very, very quickly after that. However, I think right now, this turn is pretty significant from Thomas's point of view, because realistically speaking, if you play a bingo hooking an S onto flick, you want to think about which tile are you placing in the column above the center triple word score, and that again from the point of view of what he's also played, you may be also thinking what's the first letter in the word, just in case the player is looking to overlap your bingo with their own bingo, and that means that playing curries, which only forms 1 2-letter word, might be a favorable one compared to putting another letter there that can create more overlaps. So we'll have to get from our producers a word on what he's designated that first blank.
Yeah, we'll try to figure that out. The upcoming plays may make it apparent as well, though I expect that it's probably an F, an M, an H, or a D, or maybe even a G. But I don't expect him to make it a C here in this case, just given the front S hook. Quackle points out that Ruiners was an option that puts a blank N in that triple word column instead of floating that R there, as big plays like even just Frau could come down for 42 points in that spot. So perhaps a little more time and we might have seen Ruiners come down instead, but with two blanks a lot of the time, just, hey, are there any cool nines? No, just find something that's going to score the most I can and drop it down.
Now for Will, he's sitting on a rack that has numerous 7-letter words, I think any of them can be productive. Landing a P onto a high scoring spot. It looks like the blank was made a C because he's hooking that S onto it. So I don't see any other possibility for what that blank could be. So it looks like Parents and Scurries is the choice he's made. But among the other 7s that are there, Arpents and Trepans and a few others, past Stern, which would not have fit in that position. But there were choices. And is there a rationale for choosing Parents necessarily over Arpents or Trepans? How much would you weigh that yourself, Matt?
If I'm Will, it's a roughly neutral game after these two bingos, so it kind of depends on how I want to shape the board. Do I want things to be wide open? I'll play Arpents. Do I want things to be kind of open? I'll play Parents. And if I want them to be mostly closed, I'll play Trepans. But Thomas thwarted, I guess, an opportunity for Will to make a cool play. If he had made that like a G or something, then Will, I think, would have ended up playing maybe Parents with UGS, but he had the option as well to play Arpents and UGS, which really tests Thomas's Collins word knowledge, as Arpents in Collins takes a front hook of a P, Parpents. And if Will's thinking Thomas isn't so rusty, or is rather rusty, or hasn't studied much Collins, you could test him on that hook later on. Thomas did pick up that Y, as we discussed, and makes what looks like a very obvious play of melee to score just a boatload of points and surge back ahead in this game. We are hearing from our production team that the blank is a C, not an L, so that was indeed Scurries. Maybe he's looking to avoid the overlaps underneath, but does give up the S front hook instead.
With Will's rack, a very fun word comes to mind. It's not going to play, but had one of Thomas's D opened up a lane. This rack plays through a D with a word that, in order to give a clue to the audience who try to figure out that word, it's an 8-letter word that can be formed by adding a letter on each side of a 6-letter word. So you can ponder that one. But for now, that word is not going to play. So I think Will's looking at the letters P-R-A-O, Prow. Yeah, those are the 3 tiles that you'd want to unload if possible with a decent score, and he's managed to do that. Another option might have been to play OPA, overlapping Parents, which that would have been a little bit of a lower score. So I think he's made a good choice.
And Thomas pulls into a high-prob Collins bingo of Dianoia, D-I-A-N-O-I-A, which is going to play with P-I and A-A. I'm not seeing any better places to play that word. So Thomas going to hit another bingo here. As I said, bingo machine. That's going to be number 3 for him this game. And that'll put him up with a commanding lead of about 120 points.
And he's playing it over Am.
Oh, I like this. The board becomes extremely closed after that placement. So sacrificing a couple of points, just 2, to make this board a lot tougher for Will to open back up, as overlapping bingos on both sides of Parents are now shut off. Bingoing to the D and Dolia is going to be very hard, as you'll have to end in AD. But Will has exactly the counter he needs in exactly the right spot. It looked like, that's the last reasonable bingo line, and Will's going to crush it over task for a boatload of points and get right back into this.
Yeah, I didn't see that. My brain immediately went to Kava to balance the rack again, and didn't think to look for a bingo. with both the K and the V on the rack. So well done to Will, scoring a ton of points. That's 9, 10, 16, 48, 98 points if I did the math right. So certainly this game has been already a barn burner with Flaming O for Overtask.
And Will pulls into another bingo, Toxines. It looks like his rack. It's not going to fit right now on this board as far as I'm seeing, but a nice balanced rack with an X that scores very well underneath Dianoia, IO and OX right there for 50. And Thomas pulls into some hot garbage. So all of a sudden, Thomas went from taking a commanding lead of about 120 points to he's a big underdog in this game. Probably, I'd estimate 25% to win if Will's able to hit that OX spot holding EINST. A tough turn for Thomas and a big series of events for Will.
Yeah, if he's able to unload a few tiles, and he's looking at playing YU off, which he doesn't realize, of course, that Will is drawn into such a potent rack. But I do feel that if he happened to play something else and pulled a Q in order to get some scoring potential alongside the U, then that would have been that would be a that's sort of the type of break you might need in order to recover from where he's positioned right now. If he does play something like YU, then he's really dependent on drawing some nice tiles to balance the rack. But in addition to that, he has a problem in that if he'll only be able to bingo in the event that a lane gets opened up. But if a lane gets opened up, then chances are will use it first.
So unseen to Thomas, I put in the chat, reasonably balanced pool, though the Q, X, and Z all unseen. Thomas is crucially going to knock out that X spot, perhaps because he knew Will had it or suspected Will might, perhaps because he felt it appropriate to do, or perhaps just he wanted to score 28 points out of a garbage rack. But for whatever reason, that is a big break for him as he's knocked out the 50-point threat.
Oh, definitely. That leaves Will with an interesting choice, how to approach the X on this board. An X can always pick you up about 30 points without too much effort, but he'll have options for those types of things. But it's also a question of how much does he want this board to be open. If he's keeping some bingo prone tiles, what kind of lane does he want to create or not? Does he want to be patient? This is going to be a very interesting turn, and I think we're going to learn a little bit about Will's approach to strategy here.
Yeah, looking at the unseen pool again for Will, of the 21 unseen, 5 are vowels. And not really worried about doubling up on your vowels, but tripling up could be an issue. So I'm curious to see, it looks like all the obvious plays play on top of Dianoia, making XI there. You can play OX, seems very standard, hold EINST, great bingo prone letters. Or you can play the EX in the same spot. That would have some merit as well because it plays off one of the E's, expecting maybe to draw another one, though EEINST is just fine if you do pull up a second E. Wonder if he's thinking about ways to set up this X, if he's thinking about a Q stick. EINST is also not a superb leave on this board. So without setting up an additional bingo line, what's the point of keeping Stein? So
I think despite that, I'd be still inclined to just play OX and put the onus back on Thomas to decide whether to open the board and how. And again, just take a patient approach, just because OX still scores a good score, and regardless of what comes out with that, to combine with the rack afterward, if the board stays a little bit more conservative, then that might be in Will's favor until he's ready to hit something of great value. So I think that if it was me in the seat, I'd still play Ox.
Yeah, Ox makes sense. He also has Exo overlapping along Parents, kind of further down. It's not necessarily the spot you think about playing in, but Exo is going to score 35, holding INST. Another crucial thing about Ox is Will threatens Flamingos and SO, but he needs the O to hit that spot. That's the only vowel that's going to work. And so playing it off here with only 2 left, maybe a Flamingos play will never come up and he's not going to be able to cash in that S that is very powerful. I think I might have played EX or even potentially NEXT. If you play next on a dead board and then you hit SO next turn, how are you going to lose? Thomas opens a line, you close that line, and the game's essentially over. So I think perhaps Will could have spent a bit more time there. I like that play of next quite a bit. Close this board off, guarantee yourself 30 plus points 2 turns in a row on a tight board in a close game, and it's tough to lose after that.
Will is sitting on Stonies on his rack, while Thomas has the Drek, where the only really word that would have helped get out of the Drek was the word de-ice, which he can only play it if he plays it through an E realistically. So that will not help him very much. So he's decided to choose Ide, which is a sound play. I think that's about the best you can do in terms of uncoupling the vowels, and again, it goes bonus is now back on Will, but it did block that SO play, so that might have not been necessarily a plan as part of playing IDE, but maybe very fortunate for Thomas that it forces Will to think of something else.
Yeah, 2 potential game clutching plays or huge plays for Will that Thomas has inadvertently blocked now. First with YU and then IDE. Perhaps he's thinking these things through, but I think it's more just a matter of, well, that play makes the most sense given where I'm at, and they just conveniently did that. Will, fortunately, and then sort of unfortunately, picked up SO, so he's guaranteed that Flamingo play again. He drew another O, which was my one critique of his previous play, but it did just get knocked out. So lucky draw that doesn't actually work out. And, with no spot to play Nosiest, this is exactly what I was talking about. What is the point of holding EINST if you're not going to be able to cash it anywhere? But, that E floating in Parents is still a kind of sneaky line. You get IEST words often. If Thomas opens anything up trying to make a scoring play to the A in Parents or through the A in Parents, or even down to the O in Dianoia, you get bingos as well. So we'll see. Will definitely not going to be able to cash in a bingo with this rack, but should be able to stay at least in bingo range for the rest of this game, just given how good that rack is. He's covering it now, but again, it's EINOSST for Will.
Yeah, and I feel that if he takes the same approach that he did with on the turn for Ox, the SO can still land for a few points. The place that I would choose, looking at it right now, is Soul forming Nose and Woe near the middle of the board, which would score 15 points. Which is not a lot of points, but it does mean that again, the onus will be on Thomas to decide if he wants to open the board or not. And this starts to get into a little bit of trench warfare as each player tries to score points without playing anything that really opens up a very attractive lane. And given that each player is telegraphing that they're trying to balance their rack, but for sure Will has more bingo prone tiles than Thomas does. So this is going to be very interesting to see who bites first.
I think this game is going to come down to the Q, which at this time is unseen, but Will is in great shape to handle Q draws. He's going to maintain QIS and SOX. He also has Suk SUQ through the U in Scurries, setting up the extra S that he's holding for another huge scoring spot. So while this looks like a good bingo rack for Will, he's also very well prepared to draw the Q. Whereas Thomas, if he pulls it, he'll have very little to do with it. He'll need an A to play QAT, or he'll need to draw that U as well to have reasonable plays. Otherwise, he has to plunk it for 11. in a situation where you need to score points every turn. I suppose I'll have QIN if he holds both of those tiles, but that leaves him making plays just with CEETT. So I think the Q and the unseen Z are going to be huge. The Z has spots to overlap next to parents for a boatload of points, has the opportunity to play on top of Dianoia for a boatload of points, and neither player has them. Both have to be thinking about it right now. What do I do if my opponent draws either one of those?
That's a great point, and I think it's true that Will can handle drawing a Q with his rack. I don't think it'll be a huge problem if Thomas draws the Q as long as that U on the board stays open. He can play like with these tiles. It would be a case where he'd be able to play Sank, but you'd still be able to score 14, 15 points. I think if both players are kind of scoring very modestly while they wait for the other person to make the first board opening play, then that kind of score is not going to be too much of a sacrifice. But the real question is, whether one of the players will just say, attack with it. Let's just play the board, open up the board, and you think either player might be reticent to do that. Thomas is one letter off of the word reticent. I think that now that the board is open and he doesn't have an instant bingo to respond with, then it becomes very concerning for him.
Yeah, Thomas is going to be confused by this play for sure. Will makes an aggressive opening of ON, setting up places for him to bingo, ending in S or T, making SOP or top. It's very difficult for Thomas to address that bingo line without either opening another one or sacrificing a whole lot of points to make that happen. The only overlaps that Thomas has for OP will give plays back as well with stop or scop. So very important decision for Thomas to make here, and one that I think is going to be really hard for him to make.
Well, one option is for him to try to block it from the other side. If he plays opt and TE, for example, that it just so happens that his rack is in a situation where he may be comfortable giving up ET because he's got two of them. So this presents a way to maybe address that. Of course, doing so is going to be a bit of a point sacrifice compared to what he might be able to do if he wasn't worried about that. But let's see how he handles it. Oh, and he decides to block that specific line, but still leave the T line open. So this is great from the standpoint that he's scored a bit more points than going for a pure blocking play, and at the same time he's balanced his rack nicely. So I think this is a really good choice.
Yeah, wow. So Will did draw his bingo. Isoetes, ISOETES, Isoetes. I'm not sure how to pronounce that, but it is a columns only 7 in this rack. It was imperative that Thomas blocked that spot, and he did. There was an A unseen to Thomas in that situation. So Thomas taking a bit of a gamble, like I didn't fully obscure the line, but at the same time, he's balancing. If he makes a play like TEEN, making opt and NAE, then he might not score enough to win this game and won't even survive non-bingo opportunities. So tech, a little bit risky. Will could have a bingo with an A, but we know that Will doesn't have that bingo, and Thomas is going to dodge a bullet here.
Yeah, Thomas has gotten a good break in that sense, and then at the same time he's drawn a U and the Q, which has now taken that Q risk and now turned it into a Q advantage, and that is something that makes this game really interesting. For Will's point of view, he's now going to become more dependent on rebalancing his rack once again, trying to bingo in one of these open lanes. Meanwhile, Thomas is probably just going to score some nice points. I'm not sure what the highest point play is, but one thing that jumps out at me is Quino in the center triple. So there's going to be some scoring on Thomas's side. But what Will can do to make sure that he has a response, not necessarily this turn, but the turn after, is very key.
And so we've got a unseen at this time to Will, AEEHINQRTUZ. Looks like the A is a little bit cut off on our stream, but AEEHINQRTUZ. That's 11 unseen, 4 in the bag for Will. So he'll likely just have one more play if he's chosen to try to bingo to win this game. Or, he's got a lot to think about. Q unseen, Z unseen. Can he survive if Thomas has a high scoring play with either of those? Can he survive if he draws one or both of those? If Thomas has both, will quiz come down? There's a lot for Will to think about, and he's running low on time, just 2 minutes and 40 seconds left. This is going to be a really wild game. And I will quickly take a shameless plug here. We've gotten a pretty big audience watching this Collins action. That's great. If you want to watch more of this, like this video, subscribe to Let's Play Scrabble. We'll have a lot more content for y'all both this afternoon, tomorrow morning at the final of this tournament, and in the future as we broadcast more and more things.
Yeah, and there's been so much exciting Scrabble, and we just heard, for those who missed it, that the following Word Cup is going to be in Albuquerque, New Mexico. So there's definitely going to be an excitement about that. So definitely want to follow this and subscribe, because it's so key to stay up to date on what's happening in Scrabble, and there's lots of growth and so many new players coming, and we want to be able to introduce you to all of them and learn along with us. So this has been a great treat, and I think that we're in for more. Now Will's getting low on his.
We're here.
I love the hat, Robin.
Oh, can everybody see it? Is it low enough? There we go. Listen, it's a holiday. It's always a holiday when there's a Scrabble tournament, right? It's always, even though you're going away and it almost feels like work and you need a holiday afterwards. But this is really a holiday because it's the end of 2023, the beginning of a very momentous year, I believe, for the world. So 2024. So I wanted to welcome everybody. I'm Robin Pollock Daniel, and I'm here with
Jared Cappel. Thank you, Robin. Good to see you. I think it's very fitting. We have two Toronto-based commentators here, with having Max Panich in first place. And I was looking through the other divisions, and I saw that Steve Azzorio's in first in B, and Shauna Petrie's in first in C. So a lot of players in the Toronto region have really brought it so far.
when I've been playing Scrabble for over 35 years, and the Canadians doing so well in the world scene, which made absolutely no sense because we use the North American Dictionary and all that, and they'd always say things like it's because of the cold winters, and unfortunately we're not having cold winters anymore. So I can you explain why so many Canadians are doing so well? You have any theories?
I think there's some hotbeds here, like the Montreal scene really seems to be encouraging each other, and we've seen them win some big events recently. Jackson, Josh, Michael. We'll be seeing Michael in the first round here today, so maybe we'll be able to get a bit more insight as to why the Canadians have been doing so well. I do see on the screen, our producer is pointing out that the names are reversed, so we will get that fixed. But it's a new year. We have new looks.
Let's start talking like we should try talking like each other.
Oh, well, you did tell me I have a very distinct voice, so I would love to hear your impression of me.
I'm not even going to try. But let's talk a little bit about our players today. So Michael is currently in third place, I believe. He's at 10-5. He's at plus 1022, and he's barely ahead of Chloe Fatsis, who I believe now is in fourth place. And Sid, now Michael has a rating of 1992, and people might know that Michael won the National Scrabble Championships, which are not called that anymore, but that's how I think about them. So 2 years ago, and wondering, well, was that a fluke? Who is this guy? Is he a flash in the pan? But clearly is not. And he's somebody that I play when I go into Montreal to visit family. And I sometimes have his number, but he got me last time. I think we split the game. So very, very top player, thinks very carefully about his plays, and sometimes will kick himself if he makes the wrong play, but then he gets himself back in gear, and he picks very well. He tends to pick very good racks, but he knows what to do with them. Do you have any experience?
Yeah, he's a very aggressive player, very high scoring, seems to have really learned a lot more words. I think he's even better than he was when he won the championship a year or two ago. So very tough player. Yeah. And opposite him, we have a very different style of player. I think of Michael as being very offensive based, and I think of Sid as being very defensive based. So Sid's always playing all these big tournaments. He didn't play as many last year. In talking to him, he said he's planning to play a lot more this year. So we're glad to have him back, and I think we're going to have a really good matchup here.
Yeah, and he may not be a name that's as familiar as some of the people who've won big tournaments, but he's got a whopping rating of 1954, so he's no slouch. I'm looking for. I've never played him personally. Have you?
I've played him, yeah, many times. I've even stayed at his place back when he was living in Chicago. And that same summer, when Michael won the Scrabble Players Championship, Sid finished second in the Word Cup. So Sid has had his own big result, and I'm getting the word from our producer,
Yep.
another Toronto-based person, Josh Greenway, who we always thank from letsplayscrabble.com, that we're ready to go. So we are going to be cutting in the game, and both players are at the table, and we are about to start.
Excellent. So I just want to say to everybody, since we're pushing the fact that we're Canadian, that you're going to hear the letter Z today.
Yeah.
Which would have been, I think it should be a rule that if you're doing the other dictionary that you have to say Z, and if you're doing this dictionary, you have to say Z. But I fully expect in the commentary, someone's going to mention that we're going to say Z. So let's just get the spinach in our teeth out of the way and have a good game.
Well, I want to be saying blank and Z, good tiles like that. I much less like to say U and V and stuff like that. And Sid draws a U, but he has the Q to go with it. So I think he'll have some nice options here.
Well, I think he's really, he's got Aquay, he's got Quay, and he's got Qua. So those are his, and sometimes if you have other good tiles, you might want to hold on to that QU and play it the next turn, get rid of that W. But I think the right thing to do is to exactly what he has. Now the question becomes, do you play Aquay or do you play Aqua?
I think I'd play the E off here. It'll score 4 more points because you'll be getting to the double letter score. The WIE leave is not very good. I don't see any reason to keep the E here. Sid does play defensively, so he's looking for ways to limit responses. And if you don't put the E there, your opponent can hook it pretty easily and get all the points from Aqua. So yeah. I would expect the E to come down.
Yeah, and a W is a very versatile tile. You can make lots of 2-letter words with it. So I don't think you need to have 2 vowels with it. It's not a clunky tile.
Right.
So as
and I like where
expected,
he played
down.
it there.
Right.
To put the Q above the multiplier square to avoid putting the A there, for example. So that looks like a nice placement.
It's the right thing to do. The only thing about it is that it does allow for bingos that start, let's say, with a C or V to come down. But that's not a reason to stick a vowel underneath in between double letter scores. So I think it's absolutely the right thing to do. And now we have. So the thing for Michael is he needed a more interesting consonant, like an R, for tear down and downright and all that type of thing. So let's see what he can do with this rack.
Yeah, that's a good point, because looking at his tiles, you're thinking for sure there's going to be an 8, but he already has 3 vowels and 4 vowels were floated. It's not really what he's looking for. I definitely think he'll find a bingo, but is he going to be able to find one that hits a multiplier square?
Well, I don't know if he's going to necessarily find a bingo.
Is there no 7 in there?
I don't see a 7 in there personally.
Oh, I just assumed there was going to be, but yeah, now that I actually stopped to look at it, I don't think there is.
I don't think there is either.
Oh, and now Heidi has loaded the Quackle for us. So Heidi is working in the background and we thank her for her help. And there is no bingo. So if there's no bingo, it feels like the W is the ugly tile and the O is the ugly vowel. So you're probably just going to want to play off WO or OW somewhere.
Right. So yeah, I mean, there's no reason not to be. I personally would probably do OW over the E in Aquay because I want to make it more difficult to do a double through it. The E is a very good tile to play through, and this way I've split the board. I've got an N and an E to go after OW, and then I can go on top of the OE with the T. So that's personally where I would put it. Where would Quackle put it? Let's have a look.
Well, that definitely makes a lot of sense. And Sid does not like to hear that because you can see he has twirlier set up on his rack. So he's really hoping that E stays open.
There you go.
Some players might fish off just one, like just drop the W, and that would be a very strong leave. So you could see maybe why. We'll see what Michael elects to, but just like I thought when I first looked at this rack that there had to be a bingo, Michael's probably thinking the same thing, such promising tiles, different floaters, but I think we'll see him probably spend another minute or two and then drop the W and probably the O somewhere.
Yeah. The trouble is that for Michael, is that we have the knowledge, we have access to a dictionary. He doesn't. And he's, desperately going through, I won't say desperate, it's early in the game, but he's going through the entire dictionary. And he's like, what am I missing? And you start questioning yourself. And obviously AENT is blank is just a stunning, stunning leave. So I don't think it's difficult to know to get rid of the WO, but he doesn't have an I to go under the Q. So he's decided to play, let's hope
He's playing Townie.
Okay.
It's not what I would play either, Robin. I've
Yeah.
told you at the start of the broadcast how I think Michael tends to play very aggressively, very long, a bit more like a computer, almost like that. When you're that close to a bingo, you don't normally want to break up such balanced tiles, but he will score more with this option than one of the woe plays we were suggesting.
Right. And the other problem is that he saved an A and there's already 2 A's on the board. And now he's picked up another one. Okay,
Right.
so bifacial, like without even, see, so what is he gonna play through, right? Anyway, let's see. Well, but the good news is he's blocked twirlier. So that has helped him. But to break up the rack, anyhow, it's an interesting style. It's one that has done him extremely well. And let's see how it pays out for him.
Yeah, and Sid will play Rit here with 3 underlaps. That looks very reasonable. It doesn't give any more floaters that Michael would be looking for. And you have to wonder also for Sid now, Michael spent about 3.5 minutes on the first turn, and the first turn tends to be a bit easier than other turns just because there's not that many tiles to work through, not that many spots to look at. So I wonder if Sid is already wondering if Michael has that blank.
Well, and that's his own, and yeah, right. Well, okay. Could be. I don't know. I don't know if I would be able to infer that from playing Townie. I would think the opposite. And the point I was going to say.
Yeah, I think you're right. Townie, like if he had played WO after all that, then you're thinking, you know what, he probably does, or at least he has all these bingo tiles that are very close to a bingo. But after Townie, now Sid might actually not have such a good read on it.
And also the danger of playing 5 tiles when you have a blank is that you might pick up the other one. And then you're going to play early in the game when it's easier, more time for Sid to come back. You're going to play off 2 vowels with probably 1-point tiles or less, and you're not going to, so that second blank is gone for the rest of the game. Like, I don't want to pick up a second tile, a second blank, like I know Joe Edley, who's a very wonderful player, likes to play a lot of tiles early in the game, 6-letter words as much as possible to maximize his chance of picking up a vowel, picking up a blank.
Right.
When you already have a blank on your rack, I'm not looking for another blank. I'm looking to play small bingo with 7 tiles and then have a greater chance, 7 more chances to pick up that second blank.
And I think Michael followed that strategy this time, leaving AICL blank. That looked a lot closer. To be fair to him, last turn, if he had different floaters, there was words like maniacal or biracial, but didn't quite work for him. He now has a balanced rack that will be bingoing next turn.
Yeah.
As Sid is going to look what to do. I wonder if he thinks, IN, is that a Jin setup, a Zin setup? But I don't think you would think that because it's hard to sort of hit that big letter there in 2 directions.
No, there's nothing. There's no... I mean, with the Z, maybe
I guess TZ endings.
You'd have to go TZ. You can't go the other way. The J, you can't do anything. So, yeah, it's possible, but I think right now the question for him becomes, I think it was mentioned this morning as well, and it's something that I struggle with as well when I have ING on my rack, is like, do I try to preserve that ING? Especially you have an AR out there, so you've got a nice G hook for ING. So do you just try to play off maybe the 2 L's, for example, or even just keep linger, which is a beautiful save, just play EL, for example, off Townie, saving the L hook for your second L is one possibility.
Yeah, that's a very strong leave. If you leave linger, there is a lot of tiles you can draw on that bag that will hit a bingo. So I definitely think that has a lot of merit. And in talking about holding ing, on this board specifically, you could also look at just holding the G because there's already that IN set up. I don't think that's
Yeah.
necessarily what you want to do, but it is a consideration.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think you want to kind of leave it so that you're forced to make a 9. You know, I don't know if that's the best strategy, but I can certainly think that that is something that might be considered.
It looks like Sid is considering Glut forming Jin, and
Yeah,
that would
it
leave
looks
a
like
balanced
yeah.
leave of liner and not really open up too much for Michael. Sid, as I mentioned, really doesn't like to, he's not going to give you any floaters, any scoring spots. And if he sees a scoring spot, he's going to be looking to take it out.
So since Michael might take some time on his next turn, I'm looking already at things like Celibate, which, although it takes an S, blocks the board a little bit by putting that C out there. But I'm trying to find some bingos that will hit the B or the C on the double letter word to the T. There's really no point playing over the AR. There might be a point playing through the AR for a 9, if there is such a thing.
Right. Like a care sort of word.
Well, if he had a V instead of a C, he would have had variables, for example.
Exactly, yeah. So it looks like he has an idea in mind, and like I'm just trying to think what he's playing based on how he's arranged his tiles. He's going to be
He's
playing
already
Celibate.
doing, yeah. He's going to play Celibate, yeah.
Yeah, and I like what it does for the board. Like you said, the C obstructs the left side of the board, as Michael's going to be pulling into a bit of a lead here. And you know that it takes an S, but you know, celibate is more commonly used as an adjective. So we'll see if both players are familiar with the S being valid in this dictionary.
Right. Now, it won't last for very long because, you know, someone will play through that L, maybe sticking a Y there, or God forbid an X like Phelps. But you can't think that way. He had other words like balletic, biacetyl. He's having a lot of, there's very hard to get the C or the B on the double letters. None of them is going to do that. And the anagram of celibate, of course, is citable.
I think biacetyl would put the B on the double, no?
Would it? What I
believe so, because it would be 1 to the right.
Okay, you're absolutely right.
But that also would have opened up
Yeah.
S hooks to the triple.
Along the
So
triple. Yeah.
this looks perfectly reasonable. You are right, by playing through the L, it definitely would, you know, open the board a lot, the top row, and then also if it goes down below the L, then you would be able to hook that and go to the left. So the board is nice. Go ahead.
We can't. No, I'm just trying to. Yeah, we'll learn not to talk over each other. I think we both have a lot to say, so we'll get our rhythm going, guys. Don't worry about that. He's got Milliner through the L. That's true. Triple. It's unfortunate. So let's just fantasize if he had played EL, and he had he would have either picked up another I or he would have picked up an M, and he would have had Lingier or Mingler. So he would have been bingoing right now if he had just played EL.
Yeah, and it's tough to just score 3 points, but when you can leave a leave like Linger, you really want to be considering it. So great idea by you there, Robin, and a good tip for our players who are starting out at home and trying to get to this sort of high level of play. If you're looking to play more tournaments, we have a few coming up, including in Belleville this year, the Canadian Scrabble Championship in March. That's the next one, hosted by our folks here at letsplayscrabble.com.
So here's an interesting situation. I don't think I would have done what Sid did, and because he did it, he prevented a bingo. As you can see on Michael's rack, he's got Okius set up. I probably would have played Mill, saving the ER, because I just think ER are just like as good as S blank practically sometimes. And he now has blocked Michael's bingo by adding on those 2 tiles, and he's picked up a bingo, which he can play off celibate. So
yeah,
wow.
Especially if he's confident on that hook. I wonder if he was playing that thinking he's obstructing the lane, or he's just like, you know what, 6 more points early in the game. I'd really like an S. I'd really like a blank.
Play off more tiles. There's 3 S's, 4 S's and a blank to come. I don't have an S. Why am I setting up an S hook for Michael, who just played off 7 tiles? So very, very good thinking on Sid's part to extend that.
Yeah, that looks like a really nice play. Especially, you're a bit behind, and so just trying to really open that top of the board makes a lot of sense, even for a defensive player. He would have opened it either way, but by extending it, he gets those 6 points, and he takes out the tar hook that would have allowed Okius to come down. So now Michael, again, has a nice balanced rack, just like that first turn of the game. And we'll see this time if he plays longer, or if he just sort of looks to drop a few of the tiles to sort of keep a balanced lead to go for bingos on the following turn.
Well, his highest scoring that I could see, and takes a bit of cojones to play, would be Ascoy off Celibate. That's going to score you 34 points.
Okay, yeah, that's a tough one to play. The eye does open that big triple lane, but for 34 points, it's not a very human play, but I think it might be a pretty
Not a
good
human
play. And then the other thing you have to consider is, like, he's very close to massive bingos at the top. Like, mistake takes a lot of different hooks, right? Like, if he were to just fish off that O. Now, I don't think he necessarily is going to be hitting enough bingos to make that reasonable, but again, fishing off one sometimes really can be the best play.
Which would you want to get rid of?
Like,
I
maybe
don't know,
just
the K.
core, K-O-R. I've been
Oh, get rid
talking
of
so
that.
much instead of looking. But it's tough. He's got an 8-point lead plus tempo. So, it's pretty much tied. A lot of game to go. He's picking up the AS, which suggests that he might be thinking of that Ascoy play.
He's also got Tycho under Rit, which opens the board and saves ES.
Oh yeah, that's a nice play too. Um, he looks like he just put Oak to the side. If there's a way to get rid of those three, leaving TIES or TAES, like, Koi somewhere, you always want to be trying to leave those really strong 4
Right.
or even 5 tile leaves.
And remember, 4 A's have already been played, and 3 I's have been played. I stand corrected by Alec, which I do want to make mention that Mill also takes the E without the R. So that might have been a reason just to play Mill. And it's possible that Michael doesn't know it.
That's
Now, one
true,
thing I do
yeah.
know about Michael's play is that he often imagines like he'll take chances, like, well, what if you don't know it? What if you know? And I didn't take, and I didn't take the chance. So I think he's more willing to make chances and hope that the other player doesn't have his word knowledge. So I don't know how much he knows about Sid. I don't know how much they've played.
Yeah, Sid sort of likes to say that he doesn't study, but he's been around the game for so long, and he reviews every annotated game that's been posted. He seems to have really picked up a ton of words, so he might not have the very top word knowledge, but he's sneakily good, and we'll see how good it is right here, I think. He has Distend set up. He's had it set up a long time.
He's been up,
Will
now
he
the
have-
question is, right, does he
Yeah.
know Celibate takes an S?
And if
Why-
not,
why isn't he
Mediates is
slapping
going
it
to
down?
come off Michael's rack, right? So,
Now, Michael picked up a bingo right away, ID8s under Rit.
right, Mediates from the top, though, is what he'd really like to play.
So he's bingoing no matter what. One of
Oh,
the
I
things
see
I
what you
didn't
mean.
like about Oak is that he played the O, which will now go in front of the K. And so you want, like, say you pick up a W or a J, like that's a real easy 30, 50, 60, points. And he's taken away that chance by playing that O and hoping to pick up another one. So to me, it was a bit of a questionable play, which worked out very well. But
I see what you mean, but I was saying I really wanted him to try and keep TIES or TAES, and he
Yeah.
did. He left ties, and it led to bingos in 2 spots, as he pointed out. So if he had played Tycho leaving ES, there's just so much more volatility. He's opening a double-double like that with the eye there. So I'm actually liking this play of
you're
Oak.
okay with yeah. He also could have played
Um,
okay under Rit, an arc, Woe and Rit.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well, WA? No.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know that Celibate takes an S. Okay.
Yeah,
So-
that's a tough one.
Yeah.
It's an adjective in our natural conversational speech, but celibates would be, I guess, people who are celibate. And Michael's going to waste no time here, and nor should he. This is clearly the best play, and it's going to put him out to a big lead. But for Sid, he does have a very nice balanced rack. He has that odd hook, and we'll see what 2 tiles he draws, because these will be very important.
Right. So you see how word knowledge is important, needless to say. If he had played Disdain, not only would he have bingoed, he would have blocked mediates, the much higher scoring bingo, would have forced Michael to play underneath Writ, which would have opened the board, giving Sid opportunity to come back and play more bingos. So this miss right now could spell the end of the whole game right now. So we'll see what happens. He did not pick well.
Alec is pointing out Disdain would have allowed ideates with 4 overlaps. So
We can't see. Thank you, Alec. I can't see it.
And I think that would have been found by Michael. He's very good at that sort of finding.
Yes.
Sid, though, drew the Y. He didn't want the Y, but there's that big scoring spot you said. The K is gone, so no K front hook there, which is something you always want to sort of keep in mind.
Yeah, I can see it, Alec. Thanks very much. I see the overlaps just by the way you wrote it. Thanks.
And now we're going to jump back to Michael, who's sitting on about a 70-point lead plus a turn. So, in Scrabble, when you're talking about a lead, you tend to think about it based on bingo. So we'd say he's up a bingo, and we're, getting towards the halfway point of this game.
If the scores are correct, people are asking if the scores are up to date, but I believe that they are. Yeah, 143 to 212. Perfect. So we have an interesting situation here. Now we only have one hook for that yar, and it's taken. The K is gone. So that part of the board is kind of dead. And it's going to be up to Sid probably to open up underneath Writ.
I would
because
think
there's
so.
nothing after the Acquay.
He could also play Sunny for a fair number of points here. Would leave OE 2 vowels. He's got to think after if Michael doesn't have an S very often, because otherwise he would have taken that spot with the lead. Even if it didn't score much, he'd want to be taking out a big lane. Michael, again, very offensive, let the lane sit. But it looks like Sid really wants to hold on to that S, which is reasonable. And he's pushed YON to the side, which I guess would open the board with the Eye of City, right, to play Yoni.
I see what you're saying, but I don't agree with that thinking.
Okay.
He not only has to undouble the ends, he has to take that S spot. It's early in the game. There's only one S out, other S out. He's got to play 5 tiles, maximize his chances for more S's, maximize his chance for a blank, not open the board to an easy overlap for Michael, and he has to score. So there you go. That's my analysis.
Yeah, I would have played Sunny too. That was the play I saw first. He had considered Yoni, and we like to see players considering different candidate plays, as we'd call them. But I think after the decision, he seemed to have made the right decision. Michael
and he has the OE that plays under Writ. He has letters that play under Writ. Yeah, because that's how he's going to have to. So right now, what is Michael going to do? Like, there's really nothing to do other than open the board. I don't think you really have a choice.
Yeah, but
unless you play even HOE under Writ opens up an S hook.
Absolutely. Is there a word you can play starting with my that maybe doesn't take an S?
Starting with my? Yeah.
Like MEH, for example, although I guess that gives bingos to the left. But those are the sort of considerations you want to make. Oh, AIM, that would be clever. AIM forming AN, IN, and MY.
Yep.
That really kills the highest scoring bingo lane on the board.
Another possibility is just to play HOM as he's looking at underneath Writ, arm, woe, and that. If you're from Montreal, it takes a C in front, Chom FM. I think I made maybe 2 people laugh right now, but in Scrabble, it doesn't make a word. The trouble with playing home is that you're taking away your best letter that goes in front of that Y.
And if you give up bingos, they're going to score more a lot of the time because you're just, moving towards the double word scores. So I like the idea of AIM personally. I know maybe he's not the most defensive player, but that's how I would have gone. He's going to take the points, which is definitely also reasonable. But he does leave 3 vowels.
So he's looking at Issacore. I think this is what he's thinking in his head. But he's got Sorosh, and I don't know if he knows it.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Chooser, I imagine is also.
Chooser fits as well. And it's
Yep.
much easier to find. Oh my God.
Yeah, I can't see him missing chooser, and,
Yeah.
and there it comes. So he is
And now he's back in this
choosing
game.
the right play.
Michael has an S, but it's absolutely the right thing to play. Wow. 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 24, 29, 31, 35, 6, 7, 8. 91 points. Fabulous. Or is it 81?
91, I believe.
91, yeah.
Yeah, we have again Heidi to enter that for us to save us from doing the math.
Okay. Sorry. Old
That's
habit.
okay. Just a reminder. So Michael has the S here. Are you going to burn it on this first turn if you were
Absolutely.
him?
Absolutely.
Yeah, it scores a lot.
The trouble is with what? You don't want to
Yeah.
do sub A. You want to get rid of more than one vowel, but
The only way to do that, I guess, a C,
SPAE.
A, S, E, A, but then you're leaving BIP, which is ugly. You could play SAE, but BIPA is ugly. So he's looking at SAB again, 3-vowel leave.
I mean, you could play sepia, saving BA, and just go screw it. I'm just like I'm playing my game, and but the X has not been seen yet, and there are 3 O's, so the sepia would cause an OX overlap for a lot of points. So you have to start thinking about what's left in the tile bag and how can your opponent come back and really hurt you.
Absolutely. And another consideration is your opponent just bingoed, which means that the 7 tiles on Sid's rack are totally random. When people have taken a few turns without bingoing, they start to work towards having more balanced tiles. And right now we see Sid actually has pretty nicely balanced tiles. But from Michael's perspective, there's a good possibility Sid's tiles are not very synergistic.
So ISBA's being suggested in the chat, and I'd have a hard difficulty disagreeing with that one. It gets rid
Yeah,
of
I
2
think
tiles, and it doesn't open up anything too dangerous.
we both just missed that. So thank you to Jackson Smiley. Hey, Jackson, how are you? I think these players are, they'd love to see Jackson at the tournament, but they're probably relieved they don't have to face him.
Right. And he's decided to play BAP. That's very interesting. He's more worried about a bingo than he is about something like this.
Okay, and Sid plays
I think,
very
and
quickly.
he picks up Augites right without even thinking, which he wouldn't obviously have had if he had played ISBA. He would have had a different rack.
Right.
But there's nowhere to play Augites as far as I can see. And Unitages is the only bingo with the N. I'm doing this in my head, guys, so just...
Yeah, I don't see a bingo, definitely not through the C. If UPA was good, it needs the S, then he would have his bingo spot, but it's not. So he's going to just probably try again to work towards a rack like TIES or TEAS, just like we were saying earlier in the game.
Or he could right now take up that
Cash in.
user spot. I think it's time to cash it in because he's just picking 6 tiles now, Sid, and I think now is the time to do it. If you had something like to the N, a big letter, there we go, a big letter to the N, triple letter, 6-letter word, then okay, so he's opening up. Okay, he's going for it. Good for him. Now I think he's playing a little fast. He has 9 minutes to go, so there's still lots of time. He played it awfully quickly.
Yeah, he played it quickly and very aggressively, but Sid doesn't have the other S, so it really could work out for him here.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
that's a lot of points for usage, so it makes a lot of sense. He doesn't draw the S either. He draws the J and that Z, as we're calling it. So we will see what happens, but let's go over to Sid. And what are you thinking on his rack here?
I'm thinking put it in alphabetical order so I can think better.
Right.
Okay, so the first thing I'm looking at, so this is how I'm analyzing the board. I'm looking to see, can I get a 6 through the E to the N, maximizing the P or the F? That's the first thing I'm thinking. I'm also thinking, I don't have that other S, and does Michael have it? Because why in the world would he have done that? So I'm scared. So I'm looking to, if I can't use that EN, I'm looking to the right of usage, and I have an O. I can play Dorp, for example, which is going to nicely block the S hook. I'm thinking Michael has the other S. There's no question in my mind, because why would he play that?
As I asked you, that's exactly what I was thinking. I happen to have a bit of a feeling that Michael plays longer than most people, so maybe he's a bit less likely than others to have an S after that play. But most people, for sure, after playing usage, are going to have an S. And even if he doesn't, Dorp just overlaps nicely. Sid knows he doesn't have an S. He knows Michael might. Um, he has a bit of a lead, and when you have the lead, and the only real lane after Dorp are, nines ending in ER that he'd be creating, or through that C. So he's now switched to Forte. Does that overlap? Oh, from the A
In
of,
back, in back.
yeah, that's nice too. But if you're scared of the S, then I think you have to play Dorp.
I think you absolutely have to pay more defensively here. It's a few less points, but it completely, to a great extent. I mean, how often are you going to stick SP or something? I mean, that's so. I mean, if you could stick the F there, it would be great, even better. But I don't think you can. So he's looking at Dorp. I personally think it's a better play. I don't know, Heidi, if you can show us again, Quackle, if you could just do a quick sim, that would be great.
And sorry, Robin, I'm looking at the chat, and all 4 S's have been played, so apologies for our commentary here. There is a blank unseen, though, so that could be what Sid is
there's an
afraid
S.
of.
Are you sure? Because there's an S in, the
Yeah,
remaining time. But it
2
says
in
that,
choosers, 1 in sunny, and 1 in mediates. I have a
so there's
picture
a
of my own
mistake.
face over the remaining tile pool, so I can't seem to really see
You can
them.
you can make your screen
Can I just
narrower.
drag it?
Make your screen narrower and it'll go up. But
Oh, I
there is
see.
an S showing in the remaining
Oh, yeah.
tiles.
Thank you. I got it.
So there, but all 4 are played. So there's a mistake. Heidi, if you can have a look at that, that would be great. So I've been
Yeah,
going by
so I guess just while Heidi was entering the plays,
sure,
she must have just
yeah.
mistyped at one point, but
Sure.
not a problem. Our very trusty chat is on top of these things, so I'm sure we'll make a few more mistakes before the end of the day, Robin, but I know that they'll be right there to help us out.
Thanks, everybody. It takes a community to put on a Scrabble tournament.
It's true. It
No.
reminds me of yesterday when Josh Sokol was on stream and he was making this really creative pathway to try and steal a game from Stefan. And there was 7 or 8 experts in the chat and the 2 commentators, and Josh was still thinking of this path that it took everyone in the chat to try and figure out what he was doing.
Okay, Morris is pointing out, Heidi, that usage was not entered. So let's have
Okay, Jot comes down from Michael. That scores nicely and holds that Z to try and get back in this game, while Sid has the X. It's going to be pretty much tied. The score is going to be a bit behind while Heidi undoes that one mistake. So we will get you the updated score as soon as we can. I think that brings Michael to 320, so just 9 points ahead, but behind on tempo.
Right. So now we're looking at dangerous spots on the board. And the only 2 I can see, as everyone can see, is through that C, and then getting a very high point tile in front of the ER in usage and Dorp. And if you're lucky, a blocking letter like a V, but visor can't be spelled that way. But he has got voice, and voice setting up the R hook, there's a D and an R unseen. So voicer for Michael, he might be looking at that, although it saves clunky ZU.
He'll also be looking at the unseen tile pool, right? And it's not that appealing of a tile pool as far as bingos go. There's a lot of ugly tiles from his perspective, the Z, the V, the U, the J. But, if Michael has a blank, he definitely could be close.
Right. So this is a situation where having the X is not great. To score, he could play fair and FE. There's more consonants than vowels left, and you are stuck with that X. You do have that X to deal with.
But the X also, could be a big boon to him if Michael plays long below and it opens something up. So he does have FE set up right now. The alternative, I guess, would be something like fence or fencer, going really long, really going for that blank, thinking I need that blank to win.
I like fencer a lot.
Yeah, I think the blank is just so important here. I think the person who has the blank is going to win, a really high percentage of the time. Is there an X setup he could make? Although on this board, you don't want to be making setups too often when there aren't very many scoring spots because anything you set up is going to be taken pretty often.
The only trouble with Fencer is there are possible bingos. Are there possible? Yeah, I mean, EGINOR. I mean, yes, there's possible bingos.
Yeah.
So are you setting anything up for the other person, which you obviously don't want to do? It's the last thing you want to do. So if he had, if this was Michael playing voicer, would be great because nothing's going in front of that V. But FE, it's very easy to hook an ER. So, wow.
And there's also only 3 in the bag, right? 10 unseen. So FE is sort of nice because it leaves 1 in the bag and puts some uncertainty to Michael, but also it sort of feels like you might want to get some tempo towards going out. So this is a very tough decision, and I think Sid's going to use a lot more of this clock here.
Yeah, people are talking in the chat whether Refect or Fencer is better. I'm not, if someone could explain to me why they think Refect is better, it's going to score a lot less and it's still going to open up easily hookable letters. So
I guess the R as the floater, Robin, would allow more bingos through it, would be my guess as to why people have a problem with that one.
Yeah, there's a very good reason for that. Yeah, there's a good reason.
Also, I guess you could hook it with an S, like as the S blank to make says or something like that. Fencers and says, and then the Z would triple. So there's a few different reasons there. If the other R wasn't out, you could even consider fence, I guess, holding the R, but you are scared of that blank. When it comes this late in the game and you don't have the blank, you always have this feeling that the opponent has it, even though 3 out of 10 times here, it's going to be in the bag.
Now, another possibility that David has mentioned, which I like a lot, is F underneath HO and WOO to make ho and woof. And it sets up an R hook for yourself as well. But it also, he's getting rid of it.
X. That is a really interesting decision. So again, I was talking about tempo towards the end game. So this leaves 2 in the bag, which is going to be a bit harder for Michael than just 1 when he'd have a lot more information.
I'm thinking if he had played FE, would Michael have had something to the E with his Z? And I don't think he did. He would have had like oeuvre. Since we're from Canada, we can pronounce it properly.
Oui.
And that would have saved ZI plus whatever he picked out of the bag, which wouldn't have been terrible. So
yeah, that would have worked out pretty well, I think, for Michael, getting rid of those clunky OUV combination. And talking about bad combinations, Sid drew another N, which is what he really wasn't looking for there.
Right, but with so many N's in the bag, I don't blame him. To play Nix would have been ideal, but there was really nowhere to put it. By not playing that E, he's actually done himself a world of good. If he wasn't going to pick up another vowel, we don't know, obviously. So the question now becomes for Michael: do you play this voicer? And you say, oh, he's looking at cuz. Okay,
I think that makes more sense. Voicer leaving UZ on this board is just awful. It can get in a lot of trouble.
It's suicidal. The trouble with cuz, of course, is that he knows that FE is still in the bag, so it sets up an easy comeback. And they're basically tied, so Sid would be ahead, and continue to be ahead. But
go ahead.
He would leave a nice rack, but you're not bingoing. Here, what you want to do is score.
Right, and it's scary giving Sid full knowledge, and all Sid would really have to do is make it out of 2, and he'd probably win. Michael would really like that N for Zircon or Zinco or something, but the N came to Sid.
Zircon would just be it. That would be the game right there.
That would be it. So cuz comes down.
He's setting up visor for himself.
Yeah, so but he can't expect that spot to stay open.
Well, he's got the blank.
Yeah.
On a board that is not really conducive to it. Even with now he's blocked a 9 to the ER.
Right. He didn't know he was going to draw that blank. He had to assume the opponent has it. Sid's first thought will be something like Fez, but that can't be winning because RETNN isn't going to go out the next turn. So I guess can Sid find an out in 2 here while Michael doesn't get a bingo?
Okay. So the bag is empty. Is this, I'm understanding this, we're up to date?
Yep.
Perfect. So can he set up a 2 and score? No, that's not going to happen.
I don't think so either. I think
Or
Fez is best, and it's not going to be enough. But we'll see what Michael plays because it's not a guaranteed win. Michael's still going to have to play things properly here.
if he wants to play underneath the F in Fez with the V, he's going to have to use. He's going to have to play use the blank, because I don't believe he's got anything that goes underneath that E other than an R. And there's no vir vor, right? Word.
Right. And if you're
Or
Michael, I think you have to foresee that Fez is coming down. It just feels like he's going to have to take out that Z. So you should already be using that time to think, if he plays Fez, what am I going to play? Or if he
Right.
plays Rez, Rez groovier. So I guess he's not going to think like that. But if Fez comes down, what is my response?
So if we're playing clabbers, which is a version of Scrabble, if people don't know, where you can put the tiles in any letter as long as they anagram to a word, he would have had all those forgiver, forgiven, forgives, racks. But he doesn't, and I don't see any way to stick the V on the triple letter and come down. Maybe someone can. I'm not seeing anything yet. So the situation is that, I think this should be Michael's game. He's got more time than Sid. He's got better tiles than Sid. Sid cannot go out in one turn.
Right. And I'm also looking, is there any usages ending in SP? Any word you can make with the blank there? Any even down from arms? Like Armstrong is a name, I guess, and it's too long.
Too long.
But, those are the sort of spots that can win you the game.
That's great. Great thinking. Yeah. I've always
So-
wanted to stick HED. I've had this little fantasy for years. And then I had an opportunity, and I think I missed it, off TOOLS to stick HED for toolshed.
Oh, that would be fun.
When you change the actual pronunciation of the word, it's just so much fun.
Right, like the flaming O flamingo
Like a
as the famous one.
I always meant to make a list of those because those are just so much fun.
So he could play something like Grift, knowing that he's not going to get hit too hard back, but VOE, I don't think there's an out for that. But again, we were talking about outs in 2, so trying to find a 2-turn sequence where you can get rid of all of your tiles. He could play even just something like Rover to the ER, holding GIE blank, and then just go through the F afterwards. Seems like it should win.
They're suggesting Griever, which I think is a very, very
Oh, that's a better version of what I was just sort
or
of trying
Giver,
to figure out.
Giver as a setup.
Oh yeah, Giver. That's from Morris. Hi, Morris. That's a great idea because Michael knows he is the O and Sid doesn't. So with the E as his only vowel, he's not going to be able to address that.
And overfit. Someone has suggested it, and I've just seen it. So overfit does allow you to stick the triple letter. So that's the winning play right there. It's 40 points. You can't lose.
Yeah, and as long as you're 100% sure that overfit is good. We know it's good here in the booth. Not sure if Michael sees it, even if he'll play it for sure, just because he has these other safer wins. The pressure is
But
on him,
it's-
though. The clock is ticking.
But it's very, for people out there who are learning Scrabble, very important always to consider your prefixes and suffixes. And whenever you have OVER, just make it fit, so put it on the board. So put over in front of the F and see if anything shows up. Just do it mentally in your head, and then you'll find it very quickly. You don't have to do the anagram, just constantly do prefixes and suffixes.
Great tip for all of our newer players. And looking at the chat again, I see that Uncle Pedro suggested that if he plays Grift, like I had pointed out, and I thought it didn't go out, it does with Hoove from the HO. So definitely that would be a winning sequence.
I think it would be pretty hard for Michael to lose this game.
Yep, but we've seen crazier things. He's going to play Giver. So there's that suggestion we saw in the chat. Looks like the best play. If you don't see overfit and you're not confident, love to see it. We always want to see people win the game as opposed to someone, blundering and maybe losing the game. So I love seeing Giver come down here.
So we're definitely, I think, going to see 10 or net underneath Fez for Sid, and he's going to do the math, and he's going to realize that he can't. Now he could. What's our score here? If he could play nit. Does that block Michael though? Can he play something OT or? I wouldn't do an N easily like Heron, but if he
But
played nit, if he
Gopher through the F, for example, right?
repot, like there's no way to block it.
No.
Yeah, there's no way to block it. You can't play just through the I and block it.
The ERO blank is just too powerful here. He'll have his choices of going out. So I think Sid just has to accept that and figure out the best sequence that will maximize his spread.
So he's going to get 18. That'll put him to 407.
And then something
Michael,
like 0.
Yeah, 0 is easy. That's and hero 0. Yeah. Whatever. I mean, sometimes you want to send a message to your opponent by your word choice,
Right.
the blank. You're going from hero to 0.
Right. I love it. Okay,
You
so
do
10
Reno,
comes down.
repo. Yeah.
So
I
from
think
0 to 0, or maybe from 10 to 0, right?
right. And just the question is there something underneath the 10 ORD? No, nothing. Obviously, you have to make it an S or a
Oh, there
G.
is actually Ergo.
Ergo. There you
ERGO.
go. He's given him a better spot to go out.
We'll
So
see
he
if
should
he
have played.
finds
He should
it.
have played net. He should have played net. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so he's playing.
What?
Is that E Rose? Is that valid? Yeah, EROS. Okay.
Oh, Eros. Okay.
Yeah.
Gosh, scared me.
I, I was pretty sure it was good, but I wouldn't be playing a word like that. That doesn't come up very often that I'm not, 100% on. But it is a 4, and at this level, we all should know our 4s, and Michael does. And
And
Sid might,
Michael's learning curve is to not play so quickly. He had lots of time, and
right.
should have looked under the 10 because literally between first and second place in one of these divisions, it's 5 points. And that could be the difference between winning a tournament and not. So he knows that. He knows that. I don't have anything to teach Michael. He's a wonderful player. But in this case, just take your time. You had 2 minutes.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It's stressful and you're on stream and you see a win and you put it down, and I get that. That play
Absolutely.
is 1 point better than our suggestions of 0 and hero that we first saw, but he did have a minute 54. So
Yeah, he
I
got
think,
19. Ergo would have gotten him 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 18, 19, 26 points. That's a huge difference.
yeah, definitely. I think we're going to be stepping away. We're here on Let's Play Scrabble.com. Our next game is going to be Chloe Fatsis and Carl Higby, who's coming back to the NWL division for this tournament. So it should be a great game. Stay with us. And yeah, we have the tournaments coming up in New Orleans, in Montreal, in Belleville, so many different tournaments. So head over to letsplayscrabble.com and you'll learn more. And we'll be back in just a few minutes.
All righty. You said everything I was going to say and better.
There you go.
We're back. What did you do on the break?
I had some carrots. It was a very exciting break.
I can't believe you didn't let us hear you cry. Oh,
I
you know
actually
what?
walked to the other room because I knew that the production crew would be listening to me chomp, and I didn't think they wanted to.
Well, I did the same thing.
But
I went to the bathroom very discreetly.
there you go. And that's what the players do between rounds. And we have two exciting players coming up in our next match. I know you know a lot about Chloe Fatsits. And have you played Carl before?
Sure, Carl's been around for a long time, and I'm sure I must have played him. I'm not one of these people who tend to remember. Are you? Like, I can't remember.
No, I'm not that good either.
Yeah. But Chloe obviously is somebody to follow because not only is she an up and comer, but she's a fellow female, identifies as such. So I will say this that way. And I obviously have a soft spot, a mentorship role that I like to play with the other women. Not that they necessarily want me to do it, but if they want to do it, it's available. And so I've been following. I'm obviously good friends with her father, Stefan Fassis, the writer, and who's written for people out there who don't know his book on Scrabble. It's iconic and legendary and must be read. And so this is his daughter that he's brought up through the ranks over the years, and she used to follow him to tournaments. And of course, he was the big expert, and she was doing her best. And now, as we hope will happen with our children, is that they will surpass us, and that is what Chloe is doing. So I've gotten to play her a few times, and her word knowledge is growing by leaps and bounds every time I see her. Her understanding of the board is growing by leaps and bounds every time I see her. So she's going in exactly the right direction. What's your experience?
Absolutely. It feels like she's been playing sort of like Jackson. I know he taught her a lot of strategy. We've seen Jackson in the chat. She is just such a strong player. I think she's looking to go over 1900 for the first time. And shortly after that, we're going to see her go over 2000. And speaking of over 2000, I think Carl in the past has been over 2000. And I know he's been playing a lot of Collins lately, so I was excited to see him in this field. So I've never played him, but I have spoken with him a few times. He's a bit soft-spoken, but when you speak to him, he's such a nice guy, and I'm really excited to see him play here.
Well, you're going to get to see him right away because they are ready. So everybody, strap in. We are about to see game 2 of the afternoon.
And look at that, Carl's wearing a Lake George shirt. One of the great tournaments. I've been there 2 years in a row. I saw you there this last year, Robin, and we hope to see you in the audience at events like that coming forward.
Absolutely, absolutely. I will be going to the Canadian. I learned about the Canadian one just by reading about some of the upcoming tournaments that they want us to hype. And I immediately signed up. I immediately got my hotel room. I immediately paid my registration because I learned my lesson last time when I was on a waiting list for Lake George and
Yeah.
only found out on a boat that I was in when I was
The,
hours away from the room. So
the only problem with how popular these tournaments are getting is how hard it is to get a spot. So please register early. And Carl had some awful tiles, threw 5 of them back before I could even really look at them. And Chloe is looking at some very common bingos here that she'll find in no time.
yes, so the easiest one are the ones with welders and Weldors and Warsold and all that. But if she really wants to test Carl and show us her word knowledge, if it's the right play, Wilders is the way to go because it's Wilder. You would think is Wilder Wildest, but it actually takes I think it means wilder, like to bewilder. I'm not sure.
Bewilder, yeah.
It takes an S. So personally, I would play Wilders to try to get the challenge.
That also puts an E on the star, but this puts an E in the double lane. So either way, it's dangerous. We'll try and get from the chat, from the producer, if that's an E or an O that's been circled. Either way, it puts Chloe out to an early start, and she circles the O. So maybe that's a bit of trying to test his word knowledge there.
So, right, because everybody knows it's as well doors. But the question also remains, do you want to give your opponent even more letters to play through? By making it the O, you've now given them an O to play through rather than having 2 E's, and maybe they needed an O and not an E. So maybe she didn't know welders. I don't know.
I'm sure she knew welders. I think maybe she just thought the O on the star was a bit less dangerous, or maybe she thought he might not be sure of
Oh,
the O spelling. Although it would be a really tough challenge when you see that she could have circled the E, right? And then the O was circled. You'd have to be really, really confident it's not good. Heidi, it was 5 tiles played on the first turn, just to let you know. Okay, so Carl's rack, BMPYEEI. So even after his exchange of 5, he's still not looking at such a nice rack, is he?
well, let's just talk about the rack. Just the interesting thing about the rack is that he puts it in order the same way. The only other person I know who puts the rack in order like this is Joel Wapnick, who's the legendary player from Montreal, who has won nationals and worlds. He puts the consonants first and the vowels second. And so it's an interesting way of learning, because a lot of the way that you know what? Let me give you an example. I went to the Montreal Scrabble Club, and Bernard gives you, when you're high up, you get a 9-letter anagram to figure out. And I got one from the previous week that everyone had a lot of trouble with. And I looked at it in alphabetical order, and I went, geez, I've seen this before. Because it's like almost like an image. And so when you put it not in alphabetical order, maybe this is the way his images are, but it's not the way I do my images. So he kept the MB is very synergistic, so I'm okay with that. The question is, did he have something better? Should he have played something like Wimpy, saving BEE?
Yeah, I was looking at Wimpy also. I think both plays are pretty close.
Weepy takes an
Regardless, yeah, Sweepy could come down at some point. Not on this turn, it wouldn't really make sense. Chloe's probably going to try and get rid of her clunkier tiles here. Gawk somewhere would be nice if she can find it.
Well, Gawk to the E in Welder, the first E, saving ES seems to be kind of ideal.
Yeah, that looks really strong. That's exactly the sort of play I'd be looking to make. It scores nicely, it leaves nicely, and it's already set up on a rack.
Well, the question is she looking at Gawks to the S, or is she going to stick that D and get the double? And
I think she has to play Gawks. Yeah.
There's nothing to think about here. Yeah.
Yeah, the whole play doubles. So for that reason, you have to play Gawked over Gawks, as she does.
And very smartly not taking time thinking about it. Save those.
Just like with the Weldors decision, it's so minor, you don't want to spend too much time. It's very minute differences there.
Well, speaking of spending too much time, you're reminding me of a world championship I went to, and I can't remember where. It might have been in Malaysia, where I think it was a Thai player, so it's not his language, and he had something like satire with the blanks. It was something, akin to that, if not that. And he literally spent, I think, 7 minutes finding a word and the placement that he liked.
I mean, sometimes it's frustrating, like you've lost the game and your opponent's spending forever, but it's their clock, so I guess they can do what they want. Chloe's probably going to see enterons from that E in Welders, so we'll see if that spot stays open. What can Carl play here? Something like bite through the G, B-I-G-H-T, might. You'd want to score a bit more if you can. Is there some sort of underlapping play that fits?
Let me have a look. I'm busy. I'm trying to help people with the score, which is, I believe it's 111 to, okay, now it's up to date. So obviously you want to undouble your eyes. You might play might, but I don't think that's the best play, especially since it takes a Y hook through the G, although one Y is gone. Let's have a look. What do we want to do?
Yeah, in the chat, if you see anything, please share your thoughts. This is a collective effort here. Carl's shifted a few tiles, the MI to the beginning. Maybe, is there a spot for MIB?
Well, Jason Lee, I think, has a fantastic choice, which is big time. It gets rid of 6 tiles, doubles the M. It sets up a bit of a worrisome, E hook next to that double letter on row 9, but it's I like it a lot, and it saves an H, which is a lovely letter. It goes with all sorts of things.
That is a big time play from a big time player. So hi, Jason, Happy New Year's.
Good to see Jess, your fellow Canuck.
Yeah, another Canadian who's had a lot of success recently, and MIB does come down. Okay, so HITE, that's a strong leave.
Yeah. Do you
Didn't
know
score as
Carl's
much as
style?
some of the other options.
Do you know Carl's style? Is he more, because this is a
I
very
don't know
defensive.
Carl. I've spoken to him a few times. I know him more, I guess, personally than I do as a player. So I'm not quite sure of his style. I'm not quite sure what to read of that play, other than maybe he just didn't see anything that he thought was too appealing, would be my guess.
Hmm. Okay. He had some very nice, yeah, he had some very nice tiles that go well together. But the fact that he played mib there, then for example, off the Y in Weepy, which would have scored more, I'm going to assume 6, 7, 14, 18, 21. Here he got 6 and 8, 9, 10, 11, 14. So a big swing in points, 7 points.
Yeah,
So I think this indicates that it was more defensive than it was anything else.
it was very defensive, but he is down 70. So it's a bit of an interesting time playing defense if that was his thought. I like to think he was just trying to keep tiles that he thinks are going towards bingos. Regardless, we're going to go to Chloe's play. Enterons is valid, isn't it, from the E?
It's, yeah, Tenorers and Enterons are the two bingos in that rack. That's a very well-known rack
Oh, she
for
made it an O. I'm so sorry. I'm wondering why Enterons hasn't come down, and that would be
He
very
made
clearly
it.
why
Oh,
we
there you go. Another reason to have made it into an E.
right. I promised the
See,
chat that I would make more mistakes, and I already have. Stern's son, another possibility. Instead, she plays Norteños right down the middle.
was that how it's
And
pronounced?
I believe it's Norteños. I could be wrong.
Oh,
It's
it's
been
great.
challenged. So
You
Carl,
should see how I once pronounced Jefe. You would not like to hear.
oh, I'm guessing you didn't say Jefe.
I did not say Jefe.
No. So Carl comes from the Collins world in the last few years, and there it's a 5-point challenge. So if you're unsure of a bingo, it would certainly be a good decision here. It's going to cost him his turn. So this is going to be a 120-point deficit plus tempo here. Big swing early in the game.
Yeah. And ironically, if she had made it an E, he probably would not have challenged and would have stuck a nice juicy S there for him in the future to play to. So, you're losing some points here by not having made an E, which I would have recommended in order just not to have a new vowel on the board. But, sometimes it works out. She's going to pick an X now. Maybe she'll stick it under the O in Nortino's. And at some point,
Yeah.
you're getting into the 200s to a person with a 40. It's not a
Right.
pleasant feeling. Oh, no, she's picked
Oh,
Paragua.
Paragua.
She picked up Paragua to the S. Oh my God.
So we'll see if she found it. I saw it even before she turned her tiles upright. One of these strange words, but as you mentioned, Chloe's got great word knowledge. Really funny comment here by Mac in the chat. Maybe Carl thought it was an E. Maybe that's why he challenged. Maybe he thought it was Nortines. He challenged awfully quickly.
No, she found it. Not a question.
Yeah.
So now Chloe's going to take like a 200-point lead. The only good thing for Carl is that it's early in the game, relatively early. Maybe we're a quarter of the way through. How many tiles are left? But the board is becoming extremely blocked up. If she had to play off the S and open up the other side, he would have been a lot happier. But she's just closing up the board completely.
Yeah, like after that, the P double lane is still there, and he'll probably look to open maybe the bottom left with some sort of underlap play, something like if he can put those H's beneath. But that is another big play. Is he holding it maybe? Chloe seems to have paused.
I was looking at him to see if he, well, she's not moving, so I think he's holding.
Right.
He's got photic off the P to come back. So not only will it score 42 points, but it'll now open up the board on the left side. I think he kind of has to challenge if he doesn't know it, if he has any reason to think, because it's putting her too far ahead. 200 points is a lot of, and 2 S's are now out.
If he does play photic, that C in the bottom will be really nice for him because you can't really form the parallels there, and the C will stay open longer than not.
And he's got another H.
Right, and CH is such a nice synergistic pattern. and the C starts a lot of bingos, and CH starts a lot of words. So um, we'll see what happens here. If she's still on hold, if he does make that photic play. She drew another blank, so we're gonna try and really like talk like this game has a lot more to happen, but this one, his winning percent has to be, like under one right now.
Listen, I am a huge sports fan. I have watched countless decades of hockey and football where the game is out of reach almost immediately and where they start creating tension
Yeah.
where there is none, just in order to, keep it up. So if he doesn't play Photic,
Right.
he could play Poxier using the blank as an I for 66 points,
Yeah.
which I would probably recommend if there isn't anything better. But he's going to play Photic, okay? I think
Oh,
he
I'd
was
love
setting
to
up.
see it.
Yeah, he was setting up Potiche, which is a word, Potiche, but unfortunately a little too far away.
Yeah, no, like that's a great play. And as you were saying before, spread really matters a lot. So even if his winning percent chances might be low after she drew that the blank and those three bingos, you still want to be making the best play, and there's still a lot to discuss and a lot that our newer players in the chat can definitely learn.
Now, somebody mentioned that they're quackling the game. Let me give you credit. Quackle, Galumba, likes 7BOH. So Mo, MHO, and ON, setting up a bingo lane, like an S, and it takes an S, and keeping a very nice balanced rack. So that was another possibility as well for Carl that had a lot of chops to it.
Definitely. So if you're Chloe here, I don't see a bingo. And if you don't see a bingo, you probably want to get rid of the X because it's not a bingo tile and you're holding that blank, so you'll be close.
Yeah, all I see is exorable,
Right.
which is obviously not on the board, not playable. So the question becomes, okay, so I'm up by 162 points. Can I play parallel to Photic in order to block up that board, part of the board?
Does she need to, though? With her lead and the blank and the X? Could she just play Apex, maybe?
She could. Yeah, that's a possibility.
Like, I agree. If you're up
Yeah.
maybe 70 points, 100 points, 120 points even, I definitely would be looking to start taking out those lanes. But holding that blank, I think she likes having the P double double. She likes having the C bingo. Um,
Well, I've been playing this. You're going to get a lot of anecdotes from you guys today because I've been playing this game for over 35 years and I've known everybody. And the late lamented Steve, oh my God, I should have had his name lined up before I said it. I'll get it for a sec. I'll get it. He's from Florida. Steve, if anyone can help me, miss him a lot. He said, don't get rid of the Z too quickly. The Z is very powerful. And don't feel like it's like the Q that you have to get rid of. I keep thinking Steve Osorio. That's why I can't get his name in my head. The X is not the same thing. The X, I would probably get rid of it sooner than hold on to it.
right. I agree. And
Steve Palatnik,
especially,
thank you, Nick. That's it. Steve Palatnik.
oh, Steve Platek. Okay. Those rules are very different when you have the blank, right? Like, if she didn't have the blank, then maybe you want to hang on to the X a bit longer to really,
Right,
set it up
right.
or get a big spot. But when you have the blank, if you play off E, O, or just Pox instead of Expo, that's totally good too. She's
So
going to be
Apex I
bingoing.
like better. I liked
I like
Apex
it a
better
bit
than,
better because ORE, you're not going to get into vowel trouble as often.
yeah,
Um,
exactly.
so maybe just like a slight mistake. It also scores two more Apex. But VT, that's going to bingo,
Well, creative, I mean, without even thinking, right? So
right? And
it's
if
just,
that
it's
gets
all
blocked,
happening. It's all happening
she
for her
has
today.
over bingos from the O and Photic. So
Yeah, it's not an issue. She's going to be bingoing no matter what. So now his rack is starting to come together quite nicely. And that CH synergy, like I don't know that I would want to get rid of the H very quickly.
yeah, it's tough here.
Echidna, like if he
Um,
can play off the board, he could play Echidna, right? So, but unfortunately, you can't do that.
Hmm.
You can't-
Yeah, like it's such a tough position. You're down 170, and you're on stream, which adds another level of sort of stress. He could play something beneath Paraguas, I guess Hind, but that leaves three vowels. You'd be looking for
yeah.
some sort of underlap, I guess. I don't know if you can really keep the H here unless you fully fish.
Listen, you're at a point where you have to start opening the board, scoring, and not playing a lot of tiles. Those are your three goals right now. Okay.
Right.
You want to slow down the game because there's only 100 tiles. It's not going to grow suddenly on you. So you need to score a lot of points. So you need to keep as many tiles in the bag as possible. You need to score in order to keep yourself viable. You can't keep scoring 10 points. And you have to open up the board. Those are his three goals right now. So what can he play to achieve all of those? There you go.
Okay.
So
Some style
he's
points, if nothing else.
right. It's unfortunate that EH is a lot harder to hook than OH, but he
Right.
doesn't have more. So I think he's achieved almost everything in that turn. But at least that's my opinion, what he needed to do.
Yeah, I thought that was a
Yeah.
great play. And it also
And
creates a new lane. You're right. It's not a great lane because, the F or the P or the Y, I guess, would be sort of the best letter to end bingos with there, but
he should have
it's
played
not great.
He should have played because he had a D. So duh, right?
Yeah, I think Oz a bit better. He was probably thinking AEIND is more balanced than with two E's, but because you're setting up a lane that you are more likely to hit and a lane that scores a lot, I think is the improvement there.
So what we're seeing with Chloe is extremely impressive. Creative is just such the obvious bingo, but what is she doing? She wants to maximize her score. She wants to get the V on the double letter, and she's done that with a very unusual word, which shows that she's been studying. This is a word that comes up on Aerolith all the time, and it's servalat. That's an L. And kudos to Chloe for not only studying, but for finding it during a high pressure game. Good for you, sweetheart. I'm really happy.
Yeah, and for being so modest while putting down like her fourth bingo of the game when we're just over the halfway point, and she just said she was drawing provisional, so she is on hold. He is challenging it, and you know what? It's going to hurt because it is valid, but he has to. If he's not 100% sure, you just have to challenge this play.
If I just had a fantasy, like I was playing her across the board. If I was playing her across the board, and even if I was getting killed like I am in this game, I would look her and say, I am so proud of you for knowing that word, for finding that word. And I see her mom is in the chat right now, and she was hoping that her daughter would play Servalat, and she did. So she has more reason and permission to be proud of her daughter than I do. But I'm very proud of your daughter.
Oh, we are so proud of Chloe as not just a competitor, but just such a great person. I love hanging out with Chloe and Stefan and just, great welcoming community. And I think now it's pretty safe to call this one as a win for Chloe. It would be a big win because she's only 2 games back of first. So right now, just to update you guys on the standings, we have Max and Joey both at 12 and 4 with Michael a game back at 11. And then we have 5 players at 10 wins, including 2 women. So not just Chloe, but also Annette Oberstad. So a very competitive field right now. And with about 6 rounds to go, there's a lot of players in contention.
Yeah, I'm extremely lucky that I've been given the 2 shifts, the one right before the end of the year. So we'll be commentating on the last games of the year, and then I get the first games of 2024 plus the final 4. So I'll be doing that tomorrow morning. Unfortunately, not with Jared, who I love working with, but not bad replacement in Will Anderson. And I know the 2 of you make a very, very fine team as well.
Oh yeah, Will is like as good as it gets. And as much as I would enjoy calling more games with you, I'm pretty excited to sleep in. I expect to be up rather late tonight. And the 9:30 start time, I'll definitely be in the chat at some point, but not at 9:30. I'll tell you that right
In your
now.
PJs. I'll be showered and make up and all that. But you know what? Tonight I don't. I'll tell. Let's talk about like tonight. I'm going out to my favorite restaurant in Toronto for a tasting menu that I'm so
Oh,
excited about that I'm actually going to change my pants when I leave here so that there's more room. But it's at 8:45, and I think we have to be out of there by 11:15. I think we only have 2 hours and 15 minutes, so we'll be back in plenty of time just to see the new year in, and I'll be up and awake in the morning. I won't be drinking. I'm not a drinker, so not a
Oh,
problem.
perfect.
Are
I'm
you
heading
drinking
over
tonight?
to a friend's house party, and yeah, I probably won't be too sober. And it's hard to get a cab or an Uber back after. I think last year, from Shepherd to St. Clair, those streets, not very far. I think it was like $70, and it took like half an hour for someone to show up. So
Oh God.
it's just part of, I guess, the experience of a New Year's Eve. But I have friends who throw a house party every year, and I'm very fortunate for that. In the chat, let us know what you're doing for the holidays. We'd love to
Yeah,
hear
let
it.
us.
It's a great time of the year.
The TTC is free tonight,
Yeah,
all day today.
um, it
TTC is
is,
our
and
it's our
I
sub.
should
It's our
probably take it back, but it gets to a point of the night, and just if you've ever taken public transit on New Year's Eve, on the way there, maybe if I weren't doing these games, I would for sure. But on the way back, people are just so drunk and so, aggressive. It's not exactly so fun.
So what's going on here is that Carl is looking at a word that is not good in our dictionary. It is good in the other dictionary, and the not that it's going to win, but just to make the score a little tighter, the F would hit the triple letter, and the whole thing would be doubled. And it's just a killer because I know a lot of the words in the other dictionary too, and it just kills me when I can't play OBO. Now that they took away another word that is similar to that, but is a swear word or a not nice word. So it's a real, he's actually torturing himself right now by doing this. He's staring at a word that's
Right.
scoring 90 points that he's not allowed to play.
Yeah, and I hope it doesn't come down because we've already seen him lose a few challenges. He's already down 362 to 105. Hopefully, he'll be able to figure out that this is not valid in our lexicon. You were talking earlier about Will Anderson, and he's one of the people who seems to be able to keep them separate in his head and play both lexica. I was talking to Kevin Fraley about that. He seems like another one who's been pretty good at being able to play both, but Carl's is maybe having a bit of a hard time here, and it's tough because you see that word and you remember it's a word, but you're like, wait, is this one of the NWL words? When did I learn this one? When did I switch dictionaries? It's tough.
Well, let's put some context. I'm looking at the standings. If anybody hears, if Matt Canuck is watching, and I know he talks about his dog making noise, I have a cat here who is looking to, yep, there it goes. Went down on the floor. Whatever was on the desk was on the floor. So, Carl is now in 7th place. He's 10-6, and he's plus 30. And to show you the importance of not making mistakes with, maximizing your score, he is only behind Peter Schwartzman by 24 spread points. That's it. So
Yeah.
really important to not play the word that you're, even though you're going, what the hell, what difference does it make if I lose by 300 or if I lose by 1, it's still a loss. Very important for him not to lose by, putting himself in a terrible hole, like a
Right.
300 or 400 point deficit, because he's just going to sink. He's going to sink to the bottom of the 10 and 6s. Or a
Right.
10, 10,
And he
7.
did pull back and he played fade, so he didn't play infamed or famined or any other non-word in our lexicon. Chloe fishes off AN. She's getting, even closer there. And Carl's drawn the Q. It's definitely not a tile
Well,
he
he
wants
was
here.
punished for blocking his M hook. The
Right.
Tau gave him a second lane, and he blocked it. So sometimes the tile gods do kind of say, they wrap your knuckles, and they go, no, you shouldn't have done that.
Right. So is he just going to play QAT here?
Well,
Is he
that'd
going
be
to
terrible.
exchange?
And why don't we have Shin? Why don't we have QIN? Like, what is
Yeah,
so?
there's.
I think we're all dying for it. But if he plays cat or chat, he's
Oh,
obviously,
even
what's that?
oh, even better. He finds Equin here. So that looks like a nice play.
Yeah,
Play off a
that's
few
fine.
more, set some more lanes. The lanes above Servlat are still open.
Oh, Niqab is
Um,
even better, I think. Niqab saving M. Yeah, no. Kneecap to
Oh,
save.
kneecap up to the AB. Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
beautiful find.
yeah.
But either way, nice play here by Carl. Chloe's now going to see if there's a bingo with the E or the N that she just got, and there is, and she has found it.
Victoria. Victoria right away.
You know what? It's her fifth bingo of the game, and hats off to her. She's playing great. I know that when you know these words, these aren't exactly the hardest plays, but she has put in so much work to get to this point, and she's risen so quickly, and she's having a great tournament, and just so happy for her here.
I happened to look up this rack just the other day because I was playing it on Woogles, and I know that it only takes an L, and there's 3 L's in the bag, and of course Carl doesn't have one of them. It's just,
Yeah.
it's, mind you, she didn't pick one up either, but my goodness, so many tiles left, and she's like, oh, look, they're talking to each other. You're at
Yeah,
that
they're
point.
laughing.
You folks all know this point when look, she's picked up a Z to go over the A in Tintoria. I mean, you get to the
Right.
point where you're not even like, you're starting to have like let's just have coffee and gossip, you know, like this
It's a
game
real
is,
doozy, right? And doozy could go over Tentoria
oh my
for
God.
a million points. Will that stay open? Probably not. You'd think he's going to be playing there, but she's already seen it, of course. And I guess at this point, we should be on the watch for like a 600 game or a 6 bingo game. There's a lot of big things that she could achieve in this one.
Yeah. Nortino's, yeah, she had a couple of baby bingos. That's the only reason she's not even more up ahead. What is the thing? So I think Carl has to start getting kind of aggressive and opening triples, or not because I mean, or
Mm,
well, probably not because he's not in it. But
yeah, because he
what
can't
can
win either way.
right? So why would he give her even more? But can he do anything off the Tentoria, the JO? Can he go across? Of course, he doesn't have a B for jam, but JAMB would have been fantastic. Setting up an E hook or an S hook. Let's see what else.
So
Nothing, eh?
Joda, or I guess it's probably pronounced Hoda,
Jo-
like the Spanish J. It's a dance, I believe. So Hota, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Um,
I'm not even going to
so
try.
yeah,
And there's a lot of
so
vowels still left. More
it comes
vowels than consonants.
down, and that Y hook that we were talking about before for yeah, YEH, she could play dozy or doozy there if she wanted to. Um,
Yeah, she could kill the spot right now. I don't think it's a huge, I wouldn't worry too much about it. Like Pilgrim or something like that coming down. Like I wouldn't worry too much. But uh, there is another S still in the bag. So is there a way to use the V? You know, when you're winning that much, you want to use your V as a blocking tile as much as you can.
Great. And I see on the chat I pronounced another Spanish word correctly, which is great. I had about 250 straight days on Duolingo with Spanish, so maybe that's paying off for me. But these are also the sort of words that come up over and over in Scrabble, don't they?
They do. They do. And it's very important. And speaking over and over, that tends to be for the people who play for a long time. But our very next game after this, I just want to preview it for you guys, is we're going to get a couple of players who are up and comers. And it's not a reason to leave. Don't think like, oh, I'm not getting the top players, because we had a game this morning, the first game of the morning, with also not I believe it was the first game, also not the top players, but it ended up being one of the most exciting games of the tournament. So we're going to have Annette Obrestat, speaking of women that I love to mentor, and we have James Donnelly. So we have 2 fabulous up and coming players. And highly, highly recommend that you stick around for that, even if they're names that are not familiar to you, because you can get just a phenomenal games. It doesn't matter what the rating is.
And I think those names will be pretty familiar to at least our more avid viewers. James just destroyed the school Scrabble scene a couple years ago. I think he maybe lost in the last round, but he came out of nowhere and just right away was already playing at an A level. And Annette, because of her poker background, really has a lot of fans. She's also very active online with her makeup YouTube channel, and just such a great person. I really, really like both of them as people as well as competitors. And, I said that about Chloe, and then she finds another beautiful play, extending or to orzo. So finding that like rice-like grain there,
Yeah,
and
some
it
people were
scores
asking why she
33.
some
Go
people were
ahead.
asking why she didn't play sorry about that. Some people were asking why she didn't play Z and ZO up over Weepy, but ZO is not good in our dictionary.
Right. So she still has that Y hook, close to Bingo's, but not quite. But
So what's the
he
bingo
drew
with the
that L.
CR? What's
Yeah.
what's
Oh,
Chloe's round with CR? I do this all the time because I play Aerolith, and I'm always going, oh, if
uh,
I only had a CR.
I don't see it yet. Divisory
Uh,
with just an R, I believe, is good.
CR. What's the bingo with CR? Come on,
CR,
please.
CR. Why
But
divorces? uh, we're gonna leave that for someone in the chat to
oh,
solve
you
that one
are.
because I haven't found it yet.
I'll wait for you to make the discovery.
Okay. The discovery. See that? She's such an
I'm sorry.
excellent commentator. I love it. I should have been able to find that. It was a common word. It wasn't even a tricky one there. He's setting
No,
up
if I
GIF
was a
on
good
the.
commentator, I want to put you on the spot. I'm sorry about that,
No,
honey.
I appreciate it. Like that's within my range and should have found it, but I didn't. And that's okay.
It's
So is Carl have a
okay.
way
We're
from the O to reach the triple? From Tentorial, can he do anything? He'll just take the spot that he had created with GIF.
Oy, what are you going to do? What are you going
Yeah,
to do in
it's
this?
been a
I mean,
frustrating game for Carl.
I might do something like fly off the wall just to open up the board a little bit, saving my INGS. I think he's just minimizing damage, but unnecessarily. I mean, what are the chances that something is going to come down from the triple? I can understand the thinking, but I would have just kept opening the board personally. Why not?
Fair. Yeah, I mean, exactly. Like, try and get a really fun play. GIF is just shutting things down.
Yeah,
Not exactly leading the
fly
most exciting.
fly saves MINGS. You have your Joda hook, Hota, sorry.
Ota.
Hota. But
Un,
JTO is JTO, right? Because that's a acronym, isn't
that
it?
one I would pronounce as Jado, but I don't know what that one means.
Jo-
Um,
I think it has to do with the flying industry, takeoff, something in takeoff.
okay. Uh, yeah, not familiar with that one.
I can look it
So
up.
Chloe sees like maybe Discovery pretty close the way she's arranged the tiles, so maybe she would have found it even though I didn't deny. That's a nice play.
Very
So
pretty.
Pox to Poxy and fits that in right there, building
So
on
it's
her lead, getting
jet assisted.
towards 500.
Very good, very good. Nothing off the O for her to play. She picks up two more vowels. So it's a very nice remaining tiles. And if this was a closer game with a more open board,
Right.
which I think Carl might have worked a little harder to achieve, but he's making a lovely, lovely play here. He finally picked an
Yeah.
L.
And,
Obviously, our remaining tiles. Yeah, there we go.
good word
There we go.
knowledge, knowing Tentoria takes the L. Um, good knowledge of that four that doesn't come up very often. Most of these short words we see a lot, but you don't see slub come on the board too often. And as I say slub, I'll say hi to Slug Biker in the chat, who I don't know if she's being sarcastic or not, but is saying JATO means jet assisted takeoff.
It
I
is
know
no,
she
it's
knows so
exactly it
much.
is.
It is
It
what it
is.
means. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm not surprised. She's a crossword fan, just like me, and knows so many of these tricky little words.
Who is Slugbiker? Who is it?
Well, I don't want to dox her in the
Oh,
chat.
okay.
If
Okay.
she's welcome to say who she is, if
All right.
not,
All
I'll
right.
just leave it at
I've
that.
seen the name. I've seen the name forever. I just don't know who it is. I'm sure I know who it is, and I just can't remember. Okay.
Okay, so we are on to Chloe's turn. And what is the seventh tile there after the V? Do you know?
If it's an O, she's got ovibos.
Okay, that would be a really nice find. One of those sixes that doesn't come up too much. It's probably not because she's alphabetized them, I would guess.
No, but I'm pretty sure it's an O for some reason.
Oh, it is an O.
Yeah, because she had it on the last track. Remember Discovery, and she played an E, not an O.
Right.
So.
Okay, so we will see
But
if
nosedive.
she knows it.
You nosedive. There's nothing to play. There's overside nosedive, devoices,
Yeah,
and
tons of
dove keep.
eights with floaters.
Ovibos is really, really pretty. The trouble is it sticks an S out there where you really don't want it to go with nice tiles, easy bingoable tiles. But you
She
do
has
get,
the last S, right? She could just play OBE. There's no Y left. There's no S left.
you could do now. So let's talk about this, okay? You bring up a
Yeah.
real, okay, since I'm a big sports fan, and you watch especially when you watch like the World Championships in hockey, in whether it's junior or adult, and you're killing, not Slovakia, they're a good team, but you're killing a team that doesn't have good hockey players. And at some point you stop
Right.
celebrating the goal, right? When you're up
Yeah.
8-0, you stop high-fiving each other. What do you feel about her doing something like that when she's winning by 250 points? What
I
would you
think
feel
here
about?
in the A division, it's sort of anything goes, but I know what you mean with that mercy rule, right? Like, it just doesn't feel nice. But you see what she drew, don't you? You already said this word just not even a minute ago, like through the V.
Devoices. She's got devoices
Yeah.
and
So it's
diocese.
very rare to see 6 bingos in a game. I think in a tournament, I've only done it once, but this would be 6, wouldn't it? Or is it only 5?
Let's see. We've
I
got
guess just
Welkers, Nortinas, Paraguas,
5.
Cervelat, and Temporia. It would be number 6.
Yeah. So this would be quite the accomplishment. Um, we'll see if the spot stays open. I think it might. So the mercy rule, Chloe will not have any mercy if devote voices stays open, right? That's very different than, something like Obe, uh, that I guess feels a bit more aggressive, but
Well,
you
whenever
know,
it is such a different way of thinking this game when you're behind by 270 points. Like when you're behind by a reasonable amount, you want to keep everything open. When you're
right,
behind by so much, you want to kill spots so that the bleeding will stop, right?
right.
So, in my opinion, he needs to block. He needs to block that I, through the I or through the V, and just
I agree
uh,
with you, but I guess if we're thinking on full spread, then maybe you can't think that way, even though, the human way of thinking of it is like, no, I just, no matter what, even if it's not the best spread, I just can't let that V stay open. So we'll see how he plays it. And maybe playing something through that I, for example, is the best play. We've been talking so much, I haven't even really looked for his candidate plays. So there's 2 in the bag. You can see the pool from his perspective, unseen, is very balanced. So he probably is worried about bingos like D voices, and so maybe we will see him block.
and of course he's got the M, but he doesn't have an E to make epoxy and something, and a nice little play just to score some points, just to get some, you know, uh, fancy word points. But you can't really block the V by playing through the V. You're going to open up a triple lane, so you would have to block through that I if you're going to do it. Or you could do Magi, for example, and that
Right.
will
Oh,
limit.
that's clever.
Yeah.
But the problem with that, again, with just tempo, it lets her start the going out process because she would have full knowledge of both their racks and she could look to set up some sort of out and two. One thing we haven't pointed out is Poxy now takes epoxy. Now that Pox went to the Y and she has those E's. So even if
Right.
the D voices spot gets taken away, she'll probably be using that epoxy spot at some point.
Yeah. Jim Hughes is answering my question, and I think he's right. As long as spread is the tiebreaker, no mercy.
Right.
I would absolutely agree with that.
Uh-oh.
So
This is
why
going to
he
be a
doesn't
lot of
play?
spread. He
Well,
only
he's got.
played 2, which means she's going to get all the points off his rack times 2 plus the
Yeah, yeah,
D
yeah.
voices. Or diocese now fits. Or is it diocese? It's
No,
a
diocese is fine. Where does it
that's how
fit?
you pronounce it. Yeah.
Oh, it fits
Like it's,
across there. Oh my God.
yeah,
Mo would have
exactly.
been a better play, honestly, but he had the case A, so maybe that's what he was thinking. So she didn't even have to. She didn't have to see divorces, and she didn't give
No.
us an indication. seen it, but I can't
I
remember.
think my guess is she had found it, but
Oh,
this
cool.
she had probably also seen that she had a 7, and she's just shrugging. Like she just casually put down 616 points. Just casually found 6 nice bingos. Just superstar play from one of the very top players in the world at this point.
So how nice to close off 2024. I wish it was the last game of the year for her to finish off
Right.
not only with 6 bingos, but on the board where you're being watched by over 200 people who have been glued to the screens. We've been watching how many people are watching. We are not seeing anybody leave because even with a game that was decided 20 minutes ago, nobody has
Right.
left. Now it just becomes like, how high can she go? And she went super, super high. So nothing but kudos to Chloe. And her
And you
dad
got
will
to
be real proud
appreciate,
to watch it.
yeah,
Go
her
ahead.
mother in the chat's gotta love it. Her father's at the tournament. I'm sure he's gonna find out about this in moments. Carl's still laughing, smirking. You love to see it. What a great sport. And the other thing in Carl's favor is no matter how bad the game goes, at the end of the game, you can only lose once. So
Per
obviously
game, you
the
mean?
spread hurts, but you're not getting 2 losses. Like at some point, once the game's totally out of reach, it's almost like a bit of a relief. You're like, okay, I lost, but this one's going to be over soon enough, and on to the next one. And you see, it's on the screen. He came into this game in 7th place, so he's having a really nice tournament, and still a lot of games for him to try and get into those money positions.
Thanks to everybody who are giving us nice compliments. We really appreciate it. We love what we're doing. I know I can talk for Jared because he wouldn't keep doing it if he didn't love it. We love what we're doing, and we love making it a little bit fun for you guys. It doesn't have to be. Oh, let me get my 2024 on. I missed the
Yeah.
cue that we're back on. So there we go, 2024. I bought it at Amazon, but it would be really lousy to return it.
No.
Can I use? Can I cross out the
Perfect.
4 and make it a 5 next year? I'll just keep buying different because I still got 6 years to go after this, or 5 years to go after this. So we love what we're doing, and we appreciate the nice commentary. Where were we going, Jared? I got mixed up.
We were going to remind everyone to like and subscribe to the channel.
Yes.
If you want to comment, you definitely have to
Sure,
subscribe.
I'll do that. I have, so Josh went to the trouble of creating this great Google document for all of us. And I like to break the 5th wall or the 4th, whatever wall it is. So I don't mind telling you. So he tells us all sorts of very helpful things to make sure that we give you good commentary. But in terms of the message that we want to get across to you, we've got 3 messages that we want to get across to you. So since we have some time in between games, let me give it to you. So today's live stream is brought to you by Let's Play Scrabble. So that's the name of that fantastic team of Josh Greenway and Kieran O'Connor that are bringing you all these. They kind of they kind of helped out Annette Tedesco, right, towards the end of her life, which they didn't know was the end of her life. And then through her unfortunate passing, and we miss her terribly, they've kind of picked up the ball when they didn't have to. And we're forever grateful to them because they are bringing such innovations called Let's Play Scrabble. You can go to letsplayscrabble.com, go to their website, join up. Please sign up for these for the YouTube videos. Make yourself a subscriber because then you won't miss anything. Please hit the thumbs up button because that does help the algorithm. All right. So they're creating these fantastic tournament and come in, Jared, if you want to say if you want to say something. These creative tournaments where not only are they supremely well run and they have the benefit of Kieran's son Matthew, who's that whiz over in CSW, who's a math whiz and a computer whiz, and he's creating all sorts of innovations to the fantastic software that John Shu has already created. But so everything runs smoothly, but there's always terrific snackies. There's always fun games in the evening, trivia and karaoke. They started doing something that I was very nicely invited to host. I was one of the people who hosted a dinner out. So you can sign up, like you're here at a tournament. I don't know where to go for dinner. I have no one to talk to. Even if I'm a couple, I would love to talk with other people, but I'm too shy or I don't know them. I would love to get to know the people in Division D. I would love to know the people in Division B. It's an opportunity to sit around the table, break bread, ask questions. So they've created that innovation that I absolutely love. Of course, I was petrified, Jared, that nobody would sign up for mine.
No, everyone wants the chance to hang out with Robin. Come on. It's so
No, I
much
was
fun. And I really appreciate what you're saying. Like, you were talking about Matthew. Well, he's the one who runs those trivia nights. And before we were talking about Heidi. Well, the second karaoke's there. Heidi is there leading the whole procession, singing, dancing, having a great time. People just love these tournaments, and I love Scrabble. I love commentary. I love playing speed games online. I find tournaments a bit stressful, and yet I still go. And the reason I go is because I just love seeing all my friends. I've made friends across the continent. It's so nice. You go to a new city, and you can stay at someone's place, or someone will come meet you for dinner, show you around. Like, it's really nice to have people all around the continent.
All
So
around the world. You can go
all around the
anywhere in the
world,
world.
yeah. Like you've played with the other dictionary, so it's not just restricted to North America for you.
I've played many world
Um,
championships, so I've got friends all around the world. We've maintained them because of social media, so it's not a problem. So it really is. And as I get older and I'm looking for things to do, if I want to wind down my career, which I doubt because I started a new one, but like, I always can go anywhere in the world if I have the financial resources to do it, or just get in a car or whatever, and play my favorite game. But I agree with you, Jared. There's less, as I said, I have a new career, so I went back to school and I had 4 years where I didn't play. And so I got invited to do the commentary, which is how I started doing it. And then I realized this is so much more enjoyable. As much as I love playing, it's a
yeah,
different kind of joyful, but it's a different kind of joy. Because I have no problem speaking publicly, I don't have to think up the best word kind of joy. I could just sit back and, what's hard
right.
for me is not being critical, because I'm always about learning. I'm always about how can I get better. And I always want the players who are up here to play better. So I don't want to be critical of anybody, because it's very difficult to come on live and do it. But there's all sorts of peripheral things within Scrabble, because I got so comfortable doing commentary. When I got into my new profession and started teaching and started giving webinars, I had 4 years of practice talking to a camera and not an audience in front of me, that helped me in my new career. So you never know what in life is going to give you the opportunities, right?
Absolutely. And I found I learn as much as I think I teach during these broadcasts. It shows you if you can't explain something clearly, maybe you don't understand it as well as you need to. Also, when I'm talking, people will be like, wait, that's not right. And they start pointing out the weaknesses in your comments. And I try and do this commentary without looking at word lists, without looking at Zizivar or Quackle or anything like that. I'm trying to show you, listen, you can get to a really high rating and still have some weaknesses. And the whole point is we're just trying to grow. And I also want to say at these tournaments, people constantly come up to me and thank me for the commentary and really say how much they've learned. And that's so appreciated. I love to hear it. Like you said, it's a great way to meet people from different divisions. And I hope that our commentary isn't really restricted just to top level play. We're trying to analyze the game at a top level, but we always want to remember that there are people watching who are a lot newer to competitive Scrabble, won't necessarily understand all of the terminology we use or all the points we're making. So if you have any questions, please remember to subscribe, come into the chat, ask the questions, and we'll be here to answer you.
Yeah, and I think you make a lovely point, because I think people might get intimidated in the chat even to say something that might be construed as stupid. And there really isn't anything stupid when you're learning, when you want to learn something. If it's something that you don't know, ask it. That's what we're here for. And you're right. I do try to gear it towards all levels. So that's why for the top players who are in the chat might, not find it unnecessary for us to say things that seem obvious to them, but just understand that we're doing it for everybody, and we want everybody. We want you to know that we're a family, and it's just such a fun game, and it's sedentary. So if you broke the leg, if you've gotten old, if for whatever reason, it's something that you can do for the rest of your life. Right? And it's going to help stave off Alzheimer's, let's hope, because you're using your brain so much. So there's so much positive, and there's just such a family. We just lost Jack Eichenbaum, a beloved player from Brooklyn. And the heart wrenching outpouring of love for him and what he contributed, not only to the game, but also to the Brooklyn community. I mean, we get to know each other. So if you haven't joined the Scrabble community, just understand we are a family, and we all know each other, and we look out for each other, and you can just make the best friends. You meet your spouse through Scrabble. We have so many couples, so Don't be intimidated by it. You don't have to play at the top level. It's okay. You'll notice that there's many divisions and many tournaments, right? It goes down to what, E during the nationals, for example. I mean, so you'll play in level E. So what? You'll have a great time. You'll go out for drinks afterwards. I mean, that you can enjoy Scrabble at any level, just like you can enjoy a film at a film critic level, or you could just say, "Gee, that was fun. I really liked the music," and that's fine
Right.
too. So
Yeah, you can come and like have a terrible weekend and then play one great word and you'll leave there on top of the world because you just found this disconnected 8-letter bingo and it was just so beautiful. And you're gonna make friends. I guarantee it. Like if you're a lover of words, which I think we all are, otherwise you wouldn't be watching the stream, you're just gonna have a great time. And I love what you said about how, if you're sedentary, we have players in wheelchairs. Almost all the events are accessible to people who are disabled, and all that information is available on Crosstables, which is a site that was created by our friend Seth Lipkin, who volunteered making the site for free to post all the standings, all the upcoming tournaments. All that will be linked through letsplayscrabble.com that Robin mentioned. So don't forget to subscribe to that channel. And Josh wanted us to remind you that we have upcoming events in Belleville, like we said. We have the Montreal one. I've been to that one 2 years in a row, hoping to get back to that one. Just so many fun events, so many great cities, and all about this game we love.
And it's called the Canadian Scrabble Classic, the one in Bellevue. It's March 1st to the 3rd. And as I said at the start of this broadcast, if you weren't heard, the minute I heard about it, I literally signed up for it, and Kieran can vouch for that because my name went up within 8 minutes of signing up for it. It was already at Cross Tables. Even though it's called the Canadian Scrabble Classic, you do not have to be Canadian to play in it. So don't let that nomenclature scare you away. It's open for everybody. That's going to be a 15-game event with a 5-game early bird, and it's held at a Marriott hotel. So get your Bonvoy. Remember, everybody out there, just a little personal tip: get the membership of whatever hotel that you're staying, because you're going to get, like when I was just in Maryland and I stayed at a Marriott, and if I didn't have the Bonvoy app, I would not have gotten free Wi-Fi, if you can believe it. So and you can cancel up to 24 hours before. So there's great social events like trivia and hosted dinners. And so the registration's now open. So we're about to start our next game, but after that, make a note, open up the registration and go to letsplayscrabble.com and click on the Belleville tournament, the Canadian Classic, and get yourself all set up after this game to register for it, because we'd love to see you there. We'd love to break a record of attendance.
Absolutely. And I'm seeing Heidi's pointed out that streaming is another great way to grow this game, and she streams. So make sure to check her out on Twitch at Heroin to Birds. That's heroin with the extra E, being about women, not about drugs there. So Heroin to Birds on Twitch.
All right, we're ready to cut. We're going to go. And we present to you on the left, Annette Oberstadt, and on the right, James Donnelly. And you can see Annette has a very beautiful style about her. I haven't seen her play. I haven't had an opportunity to, but I was at Lake Placid with her, and I went over to her to introduce myself and to wish her the best. And I think she did very, very well. So she's, look at this, 10-7 in a very competitive field. So that's very impressive.
Oh, and that's
And the same for
great.
James.
Yeah, they're both doing really well. I like them both so much as people, and Annette's going to really like that opening rack with the blank. Looks like she has, one or two too many vowels, so we'll see if she decides to play off a few tiles or exchange here.
So let's see what she's got. Oh, the dreaded heavy vowel rack with a Y. That's not going anywhere.
She could play yo or ye or oi or something, or she could look to exchange. I think you might as well take the points here.
I would agree with you. And I would play yo over oi, because oi has much more hooks than yo does. Yo has surprisingly few. B, N, U, which she hasn't saved, but that's okay.
And yeah, she doesn't have the hooks to either. She did have the hook, I guess, if she played oi, she'd have soy, but like you said, that hook would probably go pretty often if James had first crack at it. He's set up farm pretty quickly. James is a very methodical player. I can't get over how quickly he rose up to an A-level player. So if you're watching in the chat and you're thinking, oh my God, these people are just so far ahead of me, if you put in the work, you really can rise fast. Or if you just want to come have fun, you really don't have to put in all that effort. So when you're looking at a rack, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Okay, when you're looking at a rack like this, you want to start getting rid of some of those clunkier tiles, like the F, the M. He's going to play farm, double the M both ways. That looks like a nice idea. He does leave 3 heavier sort of tiles, the C, the V, the D, but because he only had 1 vowel, he wasn't going to really have much of a choice.
Well, first of all, he could have played cram. He could have played cram to make sure that he couldn't be hooked underneath. Secondly, I think he got mesmerized by sticking the M over the Y. And if he had played farm under yo, he would have had 22.
It gives back a lot less.
It gives back a lot less. It's the exact same points. He had an M, which is a hook for yo, yom, which is Hebrew for day. But so I think he just got mesmerized by this sticking the M on the double letter over the Y. And then I don't know why he didn't play cram. We'd have to ask him. Oh, he probably didn't want to stick an A underneath that triple letter.
Also, cram, I guess, could set up scram, and he didn't have an S, so that could be a consideration. Yep. Good comment from Lola that Annette is also very new to the game and picked it up so quickly. Very true. She came out of nowhere also, just playing endlessly. She plays a few days a week at her local Vegas club. She plays online constantly. I've played so many games with her on Woogles. Another one of these great sites built as a sort of volunteer effort by Cesar Del Solar and others. So woogles.io. You can come find both Robin and I play on there. So we'd love to see you. It's a great site.
All right. So now she's finally picked into some bingo tiles. And because of the YO, she's going to either have to find a letter that goes there, which shouldn't be hard, like Gryson, so that shouldn't be difficult. And she set up another hook for herself with that OE. So she's definitely going to bingo. He's very cleverly set up adjective through a missing IE.
Yeah.
And that's something you might see in newer players. You're going to see a lot more small plays, 3-letter words, for example, rather than really making the most of what you have, trying to pass tiles early in the game to have a better chance at picking up stuff. So he's going to go with Java, which is a very, very good choice.
Yeah, I like this better than VAC, which was the other play he was considering, VOE and VAC, but this gets rid of the J and the V, and if he draws 1 or 2 vowels here, he's going to have a nicely balanced rack. So
I don't think there's anything through the J. I don't think there's anything through the J, so whatever she's going to do is, now the trouble is she sticks the R on OE, it does take the F in front of it, although 1 F is already gone.
Right. She'll definitely want to find a bingo that can multiply the whole play if she can. So she would look first from the O maybe down to the triple. Probably won't find anything. Is there?
I don't think there's anything off the.
Like you said. Yeah.
I see
so
pierogi.
From the A maybe.
I see a pierogies. I see a Ringos. I don't know.
Gasolier suggested in the chat by Kevin Burbridge. That's a nice idea. Definitely doubles the whole play.
Yeah, she could do Gasoliers, but it's a baby bingo, right? But I think that's all she's going to have. Her most points are going to stick an R on OE coming down, like Sedgier, but let's see if you can find the G on the triple letter.
Re-gives, I guess.
Well, yeah, you could do re-gives. That's fine too, right?
I guess 1 F is already gone if we're thinking about row to row, so I don't think it's too scary of a consideration. But
I like
something to
re-gives
consider.
because the V blocks that huge comeback along row A. That's the first row going down. That's row A. The V cuts it up so that you're not getting a 4-letter word with a double letter going both directions down to the triple.
I think one thing you don't want to do here is use too much clock, just in case you need it later in the game.
Yeah, that's the.
So if
I
she's
don't know her word knowledge. Do you know her word knowledge?
It's not the best. First of all, we have to remember that she's Norwegian by birth, so English is her second language. Now, she speaks very good English. She's even streamed. She found Sedgier here. So she knows a lot of words. She plays so much. She studies somewhat, not as much as maybe other players. But her strategy is just razor sharp.
Fantastic. And that's really something that, like when I started, we didn't have computer programs and words and lists and all that. And so often what came first was board awareness, because in order to study the words, you had to have, printouts that were very hard to come by, and we just didn't have what we have today. She's living in an age where word knowledge can be had very, very quickly. And the problem with a lot of the younger players I'm finding when they start is that they know a million words, but they don't have board vision. And so they're
Right.
doing a lot to to create bingos for themselves. They're playing a lot of 2-letter words in order to create bingo racks rather than understanding the board. And she's doing it from the other end, from board vision first and then word knowledge. I think she's going to do very, very well.
Yeah, she plays a lot, and also watching like streams, like Josh Sokol streaming all the time, and that's where I first encountered her. I saw Chris Cheng was in the chat earlier. That's where I first encountered him, and then he came onto the scene and was rated over 1900 in the WIGPO ratings, like basically instantly. So it's possible if you get addicted to this game, you can see your results climb pretty quickly. Now, James here looks like he's thinking about tucked. It would set up the U if he plays it with yud, another Hebrew word, that would be a letter. The U would be right beside the double letter square, which would set up his Q on a coming turn.
Right. So she's blocked his quake or quaked, and now he is ucked because he can't. Yeah.
Deck,
So tucked is
I think, is another consideration. Keeping QUET, just playing off some of those heavier consonants. When I say heavier, I mean higher scoring, that are better for scoring as opposed to bingoing.
Well, the reality is this: it's early in the game. This is the first U. There is an open I for QI if it doesn't work out. I find tucked to be quite a bit of a. Oh, he's playing it there.
Oh, tucked there. Oh,
See, I
that scores
thought
really nicely. And Deck would have scored there too. MY to MYC is one of those sort of tougher hooks to see from a 2 to a 3.
So I'm going to tell you where I disagree with this play. And I think it's a lovely play, and I really give James great kudos for finding it and sticking the C on the MY and all that. If he had played tucked, hooking the YOD, he would have stuck the U next to the double letter score. And the Q could have gone there next turn and hopefully make a 5-letter word, right? Do you see what I'm saying? If I played tucked from I3, then the U would have been next to the double letter score, and he was setting himself up for the next turn to play Q doubled, 2 with a U, and then a 5-letter word. So I might have considered that as well. If I'm not going to play Deck and save QU, like if he's playing tuck there, I probably would have played Deck.
Right. No, I totally agree. And, he did draw an I, which allows him to play QI next turn if he wants to in the top left and score quickly and start working towards that bingo, because he did draw that blank. He could also play something like Lux, LOX, forming EX, also in the top right, but on the right side of Sedgier.
Yeah.
So he's got some nice options here. I think normally you want to lean towards dropping the Q if you can.
In this case, yes.
Lux and
Just play
QI.
QI. Yeah, just do it. Just do it.
I would play QI over Lux, yeah.
And this is something when you just start Scrabble, and there might be some people in the audience, there's a tendency to want to make cute plays, like extending words to make them into compound words, or to hold on to the Q in order to make a massive score later. And all it does is it's sludge on your rack. That's all it is. So get rid of it when you can. He scored a lot, 38 points, and now he can, as Woody Allen said in Annie Hall, now we can digest our food, okay? Now we can go on and play the game and hopefully bingo. And look, he picked 2 vowels. How great is that? Now, he's not going to bingo right away, but he's in much, much better position right now.
And he doesn't have to bingo right away, because he'll be able to score with the W and the X most likely. But first, Annette's going to have to figure out how to undouble these I's and N's, and while also scoring, because I'd say her obvious play is maybe just AH beneath tucked, but that leaves both sets of doubles. And in Scrabble, we really don't these duplicated doubles. Is there something more obvious?
Right? She would play
Oh,
not.
not. That gets rid of one of the ends, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And that's a perfectly
Um,
good play. And it closes the board because there's nothing that goes after UH. It closes that part of the board unless you play now under the TA that has just been created, which of course someone, so it's going to give him tax though, right? It's going to give him locks
mhm.
and tax.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything else that she could really consider here. Um, from Sedge, you're you know, EH and then DA, and you're trying to go down, but I just don't think she can play off more than just the HA there. And from above the spot, the D and tuck towards the right, I don't see a six. So when you're playing this game, you really want to just start scanning the board for different areas, and she did, and she makes that play of nah that we had identified.
So he's going to play locks. I don't think it's going to take him much time, and it shouldn't take him time because he's about to have a blank W rack, which might require some time. So let's see if he has confidence to play it. If anybody disagrees with me, I mean, it might be
I mean, you
worthwhile
could
just
keep
playing
the
ox.
L.
Yeah,
Yeah,
while is a lot nicer than I might play just ox.
I think I would play Ox also. Either of those plays is going to give back Taxa or Taxi for a ton of points, though. So it is something
So
to consider.
he's got Ilex on his rack, which I'll get to tell you two reasons why it's not the right play. One of which is it takes an S hook in front, and the second is that it opens up a triple letter word right on top of it to come down to the double word score. There's no point giving your opponent points in this situation. None.
No, I don't. And, you know, Ox or Locks is just going to be closer to a bingo. I'm leaning towards Ox here. I think WIEL goes nicely also with the D in tucked. But he's going to make the play here, and Annette's going to have nice underlap potentials with the T or D for nod or not, as well as the I or A for taxi or taxa.
Yeah, she's going to have knitted, which will clean up her rack really nicely and save AN. I don't know if she knows
Yeah.
knitted. It's not a common word. She's looking at
But if she doesn't
Nidai.
find it, Nitty, oh, she's just found it. Okay. So great demonstration of word knowledge there from Annette. You know, either one would be fine, I think, because the T goes nicely with the AN if you don't see knitted. I don't know how
There's
to
only one
pronounce that
T out.
one.
There's only one. There's only one T out, so that's and you're playing 5 tile, so it's absolutely fine. Yeah,
Right.
wide outs is the play for James, but it is an obscure word. Absolutely, outwiles, wide outs. Very important to learn your OUT. That's another. So something I used to do early on in my career is just study racks that had prefixes and suffixes. All the INGS words, all the OUT words, all the OVER words. So if you're finding it intimidating to study all of the words because there's so many of them, break it up into chunks such as prefixes and suffixes in order to make it more manageable for you.
That's a great point. And wideouts, we were just talking about football before we got on air. So nobody spoil the Bills game for Robin, please.
Yes,
Um,
thank you so much because it was a nail
I
biter.
I know she wants touchdowns from, you know, Stephon Diggs and Gabe Davis and all the other great wideouts on Buffalo, but don't let her know until tomorrow. If you want tomorrow, you can message her about the game.
And he's also got wipeouts. So he had unblockable bingos. Obviously, whiteouts is superior just in terms of not opening up a triple row for Annette. But the wipeouts is a much easier word to know because it's an everyday word. Whereas whiteout, you just have to know it. Like if you're not a football fan, you know. You know what? I knew it more as a Scrabble player before I knew it as
Oh,
a
really?
football.
Okay. I
Probably.
know that James's Wiggles name has something to do with the gym, so maybe he's a sports fan. I haven't gotten
Oh,
that far into talking to him about that sort of stuff, so he does know the word and he plays it. Both blanks are now gone, so something to keep in mind as we go forward in this game, as James takes a lead of about 50 points here.
thank you, Drew. Thank you after him telling you not to give the score. Thanks. Oh well, you saved
Oh
me some time.
no.
Yeah, well, what can you do?
Um,
Some people feel the need
Wait,
to.
no, he's being sarcastic. He said that
Oh,
Lions came on the field and no, the Lions got screwed by the refs yesterday, but we're not going to talk about that
oh,
either because we're
I
going to be
only saw the
talking
first one
about
and I just got heartbroken. So thank you. That was a joke. Okay, thanks. You got me. Well done.
um Okay, so Niala, does that fit somewhere nicely? Looks like Noah is suggesting that. I think maybe he.
I-
Oh, I thought
Inyala
the
is right.
I he added there was a typo, but it's a Collins word.
Yeah,
Um,
but Niala is good. Maybe he just and where is he putting Niala? It almost sounds like
no,
in.
he's saying in Niala from the I in whiteouts, but that must be a Colin only, but we
Oh,
don't know.
okay.
So four words that she can play. Through the O or the U of wideouts, maybe, or
But
just
she's
yeah,
playing
parallel
real
play.
quick and absolutely playing a little bit
Perfectly.
quickly. It might be the best play, but just
Yeah, I
take your
mean,
time. Take your time. She's got 15 minutes. There was no, yes, it undoubles the A, it scores a ton. It probably was the right play, but it was super, super fast. So just be careful with
it
that.
was fast, definitely. Um, and that's definitely one of those players who can play fast. I think James tends to be a bit slower than Annette, but he has a bit more time right now. He also has a nicely balanced rack, and he's gonna really want to make sure there's no bingo here. He also that minus takes an H back hook, right? So SH is a very synergistic pattern, so that's something to keep in mind going forward.
Absolutely. Now I'm trying to like ruthenic. I'm trying to think of words that nothing with the S, nothing with the P. So he's got right now there are four places to bingo on the board. Off the EM, off the W and whiteout, off or through the P, and to the S or with another S through the S. So and also off the W in both directions. So this is not a closed board, and it is a close game. However, so there's no point trying to minimize score by blocking the board. You cannot block the board. So what you need to do is score.
Absolutely. And so you want to start looking at the good spots to score. And maybe that, hmm, like the I is the first spot I look in wideouts. You really want to try and find a six, but I don't see it there.
Oh, it's mine. Yeah, Mynah. Yeah, that's a very well. Yeah, I mean, you want to play shunt, maybe.
Oh yeah, Shunt. I mean, you don't have the S yet. How many turns since she's bingoed? It's been a few turns there, so you start to get scared. She's been hanging on to one.
I wouldn't hold on to
Um,
the H because of that hook. I would
no,
just play
no,
a word.
I wouldn't either. Because it, you said you want to score here, right? And I agree. And to score here, you have to use the H, right?
Right.
You can't score without burning it. So the F, on the other hand, would be the sort of tile you'd really, want to use specifically for the throw spot if you could. Whereas the H, that's a nice consideration if you have a word there. And he's pushed Hunt aside, so he might play Shunt here if he sees
He
that
might play.
hook.
He sees it. Another possibility, if you want to save the very synergistic TIER, it would just to play Hun and Lin for just and it sets up an E hook for line and all that kind of thing. But this scores the most.
And what a great find by James. And Morris in the chat pointed out, sure, SHIUR is pluralized the Hebrew way with the I am, not the S. So that probably would have been the best play if James knew that word and had found it.
Yeah. And also, it might, if you don't know that it is a Hebrew word, some Hebrew words do take an S, like Eruv takes Eruvim, and it's also Eruvs. There's a few like that. And Yomim, but Yom only does not take an S, it's only Yomim. Shiur only takes the I am, as Jared rightfully pointed out, and could be a trap for Annette who might stick an S on it. So there's all sorts of lovely things about Shiur, but it's a very obscure word.
Yeah, and I think Annette might not know that. So that would be a really good play. And James has drawn into bingos, one bingo at least from the L that I see. The more common words like religion or re-oiling won't fit, but I believe
Lot.
there's,
Lygroin, very
yeah,
Lygroin.
exactly. So we'll see if he knows that one. Annette's thinking, I have this Z, I have this S, and he just gave me this shunt spot, but I can't really capitalize here. Um,
But the thing is, she'll never play off that L. So as long as he knows the three, this rack, he also has Peignoir off the P. So, but Lygroin is a better play. So as long as she leaves that spot alone, and with that clunky rack she has. There's absolutely no reason for her to be playing there. She can't really play down to the W, making like a 5-letter word, blocking the L and the P, which would be a great
No.
blocking, although it
Yeah,
opens up
his
to go
bingos
through
will
it.
stay open. I think that's
He will
almost
bingo
a
now.
guarantee.
I'm looking in my crystal ball of 2000, almost 24, and I will predict that he will be bingoing as long as he knows these 2 words, which are not the easiest words.
She could maybe phony with in-laws, one of those words that I don't think ever got added to our dictionary. But
Well,
you
it's
know, that leaves,
hyphenated. It's
yeah,
like jet lag. You have an argument that it should be 1 or 2 words. But in law, that's hyphenated, right? Like,
yeah. You know, it leaves VZ anyways. So she plays
oh
Jal,
my,
so it does get partially blocked. At least the Legroin gets fully blocked.
he needs to
Now
know
he has to
pen
find what I
words.
think is a bit
Yeah,
harder of a bingo, but still, it's pretty high prob, and he knows it. Yeah.
he knows it, but it sets up an S hook. So if she picks an E, she needs some vowels in order to use that with the Z.
Well, she's got
Also,
2 big spots for her S now, right?
2 huge spots. And using it off peignoir cuts the horrible, worrisome spot at, I never remember these, 1L, above the I in peignoir. And where you still have P unseen. That would be the worst of it. P and 2 Bs.
Oh, and she's holding him, Robin. He hasn't drawn new
Oh,
tiles, and he's got a great
wow.
poker face. I don't think you can read anything off James right now. Um, she just probably doesn't know this word. I think it's some sort of like lingerie.
Well, it is. And you said she has a makeup channel?
She does have a makeup channel. Yeah, you can see she's wearing a lot of makeup. She's got, I think, you know, tens of thousands of followers on YouTube. I think her name is Annette's Makeup Corner. I wish I knew for sure so we could share it. Maybe our producer could get that in the chat for someone. Yeah, Josh is confirming that's her name.
Well, she's either told him that he can pick his courtesy tiles, which he didn't need to tell him, but or she's accepting it. We don't know.
One of my
Um,
favorite things of Annette is how relaxed she stays at the table. We played a game in Montreal last year and it went down to like 3 points, and most players are, like me included, are sitting there shaking, and she's just laughing and, you know, joking. Here, there's a word she doesn't know. It's a big decision. It's right before an S hook.
he's still on
And
hold.
he's still
He's
on
still on
hold,
hold.
yeah.
He cannot put his tiles in the rack, which he's allowed to do. I'm not sure. Oh, I think she's
Oh, she
challenged
challenged. So yeah, this one is valid. And
because saving. If she had played saving right there,
right,
let me see, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 21, 50, 50 points right there, would have put her to 275. By challenging incorrectly, she has possibly taken herself out of the game, especially if he either picks the S or has a high scoring turn along row 1 above peignoir.
right. We'll see what, oh boy, those are good tiles.
Well,
Restrict.
yeah, he's got very, very quick,
Or
very, very good. Restrict to the tile
yeah,
show.
maybe there's something even better. That's what I see right away. But you know what? He won't miss restrict, I wouldn't think. So
Strict or
uh,
restrict, critters. I don't think there's anything else that's played. Remember, there's not much now he can play. Just to the end, there's nothing there.
I guess
Um,
through the I or O, is there anything that ends in ES through that O maybe?
yeah, I'm looking. I don't think so.
I don't think so.
EEI.
So he's found restrict. It didn't take
Yeah.
him very long.
Now, let me just throw this out here, okay?
Yeah.
Do you play the restrict, or do you do something like strict off peignoir, hitting the C on the triple letter?
He doesn't have the second T to play strict,
Oh,
but I
you're
know what you
right.
mean.
He does. Never mind.
But there are
You're
other
right.
plays he could play with the same idea. Um, I
Just
think the
throwing it out
bingo,
there. Just throwing it out there that
right.
sometimes bingoing is not the right thing to do. That's all I'm throwing out there.
Well, even her with this big deficit after this, she could consider, you know, a big Z play somewhere and try and hold on to bingo tiles. Although the lanes on this board have really been almost exhausted. Like that sort of middle right section has a bit of space, and other than that, there aren't really any bingo lanes left.
just off the L, underneath the L, and through that O and
Yeah,
through the, yeah, that's
right.
it. And that could be, and he's very lucky with 5 E's unseen that she doesn't have an E, or 4 E's to his knowledge, because he saved, oh no, he didn't save anything. He
Right.
bingoed.
No, no, no.
So, so obviously it was a game losing challenge.
Challenge. Yeah.
And I wonder if she might have, I think she thought it was game losing if I challenge and it's not good. So she had every right reason not to challenge if she didn't know it.
Right.
It was the right thing to do. But as a result of it, however, she might have completely lost any opportunity to come back, which I think is the case.
And we've seen this in all of our games, how important this word knowledge is. Game one, where Sid wasn't sure on the S hook to celibate, and that proved pretty costly. And then we saw a few with Chloe getting some words that Carl wasn't sure of, and now this peignoir word. So I like the idea of Zing here because you think your opponent will get an easy 40-point play back, but not always. He's
Well,
going to
with
have
so
Zeta
many
or
vowels,
something here.
though, the thing is, there's all these A's, E's, and O's. So Zoya is going to be the obvious choice. Even saving 2 T's, it really just gets rid of 3 of his 5 vowels. It's the right thing to do.
Oh,
Um,
absolutely. Zoe. I guess if she's thinking of her path to victory, a big F play maybe as well as a bingo, but a big F
yeah,
play is not even going to score that much.
yeah.
45
Unfortunately,
maybe.
Zing saved a
Uh,
V. That was the unfortunate thing. And
yeah.
she picked a U just to add,
Uh,
uvula, is, uvulas, uvulas.
and he is going to keep an E for that restrict spot.
Right. Which he still hasn't picked up despite there being so many in the bag. And doesn't that happen so many times? I was like, there were 8 E's left in the bag. I didn't pick one of them, right? Like, and it happens all the time. For
Yeah.
her, uvia might be the
I
best
think
choice through that E, uvia.
Uvia, yeah, visual and zings if she just wants to blow it up and get towards the nighttime festivities. There's still one more game, but I,
No, this is the
I,
last game.
Annette coming from poker, and she was so successful in poker. She says, "I don't have the same desire as some people here to be the very, very best. I want to be really good. I want to be as good as I can, but I'm not gonna." She's here to have fun. She says she loves the casual
Good.
games, late at night more than the tournament games themselves.
And that's an absolute legitimate way to enjoy the Scrabble community. There's absolutely, in fact, you'll have much more fun if you are not worried about your rating.
Right, absolutely. Yeah. The better you get at this game, the more fun it is in one perspective because you can really analyze while having like good knowledge of all the different opportunities, but it also adds a lot of pressure. So don't feel the need to learn all these strange words. You might look at this board and say, I don't know mine, I don't know peignoir, but those players in Division D, Division C, they're not going to know those words either. At least they won't know most of them. And if you've been playing on an app, maybe Scrabble Go, maybe Words with Friends, you're probably already pretty competitive at least that lower division. So please come out and try your hand.
So I'm going to, somebody is suggesting that she played Villa, which is a very pretty little find. And she's looking at visual, but she has the last S. There's no more
Yeah,
Y's. She's got the only letter that'll hook on Zing. So score some points, block James from getting more points, and set up your own S hook. That's what I would do personally.
it makes a
What
lot of
would you
sense.
do?
I think I like Uvia. I think that makes sense. I think the one problem is, he's such a good player that after Uvia, he's going to look at the board and say, well, there's one spot here that can hurt me. There's an S that I don't have, and there comes Uvia. So I think it's a great play, and I think knowing how good James is, I think he's going to look for a way to restrict possible bingos underneath Zing. So we'll see if that
Absolutely.
happens.
And there are things that, well, he had baited for a very nice
Yeah,
score, which she now prevented, which is very, very good. There's no point doing things like, I mean, what tab underneath knitted, like what's the point? You don't have an S.
right.
So yeah, the idea is now, can you do it in a creative way that doesn't, like when somebody had suggested Villa. So can you, for example, play through that IL which essentially blocks bingo lanes for zing, right? Because you now no longer really, unless you make an
Right.
8 off that one letter. So that could, like, if it had another, I don't see anything right now. I have to think about it, but like Bible, if you had two B's, or so
Right.
think outside the box. Don't only think about making obvious blocks. There are many different ways, different. I think of angles, right? Scrabble is such a geometric game. Think of a different angle that you can approach the board where you get the same result of blocking, but not in the obvious way that only scores you 6 points instead of like 20 that you could have had.
Like titled, for example.
Like title. So she's got the unfortunate
TITLED.
failures rack.
Yeah.
Failures is like it's like the donates rack. It doesn't play through anything, or no, of
Oh,
course
I
it does.
didn't know that.
No, it does. It does.
So
It does.
this,
I'm thinking of something else.
okay, yeah,
It,
because
it
like
plays through.
flashier, like there's got to be bingos. I see at least that. Um, so he could also just play next to the
Titled.
G with his A.
But he could. But then they score a lot. So titled scores more.
Oh yeah, titled would be a nice play if he sees it here. So we also have to remember how many there are in the bag. There are 5 in the bag, 12 unseen. So if he plays titled, that is playing off 4, which is perfect, leaving just 1 in the bag.
Yeah, there you go. So that's another thing for new players out there. Keep track of how many tiles are left. Use your time while your opponent is thinking to track the board. Go through the A. I like to do like the A's, the E's. I do the A, E, I, O, U. Then I go B, C, D, like I go in alphabetical order, or you can do the X, Y, J, Q, Z. You could get rid of those and then like do the R's because there's 6 of them. Do the T's because there's 6 of them. You can go N because there's 6 of them. So you start eliminating, and then you can make a decision about what your best play is. Take the time while your opponent is thinking. Use it. Don't just look around the room. I see a lot of young people doing that. They try to distract you, or maybe they're full of energy and they're looking around. They're not sitting in their chair like an old person like me, would just sit in the chair quietly. Don't be intimidated by that. Use that time to track your tiles and know exactly. So there's 6 tiles left. So you might want to play off 5 so that your opponent only has one other chance at getting another tile if they have bingo prone tiles.
Right. It's so easy just to look around the room. We all maybe have that short attention span from too much time on our phones. I call it sort of the TikTok generation with some of these younger players. But even if you're just checking your tracking, there's so many different things you can do. He'll play Bade there, and he's opening up a new sort of lane, which is fine. It scores nicely. TOT is not a great leave, but playing 4 does meet that objective we said earlier with 5 in the bag.
Well, it's interesting that he chose Bade over Bait. And I'll tell you another story from my knowledge of, especially because then he would have had Noted and Lido. No, then he wouldn't have had Lido, but so this is from the great and lamented Bob Felt, who most people won't know because he did die quite a while ago. Another brilliant player. And he was the one who pointed out to the Scrabble world that D and T are not synergistic. As far as I know, he was the first person.
Right.
That's where I learned it from. So I'm not exactly sure why he played Bait instead of, why he didn't play Bait and save DOT. Is it because he knows that D and T are not synergistic? I don't know why he would want 2 T's. I would have to ask him later.
Robin, because lit would take an E, whereas lit takes the O, and he has that last O for Lido. So he's probably trying to say this is more my spot. I think it's a pretty creative play by James for that reason.
But he's taken away the D for Noted.
Well, yeah, but it's true. It stops him from going too far. But LIT, if he plays it, he thinks that she has an E, and then she's able to go across a lot easier. Although she doesn't have.
There you go.
So, there is 1 in the bag. She has the case S, so can she extend one of those words to try and note her? I don't think she'll really hit anything is the problem though.
Well, I think she's remembering now the ROE front hook, and she's looking at ARF and FRO.
Oh, right. Yeah. All game we've been waiting for it. She gets it, and I've already forgotten. So a good rule for you, if you're looking for one of those tiles, maybe write it down in your your score sheet.
Yeah.
So when it comes up, like, you won't forget, and she didn't forget. So great
That's so
find
great.
by her
You know,
there.
what I do is I write it on my score sheet and I make a big circle around it.
Right.
And I circle it a couple of times so that every time I look at my score sheet, it reminds me, yeah, don't forget about the F. Don't forget about the F. So
Well,
that's
and
a
I
great
know
point.
Tony Leah here in Toronto will pull out his red pen and put the hooks next to the words on his score sheet that have been formed. So as soon as he pulls out that red
Wow.
pen, I know that the word is going to have a hook. But maybe he'll, fake us out. I can't say for sure.
So he's set up Apo, like he could have Apo now, which will score nicely in
Yeah.
the spot that you correctly suggest. And Noah Slatkov correctly suggests that it's more points too to play bait versus bait. But I'm always into rack balancing. That's, it's I don't know if it's a bad habit or a good habit, but
If he's playing
Mike,
Apo here, he just has to see what's given back afterwards, I guess. LES is not good anymore. So I think it looks pretty safe.
she can't go out with Biles and Zings. That's not going anywhere. She could play Libs and Zings. I mean, she may not really. But why is she in any rush? Like.
Oh yeah, maybe he should be looking to take out that spot first. Can he do a two-turn sequence where first he plays something down to the W to take out her Zings hook, assuming that's her best sort of hook, and then play Apo? Apo fits in two spots for a lot of point, or Opa at the top above Peignoir, right?
Yeah, yeah. So tote, he needs to
So
get rid of TEET, which is
TEET if you can.
not so easy. It's not its own
Um,
word. It doesn't play through a lot.
yeah, I've tried to play Tet, Tete, like the French head. As recently as today, I'm embarrassed to say, on Woogles just before we came live. So as I
Have
was
you set
playing
it
it,
up
I
on
knew
Google?
it wasn't really good, but sometimes I think it's better to phony on the computer as it really
Yeah.
emphasizes to you that it's no good.
Well, I set it up
Um,
on Google's that I can't lose my turn from making a phony, because I figure
oh, even
if it has access to the dictionary, then I can have free mistakes.
right.
Like it has to balance out somewhere.
Yeah, and the computer programs keep getting better and better. I'm excited to play the newest Woogles bot that I think is still in beta mode, but Best Bot. I know Mac was in the chat earlier. He's been playing a set against it. So that's a bot on Woogles that also sims. So it's more like you're playing the championship player on Quackle with the nice sort of look and feel of Woogles. As he plays Opa up top, taking all those points. We'll see if she plays Libs and Zings, would be perfectly reasonable.
It seems to be. There's no need to go out. He's only got 1 point tiles.
So she just wants to find her best two-turn sequence. So maybe it's better to play BES or BIS and keeping EL. She's got to start looking around the board. As she does that, I'm going to start updating everyone on our standings here, if we can. Although I should have looked first because the results aren't in. So it looks like this is one of the first games to be completed. But very
We haven't been
tight at
told
the
who's
top.
playing next. We haven't been told who's
No.
playing next.
They might still be doing the pairings. We'll get word to you as soon as we know it.
And also remember tomorrow not if you come back, but when you come back, because tomorrow is the final 4 games and we do not have runaway winners in either of these 2 divisions. As far as I know, I haven't checked the last 2 games, but I don't think we do. That means that we are going to be going back and forth. We're going to follow the excitement, in other words. We're going to follow to see which has the most impact for the outcome of the tournament, and that will decide what games we're going to show, number one. And it's going to be me and Will doing it. It's going to be the final 4 games. You're going to get your champions tomorrow morning. So have fun tonight. And we don't start till 9:30, I believe. Is that correct? 9:30?
Yeah,
Yes.
that's what I believe,
And
yeah.
yeah, so that's plenty of time to sleep in and get some coffee in the morning. You get a little bit of that caffeine in you to counteract any migraines that you might have incurred tonight. And just, come in your pajamas, come in your bathrobes, and just
Yeah.
settle down for some fantastic Scrabble.
We're not formal here. As you were saying that to the audience, Annette put a phony on the board of LIDE.
Oh,
I
my
don't think James really noticed it, or you don't have to hold, I believe, when the bag is empty. So I guess he could still challenge. I believe you hold so that they don't draw more tiles. So once the bag's empty, even if you don't say hold right away, you still can challenge.
No, he's
I
letting it
believe
go.
he's gonna. Yeah, he's let it go. He's gonna play net with two T's. I would have think if she kept the S there and then went out with LAS and Zings, it would probably score more than the sequence she went with. But regardless, this one is gonna wind down, and look at that, we have our next game lined up, and it is a real doozy. Max versus Chloe. So Max has been leading this event, I think, for most of the day, while Chloe, we just saw put up those 6 bingos and 600 points. So this is a
Max
game
is
I'm
Max.
very excited about.
He's another Canadian. Sorry for people who think we're being too connect forward today, but so Max is someone who I can't seem to beat. And I'm not a bad
really?
player.
Yeah.
And just one of these people that it just doesn't matter what I do. He has a 50-point comeback in between the bingos. Like, it's just unbelievable how it just, and I've even said it, it's just unbelievable how it happens every single game. So I'm looking forward to seeing what happens, and I'm sure I'm the only person it happens to with him. So
No, I've heard multiple people say that about Max. He just has this way. I happened to go on a bit of a winning streak against him, and he was a bit frustrated. But since then, Max has really upped his game. We see him winning events and being right at the top. He has just been playing some killer Scrabble. I've been told that he went through all of the 7s and the 8s during COVID. So his word knowledge is sharper than ever, and he is going to bring Chloe a real fight, that's for sure.
I am not surprised to hear that, and I am always shocked when I see his rating, and also Christopher Sykes, who I think is an underrated player for what his rating is. I think he's a beautiful player, and Max is a beautiful player, and they always seem to be like in the 1800s, and I don't understand why, because they're both, in my opinion, 1900 players.
Yeah, like I agree. Chris has such good word knowledge. It was a bit tough for him on stream yesterday. I sympathize. It is tough playing with the pressure of these big lights, but he's a great player, and I know he gets so much practice in against Ari in the club because they play against each other. So I agree. I'm always surprised he hasn't hit 2000, but he did hit 1900 for the first time in his life after being so close to 1900 time and time again. And I apologize for the strobed lights that Josh pointed out in my screen. I think it's a resolution issue with my cheap webcam, but
I think
yeah,
you're being
Robin,
visited. I think you're being visited on New Year's Eve by somebody near and dear to you.
a good omen, I hope. It was a great 2023, and I'm looking forward to a great 2024. That's a good point. What are you hoping for in this next year, Robin?
Oh, I guess we're probably not allowed to get political, so I won't go there.
Oh.
Because it is an election year in the United States. And I am far too invested in American politics versus my own Canadian. What am I hoping for? I'm hoping for good health because I'm dealing with a little problem that's not going to kill me, but is annoying as hell. So I'm hoping for good health for me and for my friends and my families. I'm hoping for a little snow in the new year because I am Canadian and I do like my snow. I'm hoping the Bills will win. I mean, I could do the world peace and Israel this and Ukraine
We want
that.
that every year, though.
We all want that. So I'm just gonna be a little bit selfish, and just hope to build my practice more and find fulfillment in. I'm brain before body, so like intellectual pursuits. I hope I get to cure a lot of people and learn a lot this year. How about you, Jared?
I love it. Well, I definitely want to travel more. That's one of my goals, trying to get a trip happening for the winter. Not quite sure where yet. And I sold a few crossword puzzles this year. I sold 4. And I really want to get one into the New York Times. So that is sort of a
What day?
specific goal. for this
What's
year.
the level of your game?
Um,
What's the level of your, what day would you be?
well, the ones I sold to weren't to the New York Times, so they were just sort of an easier level. I've submitted different ones to the Times. We've seen different Scrabblers sell to the Times in the last month or two. Ricky Soroy, he just sold one, and uh, Jem Birch, one of the top recent school Scrabble players, also an expert player, Trenton Charlson, and of course Trip Payne. He's the, I guess, legendary Scrabble crossword sort of
And there's
combo
a woman.
player. So,
There's a woman,
oh,
Christine or
oh
I'm
yes,
trying to, Andrea. Yeah.
Andrea. She has two last names, I think. I don't remember what they are, but she does all those Monday puzzles, the easier ones, and she just has such a fun, lighthearted way of cluing them and always coming up with these creative ideas. I've never met her yet, but I've seen a million of her puzzles, and it's just
No, no.
when you get, yeah, we call them puzzles, I think. When you get into a community like Scrabble, it's really helped me with my crossword efforts because I've had so many people to go to with questions, and that's another reason to get into a scene like this. When you have interests, and an interest being another word interest, it crosses over. There's a lot of overlap, and you start to meet people who go to the crossword tournaments, right? We have Scrabble tournaments, and at the last event I was at, I was talking to Jason Keller, who always competes in the crossword tournaments. So no surprise there. Jason's really good at Scrabble. You know, he won all those Jeopardy games, and he's finishing near the top of the crossword tournament. So just such
We've
a
had a lot
great
of
community
Scrabblers.
on both sides.
We've had a lot of Scrabblers playing
Tons,
Jeopardy, right? Judy Cole,
tons. Yeah,
Evan Borofsky's wife.
right.
Who,
Mark
who
Edelson
fa-
here in Toronto, two-time winner. He's so shy though, and not shy, modest is a better word, that he would just laugh it off. But Mark is, you know, insanely strong at trivia. So many good trivia people here in Toronto. Um, the whole Heather Crane scene, they all have all these great trivia friends, more than just Scrabble. So we love to see it. You know, there's also crossover with music. You see
for sure.
crossovers in so many different ways.
I just
In the
want to put
chat,
out
please
a
let us
health
know.
warning. I want to put out a health warning to if anybody is suffering from seizure disorder to actually
Yeah.
not listen to Jared right now.
Well, the chat is saying that like the party is already at my place, right? You thought it was a ghost. They think it's like a disco. Uh, I'm gonna spare you my dancing, but if I knew how to do the hota, which we know we've pronounced right, thanks to our trusty
Is it a
chat, then
dance?
maybe I would try it out. It is, yeah.
Oh, I did not know
But
that.
Lola's pointed out that Mina was in Jeopardy. That's awesome. There were so Andrea Carla Michaels. Thank you, Slug. Uh, and yeah, good point by Slug. There's more than just the New York Times. There's tons of big outlets out there. And actually, one of the puzzles I submitted, I was working with the editor, and I was talking to someone in Scrabble. I think it was Morris, and he's like, "Oh, he used to compete in Scrabble tournaments." And it's Will Nediger, who you might remember. He finished in the top 10 in um, one of the Canadian Nationals, the last one he performed in. It's already over a decade ago, but really
Uh,
nice guy. And again, I love seeing that crossover. Um,
yeah. There's so many talented people in Scrabble, and it's been said, that it's not having a great vocabulary that makes, I mean, obviously you're going to have to, but you have to have the Scrabble vocabulary. And very often there'll be, purists out there who'll say that these aren't words, or words that should be words aren't in our dictionary. But they do find that people with a mathematics background and a music background tend to be very, very good Scrabble players. And that's true. We see Adam Logan, who has a PhD in mathematics, John Shu, um, Joel Wapnick, who has a doctorate in music. And you see it over and over again that these computer people, math people tend to, because it's a very architectural game and it's a very data-driven game. So you get a lot of very talented people in Scrabble. You get a lot of very interesting people in Scrabble. If you haven't joined our community, it's a place where you're not only allowed to be smart, but encouraged. And that is something that you don't often get in real society. You get people who get very resentful or think that you're boasting or this or that. But the opposite is here. If you make a brilliant play, you're going to see a swarm of people come to your table, hovering around it. They're going to want to know the minutiae, like what led to it, what were you thinking, how did you find the word, and we just revel in each other's intelligence. So another reason to join the community is just to find your people, as I would say. You need to be, you want to ask me what I want for 2024, I want to be with my people, and Scrabble people are my people. And so hope to come to a lot more tournaments in the coming year. Endless money, so that we can go to endless tournaments.
The players are almost ready. Just before they sit, do you play any instruments? Are you mathematical, or are you not one of those crossovers?
I do. Can't you tell from my voice? It's gotten deeper. I play piano, I play guitar, and I was a soprano in many choirs for many, many years. Math, I managed to get straight A's, but don't ask me how.
Yeah,
How about you?
I'm not very good at math either. Well, some of these top players, they just look at the play and they can calculate it without even, doing one by one. I play the piano too, but not like most of these top players, Josh and Jackson and Trey Wright. There's just all these.
Trey Wright's
Fern
piano. That's what he does for a
exactly.
living.
And Fern here in Toronto, Fern
Yeah, she's
Linston,
that
she
for
was
a living.
nominated for a Juno Award for Best Jazz Album, I believe. And look at that, Josh is ready. We have our last game, which is perfect. We are very excited. It is going to be Max and Chloe.
And the final game of 2023 being broadcast from this amazing tournament. So sit back, enjoy, and make some nice comments, and keep involved in the game. And if you have any questions, we'll try to get to them.
And
Take it away,
updating
Josh.
the standings, 14 wins for Max, 13 wins for Joey Malik, 12 wins for Michael Fagan, 12 wins also for Chloe and Peter. So it is tight at the top, and Chloe being 2 games behind Max really is going to need this one with only 4 games left tomorrow.
That's true. I haven't been checking the standings, but a couple of games have happened since I last checked. So yeah. So you're right. So, and Joey Malik has climbed his way up to second. I think we saw him play yesterday. Hopefully we'll get a chance to, I have a feeling we're going to get a chance to see him play tomorrow. So 14-4, 13-5, 12-6, 12-6, 12-6. That's what's going on in this division. So very exciting. That means we don't have any runaways, which is really the best for not for the person who, wants to win the tournament with 4 games to go, but a lot of fun for us who are watching.
And Jason Keller is leading the Collins division after we just hyped him up. So congrats to Jason right now. And Cynthia Seals is ahead of the B division, and Shauna Petrie, who I mentioned earlier, is crushing the C division at 16-2. And let's start in this game. So Chloe exchanges 4, and it is on to Max.
So we have, we have the yin yang of the universe, where one player has all the vowels and one player has all the consonants. It happens.
It does, and we'll see if Max decides to play through this rack or if he'll exchange. Something like RAGG maybe gets rid of a few more consonants than other plays. He could also look to play something with the X. What would you be doing here?
Yeah, so RAGG, here, I'll give you another one of my stories. The wonderful Joe Edley, who hopefully everybody knows that name because he's won so many championships, said to me, Robin, first of all, one of the things he said to me many years ago is, Robin, you don't know enough words, go study. And that is what changed me into a much better player as I started to study. And he was absolutely right. And the other thing he said is, don't give up the advantage of going first if you don't have to, if you can avoid it. Okay, so I would have played RAGG in this case, and you notice
I think the exchange is also nice though.
He's giving up the X, which is that's a good question. That's a good because there's a better chance than nothing that your opponent is going to stick a vowel next to a double letter score. So I might have kept an X personally.
I think people like Kenji will tell you on that opening turn, if you're going to exchange, you throw back the X. But I know what you mean. It's hard to. When he looks at what he drew, I'm sure he's thinking, I wish I had that X. But we'll have to see what happens, because first Chloe is going to have to decide, do I play? I think this time she's going to have to play, but what is she going to play?
Do I play a phony? Do you get it?
I get it. I wonder what she'll play here. She's played a few phonies on stream so far in this event. She's going to play phone, I think.
I understand the desire to score as many points as possible. There was something, however, to be said for playing something like piano for a few less points and not holding on to two vowels so early in the game when there's so many vowels in the bag, and not giving a word that has so many hooks to it, right?
Right, including
DYRF.
front extensions. Not just back
Yes,
hooks, but also front
earphone.
extensions. So earphone, diaphone, I think.
Diaphone.
So we will see what Max does here, because he has 3 T's and 2 R's. We said we don't like duplicates, but we really hate triplicates.
Well, he might choose to do something like tort to the left of phone or phoner.
Yeah.
He's going to want to play phoner and tort, for example. We'll give you back
Right.
the
Or tarot
file.
that he had set up before. Keeping the A makes sense to me,
No.
and I think that is what he's now looking at.
Yeah, trot or tort. Tort takes an A at the end, and he's saving an A, so there's something to be said for that. It takes an E as well, however. So he's going to
Right.
stick
Yeah,
with
it's a lot.
trot.
Trot. Okay.
But there's something to be said for playing tort, saving your A hook for it, because now you don't have an S to play off of it, right? And tort would have given you an
Right.
A to. So these little subtle things, right? It seems like nothing, but it really could just change the entire tenor of the entire game.
So Chloe would have had diaphone, like I had suggested, as one of those phone plays, but it's gone once the R is there. There's no diaphoner. So first of all, with the blank, she's going to look to see if she has a bingo. So the T or the O would be maybe promising, or the N.
Diaphone, it's very interesting to maybe just play. Oh, now she can't play diaphoner. So there you go.
Right.
So
That's what I just said. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm thinking.
No,
that wasn't
it's okay. So are there bingos that fit is the question. I'm looking at the chat, actually. It sounds like everything was
Fair-
blocked. So diaphone, like we already mentioned, and then fair lead also was blocked. So Max inadvertently blocked both of her big plays.
But he himself now has oratures. If I have a feeling he won't be able to play it, although I'm trying to figure out what she's going to do.
Yeah, and he might not get that bingo, but she might open up something else for him. So we'll see.
I mean, she could do Dahlia through the H. But there's, as I said, I don't think there's any point playing a ton of tiles when you already have a blank on your rack. Obviously, saving off FA underneath trot is not terrible at all, and saves a nice rack.
Yeah, this is a tough turn. It seems kind of easy. You just fish off a couple towards a bingo, but deciding which couple and where to play them becomes sort of the trick.
Yeah, urethras is better, Will. You're absolutely right. Of course, it's a double-double. So,
well, it's not a double-double, but the H doubles. And Max has now set up his tiles, so he has seen it.
Double-double. Urethras is a
double-double. Oh, it is a double-double. Sorry. I promised mistakes, and they're coming. There will be more.
It's 94 points. So the question is, what does Chloe do here? Does she try to play to the right of phone? And, although I don't really see what she has, FAIL doesn't play. Or just do something like that. Pilaf is a nice thought. There's Dahlia.
LAID, but that's playing off too many and keeping an F.
I
think you have to drop the F somewhere.
FA doesn't really help her underneath trot because she's not setting up a T hook or an F hook.
Right.
She would have to, now she's looking at fad underneath trot, I believe, which I think is a bit dangerous. Now she's looking at Pilaf. She's changed her mind. Okay. So she's
blocked
nice.
The AD is very balanced.
Yeah. So now he's got oratures, which forces him to open up a triple-triple.
Right. And with her holding the blank, and that S would be in the, ending SED.
Oh my God.
Whoa, agonized. Oh no.
All right, so
um,
let's try to figure out all the bingos through an S that puts the S in
well,
this.
agonized, right?
Agonize without even thinking. Very good.
And it's going to be a triple triple, and she's going to see it very quickly, I think.
And to Max's unfortunate, brilliant post-pandemic word knowledge, he knows Orators.
Right.
He's put it on the rack, and there's no reason for him not to play it. Nothing has opened up with the F.
Yeah, it's a frustrating game because you can make the right decision and get punished for it. He has to bingo here,
God.
and if Orators is the only bingo, he has to play it. But Chloe's just never going to miss agonized, like maybe 1 in 100 at most.
Let's see how long it takes her. But so we might be here giving some anecdotes. So I'll give you one now. Speaking of making the right play and it causes you to lose the game, another great player from Montreal, Stephen Fisher, who stopped playing for a while ago. I was playing him in the Montreal Scrabble Club over 30 years ago, and he made a play, which I kind of looked at him, even me, not like he was the brilliant Stephen, who the hell was I? But I kind of looked at him and it just felt to me like it was not the right play. And he goes, yeah, that wasn't the right play, right? And he lucked into a bingo that was unstoppable. And he says, I made the worst possible play and I won anyway. So, it happens. It happens. What are you going to do? So agonize might take her a little while to find. Is it the only triple? Let's have a look.
I think what people need to realize, like, you can get punished on those moves in the short term, but if you play enough games, it all evens out. So, sometimes you'll get punished for playing something that was the right play, and sometimes your opponent will get punished, and you'll get a big spot. So, we will see what happens here.
I know. Listen, first of all, let's put everything in perspective. This is game 8 of a day after you've played late into the evening the night before, and you might have been, wound up and hard to fall asleep. It's game 8. It doesn't matter. She found it. You see that little look on her face when she figured it out? She kind of leaned back and smiled. And as long as she makes an O and not an E by mistake, we're good.
Right. That's true.
Yeah. Agonize.
Max, he's trying to keep a straight face and not show that he's too upset, but he's fuming inside, as he should be. He's in first in this tournament, and he makes the right play, and he gets crushed by a triple.
Well, not only that, but you have your urethras found, double for 98 points, and it gets blocked, forcing you to do this, and it's kind of like, okay, opponent, I give you one shot at it, and that's it. And she gets it right away with an INGS blank rack. So it's again early in the game. It's the best thing that it's basically a bingo bango, right? It's worth 2. It's not huge points. It's 2 60-point bingos, 70-point bingos. He's got lots of time to come back. He's only 100 points behind.
Lots of time. This game is far from over. He could just play even JO beneath the trot and get rid of that J.
Well, he's got 2 N's, so he's going to look to undouble the 2 N's, because otherwise he's going to save 4 consonants and 1 vowel, and 2 of them are doubled. So how can he please jeton, or what else can he do?
Jeton's a nice thought. Does it play anywhere?
No, there's nowhere. No, it doesn't play anywhere. But it's just like he's.
I'm just looking for candidate plays for him, and I'm having a difficult time sort of seeing anything better than JO is the problem. In Scrabble, when you find a good play, look for a better one. So I'm sure he's seen JO, but he doesn't want to settle at that, and nor should he.
Well, yes, he's looking at 10 and above Pilaf, which is a very lovely play. And this goes back to my pool playing games. We used to have a pool table in the basement. Well, actually, we have one in my house now, too. And my dad was always teaching me, it's not just about what you're doing currently on this play. It's also how you're setting yourself up for the next one. And that is what Scrabble is as well. It's not just scoring this one, but you also want to bear in mind the next possible play or what you're leaving for your opponent. But Tenon, I think, is a real super play. I really like it.
Yeah, it's definitely nice. Keeping that G open for bingos ending in ing is also something to maybe consider. But playing off 5, I definitely see the value. He's
Oh, for
now setting up.
sure. For sure. It's early in the game. There's still S's and blanks, a blank to come. Play
Right.
tiles, score points. The only bad thing for him is that it creates a TI hook, which doesn't do anything. So he's now just going for, okay.
So he does keep both ends, but he does get rid of that J, which I think was sort of the main objective there. And Chloe's drawn into another bingo, a baby bingo as we'd call it. And now she has to decide if she wants to play it with phoners, which I assume is the highest scoring spot. So I think that's where she'll play it. It's not a common word, but she knows it. And there it is.
That's pretty
Chloe-
amazing to pick that up out of the bag. Yeah.
Chloe's going to be upset I'm not commentating tomorrow, so I hope you bring her some of the luck forward, because since I've come on the
play
stream.
against me too. I think my first game against her, she played like 2 phonies, and my tiles were so bad that I could not overcome the mistakes. So she picks very well in my presence. I promise you. No worries.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
The 600 watch is back on, right? We're going to have to give Chloe a high-scoring nickname. I always call Annette Killer, because when I play against her, I was a lot higher rated, and we would play all these games online, and she would always beat me, so I started calling her Killer. So if anyone has any complimentary nicknames for Chloe, nothing mean, would love to hear them.
So I'm just wondering if she's going to play it, because she's got it in 2 places, and she hasn't set it up in her rack, and now she's just thinking which is better to play off the D and agonized, or to phoners and trot. So I'm thinking she's having a few seconds of self-doubt here.
Maybe, yeah, I agree. If she was confident on the word, you would think it would have come down quicker.
Yeah.
But maybe she's
think
thinking
we're
it's
already-
2 O's.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's coming back.
No, I think she's playing hour. I think she's not knowing
Oh.
it. And yeah.
Oh,
She's
this is a
seen
big
it.
miss if she doesn't play it. Oh,
Yeah.
that hurts.
Yeah. Okay.
She's still in a very commanding position, leaving AIRS and drawing 3 tiles, and that S is very big on this board, now hooking hours and phoners, but that gives Max a lot of life, and we'll see if he can capitalize.
Okay, let's see. Obviously, he's going to now, so he's going to, he's going to want to score. This is what he wants to do. But he's got those 2 ends. And I'm not sure he's looking at mob. I could be to the left of hour, but that doesn't make sense because he could just play mon.
Yeah. Like,
Now comfortably
all
numb.
those plays he's going to see right away, but you want to find something a bit more inspiring if you can. But I'm not seeing much again for him.
Well, as I said, mon and through to the left of hour is reasonable. It takes an S hook.
Buns is not the best leave, but he's holding the S, which is valuable on this board.
He can't play above pilaf anymore. He has nothing that goes on top of the L. He does have an S. The question, does he have a word that would hook phoners, umbos, numbos, something like that, bows, just
Right.
bows, but that doesn't make any sense.
No, I think just MON then looks as good as anything I've seen. Maybe if someone else in the chat has an idea here.
I don't think we're getting a Quackle. Oh, umbo. Okay, so umbos is being suggested by Quackle at 10D, which is phoners and all that, saving 2 N's. Snob at 10H.
Okay,
Which would make
numbs.
Yeah. All right.
So, he scores nicely, and he's going for those, the other blank, and maybe another S there. Makes a lot of sense to me. He had to score. He doesn't want to fall too far out of range. And over to Chloe.
And he has saved 2 tiles that go underneath the U and the M.
Very nicely, yeah.
And it
So
also
Chloe
goes
has one of
between.
those racks that's close, but I don't think it quite hits.
No, it doesn't do anything. Okay.
So how can she get rid of one of the I's and then either the D or the L, I think would be her
Well, she
main
could play
goals here.
mid. She could play mid to save midi because she has another I if she
She
wants to.
could. I don't think she wants to give him first crack at such a potentially high-scoring lane if she could avoid it.
I agree. But,
Um,
anything up on top, laddie, nothing there. It might be time to play phoners.
yeah, she could play discs there, I guess, but she might want to hold on to the S there if she can, and she certainly could if she chooses to. Something through the M like Rami, but
No,
that's not great.
no. And it takes
Um,
the ego that she doesn't have.
yeah, exactly.
I'm not.
Just
I'm
a
not.
me, but
I'm not unhappy with mid. I don't know.
mid, yeah. Again, it's the whole thought where you find a good play and you keep looking. So I didn't
Yeah.
love it. I was hoping we'd keep looking and come up with something we like a bit more, but I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, we'll keep looking. We'll keep looking. I mean, does Leroy take an S? I can never remember. I think it does.
Which one?
No, it doesn't. I'm just looking to just
L-I-R-I.
stick underneath phoners. Just like let's stop worrying about it. Oh my God.
I just saw it when you saw it.
So Quackle is suggesting, and I'm really disappointed that people didn't see this in the chat, and that's being sarcastic because fluid rams through the F, U, and M. Now, it's
Come
not
on, we
bingo.
have Will in the chat, we have Alec in the chat, all these former North American
Yeah.
champions, and none of them could find fluid rams. It's so easy.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. So Myriad is coming up second, and then Bidai, because she does have the S, and saving Laura. So
Right.
so
To be fair,
so
just to point out to the audience, Robin, this is the list of plays before we've run a sim, so it's just the static equity. So a player like
Yeah.
Myriad would put the D in the triple lane, and
Oh, yeah,
she
yeah,
just
yeah,
saw how powerful it was for her. So just so the audience knows.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. I don't know if Heidi has the bandwidth to hit simulate, but I can't imagine that fluid rams is anything but the best play.
Well, Alex says maybe you just play fluid ram and hold the S. No, I don't think you would do that because she could have the S, but it's a funny thought. If
the
nothing
people
else.
from Woogles are here, this is a great puzzle for you to put into your archive. Just play fluid ram saving the S hook, says Alec. Okay.
Or
there's
if you
my
want to be
mid.
really aggressive, Quackle likes mid-E. You put the extra I there and you're holding the S. So she'll play Lima, like Lima Beam, setting up her S. That's the exact sort of thing when I was saying Rami, the sort of thing I was looking for.
The trouble with Rami is it took an E hook that she didn't
Right,
have.
exactly. So Chloe took that sort of idea and improved upon it. So
Yeah.
great job by her there. She draws the UV combo, which isn't nice, but she also got an E. Over to Max. You think the Q is going to be dumped?
Cuff, QOPH. Nothing to think about. Do it. You save an I hook.
Yeah,
underneath.
hopefully he didn't miss that. That's an easy one to miss. It is another Hebrew letter. We already said Yud.
But it doesn't take I am. It takes an S. Cuffs.
Yeah, he could play just the Q. He could also play QI under trot. He's just going to score 20, I guess, because his leave is sort of balanced. But it is balanced, as in like 3 consonants, 3 vowels. But it's not the nicest leave. I would have liked to see him score more there.
Somebody suggested sank, which is how it's pronounced. I know somebody asked yesterday, somebody not French, sank is how you pronounce it, but I'm not sure where he would have put it. Oh, sank Libra. Sank Clement. Okay, someone is being cute. Okay. Alrighty.
Okay.
Oh, he picked an X. Wow. Wow. So he's got tiles that potentially could cause him to catch up, but there's just nowhere on the board.
And Chloe could really start, shutting it even more with a play like VIS and phoners, for example.
Oh, absolutely. That's why I think it was a mistake not to play to phoners and open up the board if he could. Like Umbos,
Right.
I think was a good. And then he picked the J. Or the J was already gone at that point. Okay. But man, yeah,
But she
Koth
might not want to
draws
play
it.
that because after playing Lima, she set up this whole nice hook and then she won't have the S. So um,
But it takes an
difficult
and,
turn for
right?
here for her.
She doesn't have an and
Oh,
too.
true, it does. I missed that.
Yeah. So, and as Alice correctly points out, and where I was getting at when I said if he plays Koth, he saves the I for underneath it, then he picked the X,
Right.
he would have had Cox or Pox underneath, and he would have caught right up.
Of course, he didn't know he was going to draw the X.
No, of course not. But
Yeah.
but when you're
Yeah,
behind,
that would have been a great path for him. But there's still a lot of
yeah,
game to be played here. Despite being triple Dawn, he's only down one bingo. So he's well within this game. She's now
he
pulling
has
the
Exonic.
Vise to the side.
I would do Exonic under Lima maybe, and go for. Am I making a word up, or is it just Axonic? Yeah, it's good.
Exonic.
Exonic and Lyman, and then
Well,
you're
we'll
scoring.
see
You're
if
getting
he
rid
down
of.
the
You're
hook,
getting.
just like you and Alec did.
Yeah, so he scores
So
a
I
ton.
like the idea there for Chloe because now her plan sort of is if he doesn't open a new section of the board, next turn she's going to really try and restrict that bottom right, and then he's going to be in a lot of trouble.
I don't think it's easily done to restrict it.
You
whatever
can
you-
start. Yeah, you're right, I guess.
Yeah, unless you have an
even like
N.
a 6-letter word or 5-letter word ending beneath the N, it starts to really restrict it. Like if you
No,
play on the
Exonic
same row
scores
as
39 points, and there we go. He's playing it very good. I agree.
great demonstration of word knowledge here by Max, both on Lyman and Exonic.
Opens up the board beautifully.
Yeah, that's exactly the sort of play he needed.
Yeah. And really nothing that she can do that will block the board.
And she's held him. So, I mean, I don't think she'll be holding him on Lyman. I think it'll be on Exonic. And when you were saying, is that good? I think it's good. I got scared. I didn't remember. I remembered Exonic. I did not remember Exonic.
I go by instinct. I just go by because I've played for so long. So she's let it go.
Right.
So,
Yeah, she was nodding. So a good non-challenge there by her. She could make it to the E, like to the double by playing just barfed. Can she get rid of the U?
yeah, there's two W's, two Y's on scene. I would want to get rid of that U, but can you do it underneath Exonic? DU something F FUD. I might play FUD.
Yeah.
Saving
FUD's a bit
DRE.
scary. If he has an S or a T, you could really get hit hard, I guess.
You could, but if he doesn't, then you've gotten rid of everything bad. You've set up an R hook for yourself for ref, and you've saved ABER, which is lovely.
I think I prefer barf just because even if he gets a bingo now down underneath it, it doesn't hit the double word score and she'll get plays below. So these are sort of the situational things. Like, I'm not saying I'm right. I don't know if you're right, but these are when we want to sort of analyze these plays, we put them into our computer program, Quackle. It'll run a simulation, play out the play over and over and over again. This is also why we like to ask our experts in the chat, players like these former North American champions, and Chloe has just drawn that tile that for some reason has no letter on it.
So what are the people in the chat? If you were going to choose between FUD and barfed, what do you think is the correct play?
And
curious.
Uncle Pedro points out Dauber would have got rid of the U as, I guess, another alternative, or earbud or something like that. So we'll see what the experts think. I see she could Druths is a word that I know, but it doesn't seem to play, but it is Max's turn. He's so close to like apologue.
Druthy with a Y. Druth also takes a Y.
Oh, that fits, yeah. We'll see if she knows that one. That one's harder.
I think people are liking barfed because it fits in better with New Year's Eve.
Or New Year's morning.
We have theme words for this tournament. So as you saw before, Max had set up apologue that would have played through a U.
Yeah.
she would not have given him if she didn't have a word starting with U, a 6-letter word. So, but that would have been really ironic if that had happened.
So he's pretty close to apologia, right? If he had an I instead of an E, he would have a huge bingo up top. I don't know, if you want to be fishing one here.
Apologia, very nice. You're right. You're right. And how many
So
times
there
for an
are
E?
4 eyes unseen and one blank. I don't think he can really make that one tile fish, but it is something I'm seeing. I hope people like our commentary style of not relying on Quackle and trying to figure it out as we go. I think it hopefully translates to the audience in the sort of thought process of, now we're looking here, now we're thinking, what about this tile? Now we're thinking about that tile. But we're always open to feedback, suggestions. Please share your thoughts.
Now,
Alex gives a good thought about the U, how it's helpful for blocking the board maybe later on with XU.
Yeah, but you would just have to dump it and nothing else. But that's
Well, you
fine.
could play up, I guess, right? UP or UH.
Well, then you
Like
set
you
up
could go to the right.
Okay. His job is to do exactly what he's doing, which is to set up a second distraction, right? He can't just have one part of the board be bingoable, right? Right now it's just the bottom left
Right.
to the DE through a B, which is not as easy, and then just off the DE. So his job is to create a second part of the board, really a third one, because you can bingo to the A.
What do you think about if he didn't play the P, if he just played ooh and like set up his own P?
And he would have saved, he would have saved plage, Plage. Oh no, he would have.
Right. I don't remember what he kept.
Yeah, I think. Well, now he saved page. Sorry.
Okay.
He had apologue and he played poo, so he saved Gale. Gale, which is
Okay.
perfectly lovely. Which is perfectly. So as
Right.
I said, he would save plage. That's it. It definitely is a consideration for sure. He's obviously looking to triple the W underneath that poo. We have
Yeah.
barfed and poo now. Like, okay. Really
Well, there's no
getting-
school Scrabble here. This is the adult league. Chloe has aged herself out of the school competition.
Yeah.
I don't think she knows Druthi.
I don't think that's
Hasn't
either.
seemed to be working towards it.
There's nothing
So
through
we'll
that,
see what she does.
and there's nothing through the
That suggestion of UH is actually pretty strong here, I think. If he scores to the right, okay, he's probably not scoring that much, but with the blank, you don't really like to take out those lanes, but she's got such a lead. Taking that big scoring spot makes a lot of sense too, holding the bingo tiles. I like this play.
Somebody was suggesting
And-
H under the X and oxonic. Is that the one?
Right.
Okay.
As sort of blocking
Oh, she's got
lanes and I
Tuier.
have the blank. And
She's
what
got
bingo are you going to
Tuier.
get to catch up?
Right.
2 years, yeah.
Again, it doesn't play.
So I'm forgetting what Max's last tile here is. Behind his finger, he's got WEIGLA.
We'll find out in a sec.
Was it an O? I feel like he might have had an O at one point.
Okay. Yeah, he played them both off with poo, but his he
Okay.
it's
Another A. Thank you, Heidi. So he could play something like Ala and Var, sort of setting up a hook, but it doesn't quite go far enough. You want a hook that can be hooked again to open a new lane, I think.
Well, it'll only open up a 6-letter word, not a 7.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't go far enough.
Yeah.
Aga, maybe an Apo opens a new lane, but while WILE is not really doing much for him.
No, you want to get rid of that W. There's no question about it. You want to open the board. You want to get rid of the undouble the A. You want to get rid of the W. This is everything you want to do, but how the hell are you?
But it's opening the board with bingo lanes available as well.
Right.
Because I think Chloe's gonna be looking to block.
Yeah.
From his perspective, we know she has the blank.
Now there's 2 eyes on scene, and he might want to fish to the A for Weagelia, but that's really you gotta you have to be real lucky for that.
There's a lot of E's unseen. He is two A's. There's only two A's unseen, but
No,
there's a
no, no,
ton of
no.
E's.
No, I'm saying the A in agonized. If he
Oh,
plays off an
that
A
makes
because
sense because it's such a big scoring bingo. He needs more than just bingos. He needs like a
oh, sorry,
bingo
he needs yeah.
that's gonna
Oh,
hit.
oh, you're
And
right.
one nice thing
Sorry.
about that bingo is it would open another lane right beneath it that maybe if he needed a second bingo, um, there would be another lane there.
Say what to do, what to do. WAIF gets rid of all the tiles he wants to get rid of, but it doesn't really do anything.
No.
Well, it balances his rack so that he could go for a bingo under the DE. But really you want to fork the board. So, and, you know, the
What
idea of setting
about
up a hook.
what about GAL above barf to set up the E front hook? EGAL? WAIE is so ugly, but I think keeping bingo lanes open makes a lot of sense. So he plays Awa, which, I definitely prefer getting rid of the W over the G, but I'm concerned if she starts taking away the bottom lane, what lane is I guess the A at the top.
Not exactly sure. I mean, she can play right now YE. That's not terrible play. YE above Awa, setting up
Oh,
her
that's
R
nice.
hook, setting up her R hook, and it would have to fit just right. But that's not a terrible play.
Yeah, I think the
Um,
plays for her are a lot easier right now than they are for him.
if there were no more S's
Um,
left, she could play TYE, setting up an S hook, right? Sty along the triple row. But there is one S unseen.
no, I think YE makes a lot of sense. She'll be bingoing, I think, above or below a fair amount of the time. Both players now are down pretty low on clock with 27 on tiles seen to Chloe.
I like YE. I don't know what Quacko would say.
Yeah,
Um,
it's a great equity play for sure. It leaves true plus a blank. It scores nicely. She has the R hook. I think it's a great idea. She'll play the R as well, which is I would keep it. It just bingos a bit more and it hooks that yeah. Um, I'm not quite sure why she would play the R there. Is
I don't know
is
either.
there a
And
reason?
also, if Max was feeling a need to fork the board, he could play, like um, he might play something like gel and lie, and then she's got all sorts of new opportunities to bingo. She's got wide out now.
Oh
Out
yeah,
wild. So she's got out wild to the DE. Finally, she has a
a
bingo.
while. Yeah.
I don't think she has anywhere else, but I don't think he's going to want to necessarily block
Yeah.
VLEI. Yeah, he could
Tie
play
setting up
Vly.
die
He could
would
play
be the
Vly.
risk if she didn't play Rye.
He could play VLEI and DEE and XI to block.
Uh, yeah, he could, but I guess he's not really thinking blocking right now.
He's
Um,
not, but she's clearly futzing around for something. And I would be scared personally.
yeah, but he wants to win. I guess I don't think he's in full spread mode right now. If he wants to play like a nice equity play, Villa through that next to the Q, breaks up the double L's, scores
Yep.
nicely. It looks
Yes.
perfectly reasonable, but it doesn't really do what he wants. It takes away that A, one of the lanes that he might need.
He's
He's going to play Vile, which I'm not quite sure what the point is here. I guess that the V maybe stays open sometimes. I think it only really stays open when she doesn't bingo elsewhere. But it does accomplish what we said of having to keep different spots open on the board.
yeah, he's not going anywhere. So Chloe's going to win this game.
Right.
There's nothing through the
She just
V,
has
but
to
she does.
basically not phony at this point. So even if she doesn't know Outwile, which she will know, but or doesn't find it for some reason, just something like Wove, you know, would
That's
keep
it.
her in a
So if she
very
had an A,
commanding
if she
position.
had if she had an A, the argument could be made, should I play Wave, Waive, saving blank,
Right.
you know? And that could be a very good argument. Thankfully, there isn't a triple open, so she doesn't have to worry
Right.
about that. But she's found the bingo. She's counting how many tiles are left. The W does hit the triple letter. I don't see any reason not to play Outwile.
Yeah,
As long
no,
as the
she's
triples
ahead by
fail.
enough that she can withstand it. The Q's gone. There won't be any Q sticks. There's no reason not to take these points here. And the W even triples, so.
Right. If there was a triple open, that would be a time to consider not not
Oh yeah,
bingoing.
if the V was 2 spots down, she has to take it out.
I'll give you another story from my history. David Boys, another Canadian I'm sorry that there's a lot of Canadian stories, but that's where I tend to go to tournaments. But this was a world tournament, and he had Love Bug on his rack. He was playing in the finals of the Worlds, and he found it. He showed everybody that he found it, but he decided to block a triple that his opponent had just made in order to ensure the win was more important than getting, a higher Q. And he taught a lot of people a lesson that day. Like, stop worrying so much about the cum. The whole, as Chris Cree would say, secure the win. And he was securing the
Yeah,
win.
I play a lot like that too. I'm very bad about spread. I'll care about the win even when it's like almost beyond certain. But everyone has their own way of playing it. At this point, Max knows, he's lost basically 100%. I would think, because he doesn't. There's not enough tiles in the bag for him to bingo
He's
enough.
100%
So
behind with a terrible round.
yeah, he's lost basically 100%. So he just has to just try and maximize his spread at this point. He has the T for Deet, but is there anything there? I don't see it. Vengeant. Oh wait, that would need an A. Venge. You probably want to take out one of those big spots at the bottom, but 6 in the bag.
No, we're at the time in our discussion of our commentary where we're just trying to stir up excitement when there isn't any. So there isn't any. Obviously, Chloe has won. So now it's just a matter of, let's practice our end game. What is the best end game? Like Gent underneath Outwile is perfectly reasonable.
Or Glenn.
Or Glenn. Yeah, they're both.
I think maybe holding the T for Deet
Glenn
is
yeah,
maybe a touch better, but
Yeah, he doesn't have any vowels that go underneath that L. There's nothing through the V. There's 5 tiles left, so he's going to force her, this is what she's stuck with now, pretty much, with just one more tile to go.
I think there's 6 tiles left because there's 13 in the bag. Or 13 unseen tips, sorry.
Sorry, I'm looking at 5 vowels. I'm thinking 5 tiles. Okay. See, I'm getting tired too.
Yeah, exactly. Wrap this up, guys.
I'm thinking about my incredible meal, my 8-course meal that's coming up.
Ooh.
So
that sounds exciting.
It is.
Everyone else in the chat still hasn't told us what all their fun plans are for the nice holiday. So you still have time. Only a couple turns left. Any thoughts? We'd love to hear them. If not, please remember there are tournaments coming up. Robin was so kind to read them earlier. I'll read a couple of them just right now. The next one, run by Let's Play Scrabble.com, is the Canadian Scrabble Classic in Belleville, March 1st to 3rd. And then after that, also the Montreal Scrabble Fest, Albany again, but this time in the summer, and Lake George.
I'm getting a comment from Josh, and I want 6 valiant people in the top chat who haven't done so yet. We are 6 away from getting 100 likes, which I can't see because I have to refresh the page, and I don't want to do that. 6 people. So can we find 6 people to hit that thumbs up, and then we will get to 100, and that will be just a lovely way to end the broadcast today with 100 likes. And if we go beyond 100, we'll be okay with that too. So Josh, keep us apprised because I can't refresh the page. So you tell us if we hit it, okay?
For a moment, Max was replaced by a tripod there. Glad to see Max back in the picture. Let me see. It looks like, yeah, Joey Malik won his last game. So he'll still be in second place because of Max's really strong spread, but they'll both be at 14 wins going into the final 4 games. And I
Wow.
believe they'll have a 1-game lead over Chloe, and we're not sure if Peter Schwartzman, Mayor Peter, if he won his game, but he could also be at 13. Everyone else will be at most at 12.
115. You know, this is something you don't know about me, Jared, but
Yeah.
since we're in a confessional kind of mood, I was once on the shopping channel.
Oh,
I
really?
admit it. My dad used to sell electronics, and he had this very funky boombox that was based on Nickelodeon, the purple and the green, and the sludge and all that. And it was a really good item. And so he wanted to go on the shopping channel, and he asked me if I would go and do it. And I think I did it after I just had my first kid, so it's like all bloated and whatever. And this shilling for can we just get 100? Can we get 115? Is reminding me it was when I was on the shopping channel and trying to just get people to buy the boombox. So I just had a flashback. Thanks, Josh. Okay, 120. We're at 112.
Oh, I like the story. What I don't like is Max leaving the ZA spot above Barf that Chloe's now going to hit for 1,000,000 points. But I will say that dactyl find is beautiful.
Absolutely stunning. Did it double
like-
at all? Yes, it doubled too.
It doubled. Just the style points are off the chart.
I think that's all he's happy with that.
You know what? He's going to also get all the points from KEM. So even though he's going to, give up about 46 or 48 or whatever here, it's still a pretty nice sequence. And I think Chloe deserves all the props in the world for just a really beautifully played game. That Urari's miss, was costly, but if you don't know the word or you're not sure, you just don't know. There's nothing you can do at the moment. But all of her decision making has been so sharp.
Study. That's all you can do is study. Remember what Joe Edley said to me. All of you people out there who are just learning the game, nothing matches word knowledge, because it not only do you feel like when you go into an exam, you know everything, and you're going to answer everything right. You know it. If you can go into a tournament and feel that you know over 90% of the words, 95% of the words, not only do you have tremendous confidence, but it also cuts down your thinking time by so much that you're going to have more time in the end game. So that means you're going to win more games because you know more words. You can challenge more words confidently, right?
I love it.
And you're going to have more time in the end game. So there is no downside to studying new words.
I wish I still studied. I got distracted by crosswords and spending all the time I used to spend on Scrabble on crosswords. And since then, I've seen my rating drop over 100 points, but that's okay. You got to find what you want to do in life. And Chloe's playing Maze Not Za anyway, so Max didn't have to block Dactyl with Chloe having 2 big Z plays. I think that's what happens when we get distracted by our conversation instead of the game. These players are laser focused. I love it. Max
do
just
the math,
has to
though.
find...
Do the math. Which one can't...
I don't want to do the math. It's New Year's Eve. I want him to play the 3 tiles so I can go to my party. Come on, Max. But Max is very methodical. He'll use the 25 minutes, no matter what. So I love to see it. That's the best way to play it. Props to Max. Sorry, a couple people said they were sick. I was asking what people are doing for New Year's. Morris and someone else said they had COVID. I hope they're okay. Just trying to catch up on some of these comments. Tracy, I've seen your rating going up, so I love to see that studying. Too bad you're not in Toronto anymore. Ends is going up at the top, and that is going to do it for us in this event. This day, not this event, Robin. Tell us what's on store for tomorrow.
Okay, I'm just getting my little 224 tiara back on because, ladies and gentlemen, we are about
and remember,
to party.
I'm strobing, so if you have any sort of problem with flashing lights, look away.
There we go. Here we go. All right. So what are we in store for tomorrow? Well, obviously we're in store for the final day of a tournament, which is always, it's always wonderful. The whole tournament's wonderful, but the final day is wonderful and super exciting because everything's on the line. I don't know the prize structure. I'm going to get that for you guys tomorrow. I'll do a little research tonight. I don't know that I saw it. We are going to toggle if, and I think that's going to be the case. Jared, why don't you have a quick look at the standings for me and let me know how it stands, because we don't have a clear runaway winner in either division at this point. So that means
it's close on both sides, Robin. Jason has a 1-game lead over Adam. Jason's at 15 wins, Adam's at 14, and Josh Castellano's game's not in yet. He's at 12. He could go up to 13. There are 3 other people at 12 right now. And in NWL, it's Max just 14 with Joey, and then Michael, Chloe. Chloe went up to 13, and Michael and maybe a couple others will be at 12.
Right. So if we had had somebody who had run away with it, there wouldn't have been any tension in that division, and we would have kept you on the one dictionary. Because we are having 2 fantastic tournaments and that just tells you the equity within Scrabble. I never realized how much I talk with my hand until I did this. Because we're having such a great equity in Scrabble, it's not a surprise that nobody's really running away with it. So as a result, and we're very good at this. We've been doing this for many, many years, following the energy, following the interest. We will always try to present you with the best possible game that we can. So rest assured that you're in good hands with good people. Tomorrow is just going to be so exciting. I'm going to have trouble sleeping tonight because I think it's going to be so good. What do you think about tomorrow? Do you have any predictions?
I think it's going to be tight. I think, Max and Joey have that 1-game lead over Chloe, and I think one of the 3 of them are definitely the strong favorite at this point. So, and in Collins, it looks like Adam and Jason. So Jason has that lead, but Adam, as we know, is one of the maybe top 5 players in the whole world. So maybe I'd put my money on Adam. Maybe, you know what? I'm going to put my money on Chloe coming from behind and passing the 2 very strong men. Don't know if it'll happen, but that's my prediction. And, I could also see Max and Joey winning.
She's going to have to keep picking really, really well because she doesn't have the experience. Like, you got to remember, like, an Adam Logan has been doing this for almost as long as I've been doing it. I mean, I remember him as a 13-year-old and now he's 40 something, right? So like, he's won world championships and national championships. So he's got the comfort of being in front of a camera that perhaps she does. Like, I'm one of these people that I prefer playing in front of the camera. I find I play actually better. And I think that might be the case with her too. So you're going to have to, but also when you're in your 20s, it's not as easy to tune out the world and worry like, oh, people are watching me, right? And they're going to think I'm stupid. And I'm not saying that that's the way Chloe is, but that's my experience with people in their 20s, that they haven't gotten over what are people thinking. And people in their 50s haven't gotten over it either. It took me a long time too. So, there's a lot of psychological factors at play for tomorrow. And then there's always that luck factor at play. So all of these things make this game so compelling. I think chess is obviously a fantastic game, but the pieces are the pieces. Here, you just never know what you're going to pick out of the bag. So hold on to your hats for tomorrow. We're going to have an incredible run, I think.
Yeah, this has been so much fun. Thank you again to Josh and Kieran for organizing and having me on stream here on letsplayscrabble.com. And thanks to you, Robin. This was a lot of fun. And
Good. Such a
looking
pleasure
forward
doing
to
it.
seeing y'all soon.
All right, everybody, be safe tonight. Take taxis. Don't get drunk and drive. I'm just going to be in a fat coma because the food has lots of butter in it tonight. So I think I'll be okay. Anybody have any tricks to not let the fat absorb into your system? Just not eat it? Is that the best trick? I don't know.
Probably.
Anyway, stay safe tonight, and we're going to see you tomorrow in the morning, 9:30. Don't forget, we'll see you all there. So Happy New Year to everyone.
Happy New Year's, everyone.
Woo! Happy New Year.